Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 1188 Green Grass. Only in that place in this world can such earth-shattering geeks appear, so Meng Hongliang was so panicked at the last moment. I heard that the people there were indifferent and ruthless before, but now it seems that this is not the case. At least this guy named Yang Kai is very good. It seems that the rumors in the world are really unbelievable. Yang Kai didn't mention the matter of Hoa Yao crystal essence, and Huang Shiren didn't ask, both of them were tacit understanding. For Huang Shiren, revenge is not bad, why would he go to Yang Kai to ask for the flame essence? After all, that was already the other party's spoils of war. When Yang Kai's figure disappeared, Huang Shiren hurriedly picked up a few space rings scattered on the ground, took out the saint crystal and the elixir inside, and quickly left the place, preparing to find a hidden place to heal his wounds. By the way, see if you can contact other fellow practitioners to help you protect the Dharma. 5 days later, Yang Kai passed through the hot area, and suddenly came to a place where the aura of heaven and earth was extremely rich. This place did not have the ubiquitous heat waves of the hot area, and there was no fire poison that invaded the human body all the time. Looking around, the vegetation was lush, with the fragrance of birds and flowers, and the clear smell in the air. This place is simply a paradise. Genius treasure area. Yang Kai's spirit was shaken. He knew that he had finally stepped through the scorching area on the first floor and arrived at the genius treasure area on the second floor. Flowing flame sand field is really weird, the layers of regions are extremely distinct, and the environment is very different, but at the junction of each layer of regions, it perfectly integrates the hot flame area and the genius treasure area. After being separated, the heat wave and fire poison could not penetrate this place at all. Yang Kai has been on his way for 5 days since he separated from Huang Shiren from the extreme Dao sect. As he moved inward, he also encountered warriors from several forces. These warriors gathered in groups and did nothing but look for fire spirit beasts to kill in the hot area, and look for fire attribute spirit herbs by the way. For the elixir, of course, it would be great if there is a precious ore like Hoa Yaojing to start with. Basically, more than half of the warriors from every major force who enter this place will stay in the hot area to do this kind of thing, and the rest will enter the genius treasure area to search for spiritual herbs and elixir. Those who are qualified to enter are from their respective sects the best of the best. It doesn't seem fair. Those with low strength and poor aptitude are fighting outside, while those with high strength and high aptitude are hunting for treasure safely, but this is how the world is. The more aptitude and high strength people are, the better treatment they can get. This is the same reason as the rich youku and the poor get poorer. If you want to get good resources, you must first improve your own strength. Yang Kai walked all the way without incident, and never met someone who likes to make trouble like Meng Hongliang, except for those warriors looking at him with strange eyes. Everything else is fine. Seeing that Yang Kai's realm is low and walking alone in the scorching hot area, those warriors only thought that this guy didn't know how to live or die. Most people held the attitude of watching the show, but there was a handsome woman whom Yang Kai didn't know ran over and advised him to turn around quickly and stop looking for death. Others had good intentions. Yang Kai casually said a few words. The woman saw that Yang Kai insisted on going deep, but she didn't waste her tongue anymore. She just shook her head and sighed, thinking that there are really fools who don't want to die in this world. Originally, he should be able to complete the scorching hot area in about 10 days, but because of the delay of the weird valley and the maze, it took Yang Kai about a month. Now there must be many people who have entered the genius treasure area. Yang Kai was not in a hurry, let go of his divine sense, and started searching for spirit grass and elixir in his spare time. Wei Gucheng said that although there are no such things as fire spirit beasts in this Tiandabao area, there are many monsters here, so you should pay attention to them. For several days, Yang Kai didn't meet anyone. The harvest is not big, and I don't know if it's because of being the first to get there, or it's just like this place. Anyway, after these days, Yang Kai's expectations for this place have gradually decreased, and he has seen the richness of the hanging continent. The suspended continent is the place with abundant supplies, there are spiritual herbs and medicines everywhere, and there are countless Void King level 1s. Most of the medicinal materials harvested in the Tiantiandi treasure area are the top grade of the Holy King, and some of them are of the false grade. Such a harvest is huge for anyone else, but Yongkai doesn't care. He couldn't find the several herbs he wanted. After the flowing flame sand field is closed this time, he wants to refine some pills for Wu Yi and others to enhance their strength. After all, Wu Yi and Yu Feng's strength is too low. On this day, while Yongkai was walking, he suddenly sniffed the air with a strange expression. He smelled a familiar smell, which was a very special, slightly bitter medicinal smell. The taste of green grass. Yongkai's eyes brightened. The emerald green grass is one of the purposes of his trip. It is not that the emerald green grass is not produced on Gloom Star, but once it appears, it will be looted by all the major forces, because this thing is the master of refining condensate pills, herbs. Although the highest level of alchemists on Gloomy Star is void level low rank, they can also try to refine congealing void pills. 10 furnaces of pills may be refined into one furnace, which means that there is a great chance of being born. Bring out a void return realm expert. Because of this reason, there is no way to buy Kaluo grass in the market, it is one of the most sought-after medicinal materials. If Yongkai wants to, he can only hope for this trip to the flowing flame sand field. It's just that he didn't expect that he actually discovered something. This kind of faint bitterness can only be emitted by the green grass, and judging from the richness of this breath, it seems that there is a lot of it, otherwise it would be impossible to spread the medicinal energy so far. Yongkai's spirits were high, and he didn't need to use his consciousness to quickly follow the source of the fragrance of the medicine to fly there. About half an hour or so, Yongkai finally arrived at the place. He was not in a hurry to collect the emerald green grass, but concealed his breath and looked around. Because he knows that there is a high probability that there will be several special monsters in the place where the emerald green grass exists. He decided to see if there were any traces of monsters here. Looking over there, Yongkai jumped wildly in his heart, and couldn't hold back his joy. Because in that huge area, there are more than a dozen green grasses with 7 leaflets. Growing into 7 leaves means that these green grasses are at least 500 years old and belong to fully mature herbs. In Yongkai's hands, there are more than a dozen congealing void pills. And not far from the dozens of emerald green grasses, there is a human high earth cave, which emits a faint stench, and there are some sticky traces at the entrance of the earth cave. Seeing this, Yongkai understood what the accompanying monster beasts of the emerald grass were. Silver-horned electric python. The silver-horned electric python is a monster of the 7th or 8th rank, and when it grows to the peak, it can turn into a dragon, which is a monster of the 9th rank. Moreover, the silver-horned electric python likes the bitter smell of green grass, so it chooses to inhabit here. This information is what Yongkai saw from the classics given by Youku Xingzongao, otherwise he would not be able to know so much about the herbs that exist in the star field. Whether it is a 7th order monster or an 8th order monster, Yongkai doesn't care much, he believes that with his own speed, he can quickly leave after collecting those emerald green grasses. Sweeping his consciousness into the earth cave, he immediately noticed that there were 2 silver-horned electric pythons inside, and both of them had reached the 8th level. These 2 monsters have survived here for an unknown number of years, and it is not surprising that they can grow to the 8th level. But what made Yongkai a little bit concerned was that he was not the only one here, but 2 other warriors had already made it ahead. The other 2 obviously knew that there was an existence in the earth cave that was not easy to provoke, so even if they arrived earlier than Yongkai, they did not dare to act rashly, as if they were discussing how to collect those emerald grasses. The best way is of course one person to lure the snake out of the cave and divert the tiger away from the mountain, while the other person is responsible for collecting. But both of them are only at the 2nd level of the Holy King. It's nothing against a silver-horned electric python. If they can't beat them, they can still run. If they deal with 2 at the same time, there will be great danger. Neither of them is very willing. I took the risk with my own body, so I hesitated to move forward. But before they could discuss any results, they saw a man in a black suit come out from a short distance away, and quickly approach the dozen or so green grasses. The 2 stayed together for a moment, only then did they realize that someone was going to grab the treasure. The man in the black suit didn't seem to be aware of the potential crisis at all, with a happy smile on his face. After being stunned for a while, the 2 couldn't hold back any longer, no matter whether this person could collect the emerald green grass, once he stepped forward to scare the snake, with the strength of the 2 of them, they would never succeed again. In a hurry, both of them rushed out. Yang Kai frowned, and after noticing the movements of these two people, he stepped a little faster and arrived in front of the dozen or so green grasses in an instant. Quickly picked these dozens of emerald grasses into his hand, and threw them directly into the space ring. It wasn't until this moment that the two silver-horned electric pythons in the earth cave in front of them were startled. A faint blue electric arc flickered, and suddenly shot out from the earth cave, heading straight for Yang Kai's abdomen. At the same time, a desktop-sized python head protruded from the cave, and the two triangular snake eyes stared at Yang Kai coldly, the snake core hesitating, and a silver horn on the head exuded a rich and incomparably electrical aura. Booming, the huge body of the silver-horned electric python climbed out of the hole, shaking the ground for a while, and Yang Kai's act of collecting the emerald green grass obviously angered it. Not only that, but another silver-horned electric python also ran out after him. Yang Kai swayed, and avoided the first lightning attack. Just as he was about to run away, he heard an anxious voice shouting in his ears, "If you don't want to die, leave the emerald green grass." When the voice fell, Sheng Yuan was stunned, and a majestic tiger head bared its teeth and rushed towards Yang Kai. How can the things in hand be transferred to others? Yang Kai knew that these two people were in a hurry, otherwise it would be impossible to rush out so hastily. He swayed again and easily avoided the attack of the tiger head. And the tiger head, by a perfect coincidence, attacked the second silver-horned electric python that ran out of the cave. With a roar of a tiger, electric arcs flickered on the silver-horned electric python. Although it was not injured, it was hit by the attack. Exasperated. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at CAC Copyright. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first a cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1189 Soul Cleansing Water. Amidst the crackling sound, a pitch-black ball of lightning light appeared on the horn of the second enraged silver-horned electric python. With a flick of the python's head, the black ball of electricity struck straight at the two warriors. Incredibly fast. One of them changed his face greatly and hurriedly avoided, while the other seemed to put most of his attention on Yang Kai, who was about to escape, and he couldn't avoid the electric ball for a while, and was enveloped by it. Crackling electric sparks flashed wildly, the martial artist twitched all over, and all his hair stood on end. Panicked, he quickly turned on the Saint Yuan to resist the electric current that invaded his body. But a huge whip shadow hit him head-on, but it knocked him out of his wits. Shrouded by the electric current, his body was paralyzed for a moment, unable to dodge effectively at all. He was directly hit by the whip shadow, and flew backwards dozens of feet. The sound of dense bone breaking sounded, and the warrior sank into a large area, with blood gushing from his mouth, and an abnormal blush appeared on his face. Until now he could clearly see what kind of whip shadow attacked him. It was clearly silver. The tail of the horned electric python. After falling to the ground, my whole body convulsed a few times, barely stood up, staggered and fell again, and then stood still. The thunder and lightning attack of the 8th level monster, coupled with the blow of the tail whip that weighed more than 10,000 jun, this warrior of the 2nd level Holy King died after only a while. The expression of the remaining martial artist changed greatly. He never thought it would end like this. In his plan, he would sneak attack on Yang Kai first, snatch the space ring from Yang Kai's hand, and then take advantage of the silver horn electric python to find Yang Kai in times of trouble. He and his companions can easily retreat without much danger at all. But the reality deviates greatly from his prediction. Yang Kai was unscathed, but his companion suffered a misfortune and died on the spot. Now he doesn't have the time to find trouble with Yang Kai, because he, like Yang Kai, was entangled by one of the silver-horned electric pythons, and the cultivation base of the 2nd Order Saint King would not be able to deal with an 8th Order monster beast. He was barely able to save his life. He didn't dare to fight. He retreated while fighting, and soon left Yang Kai's sight with the silver-horned electric python. But before leaving, that resentful gesture let Yang Kai know that this hatred must have fallen on him somehow. The other party sneaked up first, trying to kill and grab the treasure, and now he is holding a grudge. Yang Kai naturally will not let it go, let alone let them go. He must be in trouble. Once the news of Kui Luo Sao is spread, it will definitely attract people's attention. This is not a good place to kill people, and the silver-horned electric python is extremely difficult to deal with. Yang Kai found that his magic flames could not cause too much damage to it. It already looks like scales. This is a monster beast at the peak of the 8th level, which is about to evolve to the 9th level, turning into a dragon. As long as it is given more than 10 years, it will definitely succeed. And this silver-horned electric python seems to be a little mutated. Not only can it use thunder-type supernatural powers, it can split arm-thick lightning from the horn, and it can even spit out groups of green poisonous mist, which caused Yang Kai a big headache. It takes a lot of effort to kill it. Yang Kai thought for a while, then gave up the idea of killing it. Killing such a monster can only get an 8th order inner alchemy, plus some refining materials. It is not worth the gain. He was still in a hurry to silence it. Thinking like this, he immediately took the initiative to leave the battle circle, chased in the direction that the warrior fled, and got rid of the silver-horned electric python trailing behind him after a while. On the way, seeing the other chased silver-horned electric python swimming back towards the cave with its huge body, Yang Kai immediately knew that the martial artist, like himself, should have gotten rid of this difficult opponent. In a jungle, a martial artist of the 2nd level of the Holy King leaned against a big tree, let go of his spiritual sense, gasped for breath, and cursed while being vigilant about the movement around him. Originally, I could buy more than a dozen green grasses, but the sky failed, and now not only the herbs have not been picked, but my companion has died. He has completely hated Yang Kai in his heart, and felt that he would encounter such a thing. It was entirely because of Yang Kai. If this person hadn't rushed out of nowhere and acted hastily, how could he be so embarrassed? More than a dozen green grasses. This must be a great contribution. If he can be safely taken out and handed over to the elders of the sect, he will definitely get a huge reward, but now, there is nothing left. It can't be so kind. No matter what, I have to snatch the green grass from that person. He took out the communication compass from his space ring, poured his spiritual thoughts into it, and was about to inform his fellow disciples of what happened just now, when a feeling of cold and hot, good and evil suddenly fell from the sky. He raised his head in a daze, only to see a huge black slap, which slapped him hard. With a scream, he immediately activated his defensive secret treasure, and at the same time, he jumped out, flying more than 10 feet in an instant, narrowly avoiding the attack of the huge palm print. Someone sneak attack yourself. The soul of this martial artist is all gone, his spiritual consciousness has spread, but he still hasn't noticed the trace of the person who came, which means that the other party's realm is higher than his own, but who would sneak attack him? The next moment, he understood. A pitch-black flame enveloped him. He stared blankly at Yang Kai, who came walking from not far away, and exclaimed in amazement, "It's you." He was surrounded by magic flames, but he didn't have the hard skin of the silver-horned electric python, so he couldn't resist the burning of the magic flames, and he was turned into a pool of ashes in just a moment. His space ring and a compass secret treasure fell on the ground. Yang Kai secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing this compass secret treasure, he knew that his guess was correct. The other party was ready to contact his companion as soon as he got rid of the silver-horned electric python. Fortunately, he arrived in time, otherwise it would be a lot of trouble. He bent down to pick up the space ring, and checked it out. As expected, it was all holy crystals and elixirs. Other than that, there were a few high-grade herbs of the Holy King level and a few flint stones the size of broad beans. It looks like this is what he has gained along the way. Taking these things as his own indifferently, Yang Kai picked up the compass secret treasure again. Just when he was about to throw it into the space ring casually, there was a wave of spiritual consciousness in the compass secret treasure. Someone is subpoenaing. Yang Kai was startled, wondering if he was still a step late. Has the other party already contacted someone else? Frowning, he probed into his consciousness, and after investigating, Yang Kai's expression became strange. There was indeed someone sending a message, but it was not because of what happened just now, but because the warrior's companions were recruiting people, and it seemed that they had discovered some incredible treasure. Yang Kai didn't want to pay attention to it. After all, he only killed other people on his side, so there is no reason to contact these people again, but in the message of the spiritual sense, the words, soul-cleansing water, were mentioned. This surprised Yang Kai. At the beginning, he read a lot of classics from Youku Xingzonggao, which not only contained information about medicinal herbs but also many other secrets. Soul-cleansing water is one of them. This kind of thing is not a treasure that is naturally produced by heaven and earth, but is born because of some coincidence. The birth of soul-cleansing divine water must meet 3 conditions. First, the location of birth must be absolutely rich in aura, preferably on the ground veins or in a spiritual spring. Second, there must be a Void King level strong. Thirdly, after the Void King realm powerhouse dies, the power of spiritual consciousness does not dissipate, but is perfectly integrated with the ground veins or spiritual springs, so that there is an extremely subtle chance to generate the soul-washing water. Among these conditions, the third condition is the most difficult to achieve, because no matter how strong a warrior is, once he dies, the energy of the soul will overflow the body and quickly dissipate in the world. This is unavoidable for anyone. However, there are some exceptions. For example, when Shenlian, it has the function of preserving the energy of consciousness. When Yongkai got the Shenlian, it was filled with a huge amount of spiritual energy around it, because the Shenlian itself has the function of preserving the energy of the divine consciousness. If Yongkai died accidentally, it would be the same, his spiritual energy would not dissipate, but would be preserved by Wen Shenlian. And the birth of the soul cleansing water is just one of these exceptions. A person's soul energy contains the experience and memory of this person's life, no one dares to swallow it at will, and Yongkai must use the world-extinguishing demon eye to purify it. The soul-washing water is different. It is produced by the fusion of spiritual energy and huge spiritual energy. It was born because of the right time and place. It does not contain the memory and life experience of the dead strong man. It can be said that these impurities are in the body. It has ceased to exist in the passage of countless years. The soul-cleansing divine water can not only quickly improve the martial artist's spiritual cultivation, but even if one is lucky enough to sit quietly in the soul-cleansing divine water, one may be able to comprehend the supernatural powers of the Void King Realm warrior. Of course, this chance is even smaller than the chance of the birth of soul-cleansing water. This is recorded in Zhongnao's classics, but the soul-washing water is too rare, and the Void King Realm warrior is already the pinnacle of the star field powerhouse, with a long lifespan, land. So Zhongnao had only heard about it, and had no chance to see it at all. What surprised Yongkai was not that there was soul-cleansing water here, what surprised Yongkai was that it was one of the conditions for its birth. If that is really soul-cleansing water, doesn't it mean that a Void King Realm expert died on Gloom Star? Since there was Void King Realm in the past, why not now? It is also a strange phenomenon that Gloom Star's overall level of alchemy is low. While he was meditating, the martial artist's spiritual thoughts continuously came from the secret treasure of the compass in his hand, and many people were asking in amazement, and they quickly gathered in a certain place while asking. Do you want to go and see? Yongkai frowned. If it was really the soul-cleansing water, it would be worth looking at, if not, there seemed to be no loss, at most it would be a waste of time. Thinking of this, Yongkai no longer hesitated, while secretly paying attention to the information in the compass secret treasure, while rushing towards the position said by the warriors. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at CAC Copyright. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1190 Stalactite Cave. It took Yongkai some time to determine the location, but fortunately, the location where he found the soul-cleansing water was not too far from where he was, otherwise the communication compass would not respond. When Yongkai finally arrived, he suddenly found that it was a stalactite cave. The entrance of the cave was dark and deep, and there seemed to be a layer of mist. The situation inside could not be seen with the naked eye, and it would not be able to extend very far with his spiritual sense. Is this the place where the soul-cleansing water is? Yongkai just arrived on his front foot, and a group of 3 people quickly approached from the side on his back foot. Yongkai glanced at it casually, his expression shocked, because he found that among the 3 people who came here, 2 of them were wearing the same clothes as the martial artist who snatched the emerald grass from him. That is to say, the 3 people in this group belonged to the same faction as those 2 guys. Yongkai secretly paid attention, and immediately knew what kind of power they were. It's actually from the Zontian League. Because of the 3 people who came, the leader was none other than the ostentatious Ku Changfeng. The entrance of the Zontianmeng into the flowing flame sand field is not at the same place as the Shadow Moon Palace. When Yongkai went through the hot zone, he had never met anyone from the Zontianmeng, but now he entered the treasure zone of genius. Everyone gradually had the chance to meet up. After all, the further you went inside the flowing flame sand field, the less room you could move. At this moment, Ku Changfeng's face was filled with excitement and ecstasy, and he brought his 2 fellow disciples approaching this side with lightning speed. Obviously, he also received a message from his spiritual sense, and he couldn't wait to come and investigate. Soul-cleansing divine water has a huge attraction for everyone. It is not only good for Saint King Realm fighters, but even Void Return Realm and Void King Realm can benefit from it. It is a pity that they can enter the flowing flame sand field. They are all only at the Saint King Realm level, otherwise such treasures would not be able to enjoy the Saint King Realm. Thinking about washing the soul, Ku Changfeng didn't seem to want to trouble Yongkai. He just glanced at him, and then rushed into the stalactite cave. After his figure disappeared, another 3 or 2 warriors came galloping from different directions in the distance. Seeing this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated, and followed Ku Chengfeng into the cave. The treasure is right in front of your eyes, if you have it quickly, if you don't have it slowly, Yang Kai will not fall behind. There are countless cone-shaped stone milk hanging above the cave, showing a pink and white color. The air in the whole cave is clear, and the aura is so strong that it seems that there is some spiritual source hidden inside the cave. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai nodded secretly. One of the major conditions for the birth of the soul-cleansing water, this place should meet the first one. The aura here is indeed strong enough, and it is only on the periphery. If you go deep inside, the richness of the aura will only become stronger. The cave was quiet and silent, only some water droplets dripping from above the head, making a light ticking sound. Yang Kai went deep all the way. The more spiritual energy he went, the more intense his spiritual energy became. After walking around for a full incense stick, he suddenly rushed into a huge stone room. Looking around, Yang Kai was taken aback. At this moment, a lot of people gathered in the stone room, more than 20 at least. Ku Chengfeng was in it, and he was staring greedily at a certain position. Beside him, there were 5 generals who were warriors of the Saint King realm. Surrounded by stars like the moon, these people are naturally warriors of the Zontian League. Except for the 6 members of the Zontian League, the remaining dozen or so people formed 4 groups, and each group only had 3 or 5 members. There was even a guy with a knife-sharpened face and a determined look, just like Yang Kai, who stood there alone, looking lonely. But as soon as Yang Kai saw this person, he felt a sense of danger for no reason. This guy is not weak, and he has the cultivation base of the 3rd layer of Saint King. Yang Kai has always killed enemies by jumping over the ranks, and he has killed a few at the 3rd level of the Holy King. The ordinary 3rd level of the Holy King will not give him this feeling. If he can make him feel dangerous, it means that this person is very powerful. When facing Ku Chengfeng and Fang Tianzhong, Yang Kai didn't feel this way. Who is he? Sure enough, Ku Chengfeng withdrew his greedy gaze. After seeing this person, he couldn't help frowning slightly, and the depths of his eyes seemed to reveal fear and annoyance. Yang Kai was very surprised. He has experienced Ku Chengfeng's ostentatious and defiant behavior before, but he doesn't pay much attention to Fang Tianzhong. What is the origin of this guy with a face as sharp as a knife and a resolute expression that can make Ku Chengfeng show such an expression? Just as he was thinking like this, Ku Chengfeng suddenly cast his gaze over. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes, as if he was ridiculing Yang Kai for not knowing what he could do, that he dared to run in alone with a cultivation base of the 1st level of the Saint King realm. According to his nature, he must clear the field at this moment, and Yang Kai is his primary goal. After all, who doesn't want to have a good thing alone? But I don't know what he thought, and his anger and unwillingness gradually converged. Seeing that he didn't mean to make trouble for him, Yang Kai turned his gaze forward, wanting to see if the soul-cleansing water really existed. At the place where everyone's eyes converged, there was a pool. The length and width of the pool were only 20 feet, but the pool was overflowing with golden water. All the warriors, enveloped by this aura, felt refreshed one after another. Several guys showed joyful and thoughtful expressions. Obviously they had made a breakthrough in their cultivation of spiritual consciousness. Is it really soul-cleansing water? Yang Kai frowned. Feeling the power of that pool of water, Yang Kai could immediately confirm that this was indeed the legendary soul-cleansing water, but what Yang Kai didn't quite understand was why the soul-cleansing water was golden. According to Zhonghao's classics, soul-washing water is usually milky white. If the quality is good enough and it exists for a long enough time, it may turn into silver. The golden soul-cleansing water has never been recorded in the classics, and it seems that no one has ever had the opportunity to see it. Could it be that the soul-cleansing water here is better than the silver one? Will there be any problem? Yang Kai frowned, secretly thinking, turning his gaze to other people from time to time, wanting to see if they understood something. But soon, Yang Kai was disappointed. The martial artist standing here only showed 2 expressions. One was the desire for the soul-cleansing water, and the other was the fear of Ku Chengfeng, only that face was cut like a knife. The Holy King's 3rd layer realm has always been safe and sound, with no expression on his face. These people obviously don't know much about the soul-cleansing water, so it is undoubtedly a mistake to pry information from them. The treasure is in front of everyone, no one is not tempted, but the reason why everyone is not eager to jump into the pool to wash their minds and souls is nothing else, but that there is a layer of golden restrictions on the top of the pool, like a semicircular cover, over the pool. Obviously someone has tried the power of this restriction before, and no one can enter the pool until the restriction is broken. On the other side of the pool, there was a dead bone sitting cross-legged on the ground, who had been dead for an unknown number of years, and even the secret treasure that looked like a treasure armor he was wearing had become dull and tattered. He didn't have a space ring in his hand, and he didn't know if it was taken away in advance, or it didn't exist at all. This person must have been in the Void King realm before his death. Only when a Void King realm powerhouse dies here, the escaping spiritual power can combine with the spiritual spring here to create the soul-washing water. When everyone looked at the dead bone, they all showed pity, because the treasure armor that can be worn by Void King realm warriors must not be low grade, and may even be more powerful than the highest grade secret treasure on Gloom Star. But that treasure armor is clearly damaged and can no longer be used. I really don't know how many years this Void King realm powerhouse died here. After Yang Kai entered here, more than a dozen people rushed in one after another. They all came after getting the news, and Ku Chengfeng's face became more and more gloomy, very dissatisfied that so many people came to snatch the treasure from him. There is no way to be dissatisfied. There are as many as 7 or 8 warriors gathered here. No matter how tyrannical the Zhantianmeng is, Ku Chengfeng can't make people angry. Not to mention, there are only 8 warriors around him until now. It is impossible to be an enemy to everyone present. Why haven't Junior Brother Fu and Junior Brother Lu come yet? They should be active around here. Logically speaking, they have already received the summons. Beside Ku Chengfeng, a small and thin man muttered softly, looking out of the cave from time to time, wanting to see the traces of Junior Brother Fu and Junior Brother Lu. Although the strength of those two is not too high, but if they can come, the Zhantianmeng will increase their strength, and they will naturally take advantage of more when the treasures are distributed. Now not only did no one come, but there was no response to the message. If you haven't come yet, then you won't be able to come. Ku Chengfeng snorted coldly. The face of the thin man who spoke changed, and he heard the meaning behind Ku Chengfeng's words. Indeed, if they could come, they must have already come. If they haven't appeared yet, it means that they may have encountered some accidents. The Genius Treasure area is not a safe and sound place, and there are also many dangers inside. It's just that they didn't expect that the people named Fu Junior Brother and Lu Junior Brother, one died in Yang Kai's hands, and the other died under the lightning and whip tail of the silver-horned electric python, so it is naturally impossible to come again. Seeing more and more people coming in, the warriors who came here earlier finally couldn't sit still, and the situation is not good if you wait any longer. Once there are more people here, the benefits will be even less. From one of the 5-person teams, a man in green robes who looked like a scholar suddenly stepped out, cupped his hands towards Ku Chengfeng and said, "Young Master Ku, what do we do now? Shouldn't we take some action?" He spoke politely, looked respectful, and looked like he was looking forward to Ku Chengfeng, because he knew better than anyone else that the person with the highest status here was Ku Chengfeng. I am afraid that he is also the strongest among the people. How to deal with this soul-cleansing water, it is necessary to seek his opinion first. Acting rashly will only arouse the hostility of everyone. In the current situation, we can only discuss a solution together and then distribute the benefits. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at CAC Copyright. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first a cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1191 Teaming Up to Break the Ban. Yes, Xiaoku, more and more people are coming here. If you wait any longer, you may have long nights and dreams. Immediately, someone echoed, and the leaders of the 7 or 8 teams gathered here quickly expressed their opinions, agreeing to let Ku Chengfeng came up with a plan. Ku Chengfeng himself seemed to enjoy the feeling of being admired by others. Hearing the words, his gloomy face finally eased, and he frowned and pondered for a while before saying, "Of course we need to take action, as long as everyone works together to break this restriction and cleanse the soul. Shen Shui is naturally at your fingertips." That's exactly what I was thinking. Just now, a junior concubine tried the power of this restriction, and found that although this restriction has existed for a long time, it is extremely strong. I am afraid that it cannot be broken by 3 or 2 people. Only by fighting together can we have a chance. A beautiful woman nodded with a smile. Then what are you waiting for? Young Master Ku ordered that everyone attack together. I don't believe that with the means of so many people present, a death restriction cannot be broken. A burly bearded man shouted, like this as he said that. He took out a hammer secret treasure first, and clenched his hands tightly. Seeing that posture, he was about to take the lead just waiting for Ku Chengfeng to speak. Ku Chengfeng smiled slightly, giving people a feeling of spring breeze. At this moment, he finally recovered the suave temperament before, and said lightly, it's no problem to break this restriction, and it's only time to get these soul-cleansing waters. But before that, Ku feels that it is time to discuss how to distribute the matter. Hearing what he said, many people frowned secretly. Even before this restriction was broken, Ku Changfeng was about to start distributing benefits, clearly out of kindness. But they couldn't stop it. If Ku Changfeng was really angered, the consequences would not be acceptable to them. Zhan Tianmeng didn't make trouble for others afterward. Many people who offended them ended badly. Then, young Master Ku thinks, how should we distribute the soul-cleansing water? The beautiful woman who spoke before smiled sweetly, and when she asked her questions, her eyes rolled, her beautiful eyes looked forward, and a sense of charm spontaneously emerged. She didn't want to seduce Ku Changfeng, she also knew that she couldn't seduce a genius like Zhan Tianmeng with her own abilities, she just thought that by showing her favor, Ku Changfeng would give herself more benefits. Sideways. Ku Changfeng turned a blind eye to her amorous feelings, he had long been calculating in his heart, he swept his eyes and said, there are friends from 8 factions present, and Ku suggested that this pool of divine water should be divided into 4. Quote, 4 parts. The beautiful woman frowned slightly, and forced a smile. If it is divided into 4 parts, how should everyone distribute it? Ku Changfeng proudly said, I don't take too much from Zhan Tianmeng, I only take one of them. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and they couldn't help being a little surprised that Ku Changfeng was so generous this time. In their imagination, it would take half of Ku Changfeng's exit, but they didn't think he only needed a quarter of it. 1. This has to be accepted. Who would be foolish enough to refuse? Everyone nodded violently, no one had any objection, with an expression of taking advantage of the sky. Seeing that they all agreed with his proposal, Ku Changfeng was also quite satisfied, and his smile became more warm. There are so few songs, how should the remaining 3 shares be distributed? Please also tell me, lest when the restriction is broken, it will be bad for everyone not to abide by the rules. They are all living on the gloomy star. You can't look up and look down. There is no need to blush and have a thick neck because of these things. Another person said, this person belonged to the least number of forces, only 3, and he knew that he was alone, so he let Ku Changfeng decide to cleanse him. The distribution of soul water, otherwise they will get even less when the time comes to loot it. As soon as this person finished speaking, many people stared at him fiercely. However, Ku Changfeng nodded unceremoniously, that's not bad. If you all have no objections, then how about assigning the remaining 3 shares to Ku on his behalf? Although some people were reluctant, who would be stupid enough to stand up and question Ku Changfeng's status at this time? I can only pinch my nose to admit it, I just hope that Ku Changfeng will not be too partial to anyone, after all, some forces here have a good relationship with Zhan Tianmeng. Regardless of other people's expressions, Ku Changfeng laughed and said, since that's the case, then Ku will be impolite. Well, this friend will take one of the remaining 3 shares. Do you have any opinions? Contrary to everyone's expectations, Ku Changfeng was the first to be assigned to the male warrior standing alone with a knife-cut face and a determined look. Ah, there was a sound of exclamation, and everyone was surprised, looking at Ku Changfeng in astonishment, and then at the man, not knowing what Ku Changfeng was going to do. When they thought about it, it was undisputed that Zhan Tianmeng took a quarter of the soul-cleansing water, but this man and Yang Kai were alone, and they had no ability or qualification to distribute treasures. They have already subconsciously excluded these 2 people. Who would have thought that Ku Changfeng would give one of them a quarter of the share right away, which is exactly the same as the Zontian League's share? Is there something tricky in this? Many people already wondered whether Ku Changfeng was going to wait for this person to take a quarter of the soul-cleansing water before snatching it from him. But if he really wanted to do this, then another first-level Saint King, a martial artist, is undoubtedly a better target. Why did Ku Changfeng deliberately choose this third-level Saint King? Isn't this asking for trouble? However, the other party didn't seem to be surprised at all, as if he knew this would be the result. Hearing this, he nodded slightly and said lightly, yes. He said it as a matter of course, without any embarrassment or flattery. This made the faces of the leaders of those forces change slightly, and Chi frowned, as if thinking of something, but no one refuted Ku Changfeng's distribution plan, and they all acquiesced. This time, they looked at this resolute man with fear in their eyes. Yang Kai frowned, vaguely guessing the origin of this man, but he was not sure. After all, he had not been in Gloom Star for a long time, and he didn't know much about the customs here. Next, Ku Changfeng stepped in and distributed the remaining half of the soul-cleansing water to the several forces present. The principle of distribution is according to the number of forces who come here. The more people come, the more they will be divided. There were few people who came, and naturally there were few points. It was barely fair, and he didn't deliberately favor anyone. Even the beautiful woman who flirted with him didn't get more benefits, which made the beautiful woman feel depressed for a while. The pretty face was so cold that a layer of frost could be scraped off. With so many people present, the only one who was not assigned was Yang Kai. No one was surprised, because they had already excluded the lonely Yang Kai in their hearts, and it would be strange if Ku Chengfeng really gave it to Yang Kai. After the distribution of benefits, many warriors looked at Yang Kai, some ridiculed, some sympathized, each had different expressions, but no one wanted to stand up for him. Yang Kai stood there with a face of indifference, and didn't say anything. He also felt amused in his heart. He was not sure whether this golden pool of water was the soul-cleansing water before, and pinning his hopes on others was no different from hoping that pigs would climb trees. These people don't know anything about soul-cleansing water. The restriction was not broken, and the benefits were actually allocated to the discussion. Yang Kai wanted to see what they were going to use to take away the soul-cleansing water. Once this thing leaves the pool where it was born, the effect of cleansing the soul will disappear immediately. If the water for washing the soul is really taken out of the pool, what they will get will only be a pile of psychic liquid, not the water for washing the soul. So no matter how extravagant Ku Chengfeng's allocation was, how these people pushed him out, Yang Kai was not in a hurry. What's the use of allocating things even if they can't be taken out of the pool? In the end, it's not necessary to soak on the spot. Once the plan they assigned doesn't work, the scene is bound to be chaotic, and Yang Kai can fish in troubled waters and reap the benefits. After the benefits were distributed, everyone immediately started to attack the golden restriction covering the pool under Ku Chengfeng's call. All of a sudden, the radiance of various secret treasures and martial arts caused ripples layer after layer on the golden semicircular film covering the pool. In order to avoid long nights and dreams, everyone put out 100% of their skills. With this action, one's own strengths and weaknesses can be seen immediately. Those fighters in the second and third layers of the Holy King are almost the same in strength, but Ku Chengfeng's performance is outstanding. Chang Ji's appearance, the color of bronze, even though he couldn't display the full power of this secret treasure with his cultivation base of the third level of the Holy King, but every blow was powerful, making the restraint of the semicircle very powerful. Ku Chengfeng's ability is not surprising. After all, he is a genius of the Zontian League and enjoys a high reputation on Gloom Star. It is normal to have such a powerful secret treasure in his hand. What was surprising was that man with a resolute look. He didn't use any powerful secret treasures, but just put a pair of black gloves on his fists, and smashed towards the restraint with every punch. The attack of the cloud and the wind is only stronger than the movement made by Ku Chengfeng. Only then did everyone confirm their previous conjectures, and understood why Ku Chengfeng willingly gave this person a quarter of the soul-cleansing water. After thinking about it, they all silently displayed the power and martial arts of the secret treasure, and stopped paying attention to this person. But Ku Chengfeng seems to have a heart of comparison. He can't just find this person to compete with, he just wants to overwhelm the opponent in the attack restriction, and the more and more saints he agitates, the more and more movements he makes. Big. But no matter how Ku Chengfeng urged Sheng Yuan, this person's attack has been unhurried, and he has no intention of strengthening it, as if he didn't take Ku Chengfeng seriously, which made Zhan Tianmeng, a genius disciple, almost depressed, vomiting blood. It's this kind of aggrieved feeling to punch heavily, but hit the cotton. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at CAC Copyright. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Everyone come in and have a look. There is a 2013 inventory event on the homepage, which seems to be the 4th Golden Keyboard Award, which selects the best works and best authors of the year. After clicking in, you can vote for your favorite authors and books, and various first place rewards are rich and attractive. Xiaomo is here to count votes for himself and Wu Lian. In addition, everyone can vote for other authors and works according to their personal preferences. Friends who want to vote for Xiaomo and Wu Lian, click on the book page of Wu Lian Peak. After logging into the account, there is an option to choose to vote on the page. Free tickets seem to have 3 votes for 1 account, thank you Xiaomo. By the way, ask for a monthly ticket and a recommended ticket. To be continued. Chapter 1192 Go in and soak. When everyone was cracking the restriction, Yang Kai was not idle, but was doing his best on the sidelines. After all, he was going to take advantage of it later. If he stood by at this time, he would only give people an excuse to expel him, so in the crowd and the surprised eyes, he condensed a long sword of holy yuan, did not dare to let the magic flame burn, and slashed the golden prohibition calmly. The attack is neither strong nor weak, and it only shows the level that a warrior of the First Order Holy King should have. Others just thought he was bored, took a look at him and didn't pay any more attention, but secretly shook their heads and sighed, thinking that no matter how hard this person worked, he still wouldn't have his share in the soul-cleansing water later, so why bother to show embarrassment? If he really wants to rob, anyone here can kill him on the spot. That beautiful woman was right next to Yang Kai, displaying a step-like secret treasure. Turning into countless flaming birds, constantly rushing towards the restraint. Wasting the energy of the restraint, she seemed a little bit unbearable to see Yang Kai thankless, endured he couldn't help persuading him. Little brother, stop fighting, it's useless, you might as well leave this place if you have this time. Go outside and look for opportunities to see if you can find your own opportunities, you are just wasting time here. With your it is not easy to break into the treasure area of a genius with a cultivation level. She obviously thought that Yang Kai was lucky all the way, that's why he was able to break through the hot area and came to the second floor of the genius treasure area. In her mind, since Yang Kai has this luck, he should take good care of it. Here, what a waste of time. After being persuaded with good intentions by others, Yang Kai didn't want to say that people meddle in other people's business, so he just smiled at him, looking stupid. Seeing that he insisted on this, the beautiful woman couldn't help but her pretty face turned cold. She felt that he was a little ungrateful and stopped talking to him. At this moment, a martial artist suddenly shouted excitedly, "The restriction is about to be broken, everyone work harder." As his voice fell, the entire golden semicircular film shook more violently, and ripples rippled from above layer after layer, layer upon layer, as if someone had dropped countless stones in a calm lake. There is no need for him to remind everyone to notice the change of the ban. This ban is really good. There are 30 or 40 Saint King elites from various major forces present, and they attacked for a long time before they managed to break it. Moreover, the prohibition itself does not know how many years it has existed. If this restriction is intact, I am afraid that no one can break it no matter what. The restriction was crumbling, and everyone's eyes burst out with joy, increasing the output of their Saint Yuan. After another half cup of tea, accompanied by a light click sound, the semicircular film covering the pool water finally cracked a gap, and immediately dissipated without a trace. At the moment the restriction was broken, an invisible energy escaped from the pool. It spread out and swept everyone present. In an instant, everyone was shocked, and then overjoyed. Because at this moment, everyone noticed some subtle changes in their spiritual consciousness, as if the power of their spiritual consciousness had become a little bit stronger. Soul-cleansing water really deserves its reputation. Excitement and anticipation filled everyone's faces. Normally, everyone would have rushed forward to snatch the treasure, but after all, everyone just discussed the division of benefits, so no matter how tempted they are at this moment, they can still be suppressed. Turn your gaze to Ku Changfeng. Seeing this, Ku Changfeng smiled slightly. Thank you, everyone finally broke the ghost restriction, and I hope that everyone will collect the soul-cleansing water in an orderly manner. If anyone dares to destroy the previously negotiated things, you don't blame someone for being ruthless. In the end, he had a gloomy look on his face. Everyone didn't even dare to say that Ku Changfeng was afraid that someone would not obey the rules, so that he would have an excuse to kill people and take other people's shares. Those present were all the elites of the major forces. If they didn't understand what he was thinking, they would naturally not get what he wanted. A trace of hidden regret flashed in the depths of Ku Changfeng's eyes, and then he unceremoniously signaled to a male warrior with loose hair beside him, "Go." The martial artist nodded excitedly, then ran to the pool impatiently. The holy yuan surged in his hand, forming a bowl shape, scooped a bowl of soul-cleansing water from the pool, and prepared to put it into the prepared space ring. Seeing this, Yang Kai's eyes twitched, his heart ached to death. Sure enough, the soul-cleansing water that he scooped up had undergone an astonishing change under the eyes of everyone. It was originally a golden liquid, but as soon as it left the pool, countless golden energies flew out, like golden threads all over the sky. These golden energies only lasted less than 3 breaths of time in midair, and then suddenly disappeared. This scene surprised everyone. Senior brother Ku, the situation is not right. The warrior who was in charge of scooping up the soul-cleansing water suddenly exclaimed. What's wrong? After scooping it out, it seems that the effect of the soul-cleaning water has disappeared. The warrior cried and pointed at the big bowl he had condensed with the holy yuan. What? Ku Changfeng was startled, and when he looked around, he saw that the soul-cleansing water in the bowl was no longer as golden and thick as before, but had turned into a pool of clear liquid. Although this psychic liquid is also very good, even the top-grade saint crystal can't compare with it, but how can it be more precious than the soul-washing water? How could this be? Ku Chengfeng's face was cloudy, and he reached out his hand to take a drop of psychic liquid from the large bowl of Shengyuan and put it into his mouth, confirming that it was psychic liquid, and it had no effect of washing the soul. Unbelievable, he personally went into battle and took out a handful of water from the golden pool. The same situation happened just now. When Ku Chengfeng took the soul-washing water out of the pool, countless golden energy flew away into the air, and then disappeared. Young Master Ku, could it be that the soul-cleansing water cannot be taken away? Someone speculated. It's possible. Otherwise, why is the soul-cleaning water in the pool fine, but once it is taken out, it will become invalid? How could such a thing happen? I'm not too sure about this. I've only heard that the soul-cleansing water is one of the 3 major spiritual liquids in the world, but I don't know what is the point of collecting it. I also don't know. The 3 spiritual fluids. Yang Kai's heart moved when he heard this. He didn't know which 3 spiritual liquids these 3 spiritual liquids were, but the soul-cleansing water was undoubtedly one of them. Ku Chengfeng's face was extremely ugly at the moment, and the audience was chattering. The gentle and elegant temperament could no longer be maintained. His face turned ruthless, and he said in a low voice, "If you can't take the soul-cleansing water away here, how do you collect it?" A group of people were left speechless by his question. Just now, Ku Chengfeng was in charge of distributing the benefits. Everyone agreed and gave him enough face. Now that the soul-cleansing water can't even be taken away, the distribution just now is obviously a joke. Now, Ku Chengfeng is obviously a little annoyed because of this matter. Who dares to remind him at this time that everyone should go in for a dip together? Ku Chengfeng is not stupid, he can definitely think of it himself, but he just doesn't want to say it. The reason for not saying it is obviously because I want to allocate it better. Others didn't dare to say it, but the man who had always looked indifferent took the initiative to speak for the first time. It's very simple, just go in and absorb the medicinal effect of the soul-cleansing water. Saying that, ignoring the other people at all, he straightened his body and fell directly into the center of the pool. The pool of water couldn't be swept in by spiritual consciousness, it was so thick that the naked eye couldn't see the bottom, but it didn't look deep, because the man entered it, sat cross-legged, and exposed the position above his chest. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they all looked at Ku Chengfeng, and the warriors who followed Ku Chengfeng were even more furious, but seeing the anger, they didn't dare to scold the warrior for making claims. Ku Chengfeng's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and his breath was obviously heavy. When he was distributing the soul-cleansing water just now, he cared about the other party's identity and face, and gave him a full quarter, but now, the other party did not give him any face, which made Ku Chengfeng very angry. Even Fang Tianzhong couldn't ignore him like this. Ku Chengfeng stared at the man with a gloomy face, but the man didn't care about it, just closed his eyes, sat there cross-legged, his face moved slightly, and there was a faint joy. It seemed that he was already absorbing the great benefits of the soul-cleansing water. Others have already seized the opportunity. Many warriors are in a hurry. How can they wait for Ku Chengfeng to speak? Not to mention Ku Chengfeng's appearance, it seems that he dare not speak out. Many people secretly looked at each other and jumped into the pool together. If someone takes the lead, others will naturally follow. Everyone is afraid of being left behind, and the scene suddenly becomes chaotic. Except for a few warriors from the Zontian League who did not move, the rest of the people all rushed towards the pool. This pool is not small, it is more than enough to hold dozens of people. Although the soul-cleansing water looks like a lot, in fact, the medicinal effect contained in it is only a part, so everyone who jumps into it wants to occupy a favorable position. Where there is an advantage, it is naturally in the middle. Among the dozen or so people who jumped in first, 5 or 6 fell to the middle position. However, the man with an indifferent expression suddenly opened his eyes, swung his fists twice, and with both punches, the air in the entire stone room seemed to be evacuated, and the violent fists knocked 5 or 6 people into the air. Going out, they all vomited a mouthful of blood in midair, and when they fell to the ground, they all looked horrified and dispirited. They knew that this man was not easy to mess with, but they didn't expect him to be so fierce. With one enemy outnumbered, they were all repelled with 2 light blows. Although there were some suspicions of a sneak attack, he had clearly shown mercy. No one doubted this. If he really wanted to kill, then 5 or 6 people would at least half dead. Those who come close to me within a radius of 3 feet, kill. After punching twice, he said indifferently, and then closed his eyes again. He actually wants to dominate the 3-foot area of the center by himself. Asterisk 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 asterisk. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to M to read. Chapter 1193. Your luck is really good. The man with an indifferent expression wanted to dominate the area within a radius of 3 feet in the center. His tone was extremely domineering. But no one thought there was any problem. Even Ku Changfeng was slightly startled after seeing the power of the opponent. Yang Kai's body trembled slightly, not because he was afraid, but because of an inexplicable excitement surging in his heart. He had seen a lot of geniuses on Gloom Star during this time, but no matter who they were, none of this indifferent man gave him the urge to fight with him, because Yang Kai didn't know that with his current the means, whether he can win against this person. This kind of uncertain answer makes him eager to verify it. But now is not the time to fight with this person. The soul cleansing water is the most important thing right now. He will still be active on Gloom Star in the future, and sooner or later he will have the opportunity to compete with this person. So soon, Yang Kai's expression returned to normal. At the same time, I was also secretly glad that I didn't make a rash move when I first entered this place. When entering the stone room, for a moment, Yang Kai even had the idea of driving away everyone here, and enjoying the effect of the soul cleansing water for himself. At that time, if he made a move at that time, he might not be able to win against this person alone. At that time, if he fought with him, not only would he expose his true strength, but it would only allow Ku Changfeng and others to reap the benefits. The world is so big, there are so many geniuses. This indifferent man is the most powerful Saint King realm Yang Kai has ever seen. Even Shui Yu from the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce may not be his opponent. I despise warriors of the same level. In the stone room, except for a few people from the Zontian League who stood still, the rest of the people found their own positions, sat down cross-legged, absorbed the medicinal effect of the soul-washing water, and began to cleanse their souls. There was an inexplicable look of joy on the face, and some people even moaned, as if they were extremely comfortable. Enter. Ku Changfeng didn't waste any more time, and waved his hand sullenly. Those Zontianmeng disciples who had been waiting for him to make up his mind heard this. They all filed into the pool, came to the vacant place one after another, and sat down cross-legged. Ku Changfeng's face was gloomy, and the anger in his heart could not be appeased, but no matter how brave he was, he would not dare to trouble that indifferent man. Such a huge monster, even Zon Tianmeng is afraid of it. The anger in his heart couldn't be vented, which made Ku Changfeng very upset, and he didn't know what he was thinking, but he rushed directly to Yang Kai, and shouted coldly, "Get out, I want this position." Yang Kai's position isn't too good, but it's not bad, barely okay. Just now he entered here with everyone, he didn't pay too much attention, he just found a place to occupy it casually. How could he know that Ku Changfeng was also eyeing this place? Yang Kai knew in his heart that Ku Changfeng was just venting his anger, not really wanting to occupy this position, because there are some better positions than this place. Ku Changfeng did this deliberately, clearly looking for trouble on purpose. Because Yang Kai's strength is the lowest, and he is alone, Ku Changfeng can find someone to trouble him if he doesn't trouble him, and he didn't chase him directly, obviously because he was worried about that indifferent man. Yang Kai looked cold, but after thinking about it, he didn't have an attack, but stood up obediently, rushed to the vacant place on the side and fell down. Ku Changfeng snorted coldly, very satisfied with Yang Kai's performance, and seemed to have regained some face for himself. His face gradually eased, and when he sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the medicinal effect of the soul-cleansing water, he immediately showed joy. All the previous displeasure disappeared. "Little brother, your luck is really good." The beautiful woman who advised Yang Kai not to waste time before was actually not far from Yang Kai at the moment. Seeing him being expelled by Ku Changfeng, she smiled and comforted. "It seems that you are right to insist on staying, and you can really do it. Get some benefits. Compared with this great opportunity, don't worry about other things. After sitting here for a while, my sister feels that the bottleneck of spiritual cultivation is a little loose. You should quickly absorb it, maybe you can understand it, something comes out." Quote. Oh, Yang Kai didn't want to talk to her more, and simply responded, and began to absorb the medicinal effect of the soul-cleansing water. The reason why the soul-cleansing divine water is incomparably miraculous is entirely because of the power of the spiritual consciousness of the Void King Realm Powerhouse. When the Void King Realm Powerhouse dies here, the energy of the divine consciousness is perfectly fused with the spiritual liquid here. After countless years of transformation, it is possible to form a soul-cleaning spirit. Shen. Although Yang Kai didn't know why the soul-cleansing water here was golden, but after a brief absorption just now, he had already confirmed that it was indeed the soul-cleansing water. Naturally, no more time will be wasted. What the beautiful woman said is right. Practicing here can not only enhance the cultivation of the spiritual consciousness, cleanse the spirit and cleanse the soul, but also make the power of the spiritual consciousness more condensed and solid. The soul skill of the King Realm Powerhouse. How could the means of the Void King Realm Powerhouse be so bad? As long as one can comprehend the supernatural power of that person, it will be enough for a lifetime. Yang Kai so far, the only Void King Realm Powerhouse he has seen is Ghost Ancestor. But his earth-shattering means, let Yang Kai think of it every time, still yearn for it, presumably other Void King stage is no worse than him. The pores of his body stretched open, his flesh and blood squirmed, and traces of golden energy penetrated into Yang Kai's internal organs along the pores, and then rushed straight to the top of his head and into the sea of AA consciousness. Yang Kai felt it carefully, splitting half of his mind to be vigilant about the movement outside, so as not to be attacked at such a critical moment, and the other half of his mind escaped into the world of consciousness sea, observing the magical effect of the soul-cleansing water. Yang Kai could see clearly that there were many golden threads pouring into his sea of AA consciousness that was burning like a flame. Although these golden threads were not many in number, their colors were extremely distinct. The sea of AA fire is particularly eye-catching, like golden fish swimming freely. Half of the golden thread was quickly fused with the seawater in his own sea of AA consciousness, enhancing the strength of his own sea of AA consciousness and tempering the tenacity of his sea of AA consciousness. Although the improvement was only a little bit that could be ignored, it was already it's amazing. The cultivation of warriors can be summed up in 4 aspects. The strengthening of the physical body, the accumulation of saint energy, the tempering of spiritual consciousness, and the perception of realm. The simplest of them is the accumulation of holy yuan, because this kind of accumulation can rely on foreign objects, such as elixirs and holy crystals, and warriors also use these 2 things when they practice. The most difficult thing is the perception of the realm. Many warriors have already met the requirements for promotion in the other 3 aspects, but they still can't break through their own bottlenecks. It is because they don't have enough understanding of the realm. 99% of the many void returning 3rd layer realm powerhouses on Gloomy Star are stuck in terms of realm comprehension. You can't make an inch of progress in your life. As for the strengthening of the physical body, it is relatively easy in the early stage, and you can also use external force, but it will become more and more difficult in the later stage of cultivation, and it is almost impossible to reach the peak. A strong physical body like Yang Kai is also because of countless opportunities. Only then can he achieve today's achievements, but his physical body is far from the peak, and he will still suffer some damage from powerful attacks. It can only be said that his physical body is countless times stronger than warriors of the same level, even void returning realm warriors, and the huge vitality contained in the golden blood also possesses terrifying resilience, can be restored. And the cultivation of spiritual power is countless times more difficult than the accumulation of sage yuan, and it is also more difficult than the strengthening of the physical body, second only to the realization of the realm. After breaking through a realm, many warriors will deliberately choose a period of time to retreat, majoring in the power of spiritual consciousness, and strengthening the power of spiritual consciousness. The effect of taking elixir is not too obvious in the cultivation of the power of spiritual consciousness, and no matter where it is, the exercises for cultivating spiritual consciousness are extremely rare, and each set is extremely precious. This is true in Tongshuan continent, and it is also true in Star Field. 80% of the warriors practice the power of spiritual consciousness, which is to practice the soul skills, constantly use the skills of the soul, drain the power of the spiritual consciousness, and then restore it, and repeat it again and again. In the cycle of drying up and recovering again and again, the power of the spiritual consciousness will slowly enhanced. This is a stupid method, but it is the simplest method, and it is also very practical. Yang Kai doesn't need to use this method to enhance his consciousness, because he has Wenshenlian, and he doesn't have so much time to devote himself to cultivating the power of his consciousness, but his consciousness is still much higher than that of warriors of the same rank, comparable to the level of a void return realm expert. The reason is nothing more than Wenshenlian. This heaven and earth treasure of warming and nourishing spiritual consciousness was obtained by Yang Kai when he was very weak, and he has coexisted with him for more than 20 years. With the complementary power of his own spiritual consciousness and the warming God Lotus, not only the spiritual consciousness is growing day by day, but also the warming God Lotus it is also constantly growing. But now, the effect of the soul-cleansing water has been brought into play, Just a little bit, and Yang Kai has gained a lot. The power of the spiritual sense seems to have become stronger, comparable to the accumulation of many days, which makes him very happy. Under the attention of his mind, some other golden threads that have not yet been fused by the sea of AA consciousness seem to be drawn by some kind, and rushed towards the location of the six-color treasure island in the sea of AA consciousness, and soon got into the six-color treasure. The island disappeared. This phenomenon did not surprise Yang Kai. Because Wen Shenlian has such a function, when Yang Kai swallowed some pills that enhance the power of spiritual consciousness, Wen Shenlian would absorb a lot and use it for his own growth. Although in a short period of time, Yang Kai's benefits were divided by Wen Shenlian, he left, but his spiritual consciousness and Wen Shenlian are complementary. Over the years, the benefits that Wen Shenlian gave him back were far greater than the nutrients he provided to Wen Shenlian. The soul-cleansing divine water can cleanse the soul and cleanse the soul, so it is also effective in the growth of the Wen Shenlian. But what surprised Yang Kai was that after Wen Shenlian devoured the golden thread energy, she actively exuded an incomparably powerful attraction. In an instant, the golden thread energy, which was dozens of times larger than before, was suddenly captured by Yang Kai. Absorbed into the body, rushed into the sea of AA consciousness. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at CAC Copyright. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first A cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1194 Crazy Absorption. Yang Kai only had time to fuse 1% of the golden threads drawn by Wen Shenlian into the sea of AA consciousness, and the rest was snatched by Wen Shenlian, and the six-colored light suddenly emitted a more dazzling light color. He was startled, and quickly controlled the attraction of Wen Shenlian, not daring to make such a big commotion again. If he was here alone, Yang Kai would only be pleasantly surprised, not suppressed. But now there are more than 30 people here. Once such a commotion is made, he will definitely be targeted by everyone and then expelled. He can absorb the medicinal effect of the soul-cleansing water so frantically, so why would anyone else absorb it? Although Yang Kai suppressed it quickly, he still alarmed the beautiful woman who was by his side when he spoke to him before. The beautiful woman opened her beautiful eyes suspiciously, and looked at Yang Kai strangely. At that moment just now, she clearly noticed a trace of abnormal attraction coming from this Saint King first-level youth, but she felt it carefully, but there was no movement. Shaking his head secretly, thinking it was his own illusion, he quickly closed his beautiful eyes again, and continued to absorb the benefits contained in the soul-cleansing water. Yang Kai let out a deep breath in his heart. He didn't know that Wen Shenlian was so eager for the soul-cleansing water. If he had known earlier, he would have found a more remote corner, so that he could let go of his hands and feet a little. Although it is possible to do this now, Yang Kai must be extremely careful, and must not make others suspicious, especially the beautiful woman not far away. Thinking in this way, Yang Kai gradually let go of the suppression of Wen Shenlian, and only stopped when it reached a certain level. In an instant, about 10 times more golden threads than before poured into the sea of AA consciousness, 1% of which was swallowed by Yang Kai's sea of AA consciousness, and the other golden threads poured into the six-colored treasure island as usual. This speed is almost perfect, neither will be discovered by others, and Yang Kai can obtain enough benefits, and now the effect of the medicine absorbed by him in the soul-cleansing water is comparable to the sum of the other 10 people. But Yang Kai is still not too satisfied, and he can't help feeling a little anxious. There is only such a pool of soul-cleaning water, and everyone is scrambling for the moment when it will run out. If people don't want to kill the world for themselves, it is natural to grab as many as possible at this time. Different from others who wholeheartedly absorb the medicinal effect of the soul-cleansing water, Yang Kai's spiritual consciousness cultivation base is extremely powerful, and he can also separate his mind to do other things at this time. He was going to secretly look at other people. If these people were immersed in the pool water and couldn't extricate themselves, he decided to increase the speed of absorption. As long as he was careful, he should not be discovered by others. Moreover, it is best to stay away from that beautiful woman. Her strength is not high, she is only at the 3rd level of the Holy King, but she is too sensitive. Thinking like this, Yang Kai quietly swam to a remote corner next to him. Although his action alarmed several warriors and made these people open their eyes and look at Yang Kai with some dissatisfaction, but no one had the thought, and no one had the time to criticize him, they just glanced at it and closed their eyes again, race against time. After a while, Yang Kai finally came to a corner of the pool. This location is very remote, and almost no one chooses to be here, which makes Yang Kai very satisfied. Just when he sat down cross-legged and was about to let go of his hands and feet for a big fight, Yang Kai suddenly felt something hurt his buttocks. hastily stretched out his hand to pick it up, feeling a little warm in his hand. Before Yang Kai could find out what it was, suddenly a strange energy poured into his body from his fingertips, rushing all the way to his mind. Wherever the energy passed, Yang Kai felt chills all over his body and couldn't help but feel an instinctive sense of crisis. He didn't dare to be negligent, and hurriedly gathered Saint Yuan to block it. The demonic flames were burning in the meridians, and Yang Kai's ears seemed to be filled with a faint howling. That cold energy seemed to know the horror of the demonic flames, and he didn't dare to go any further. Instead he retreated quickly, was successfully forced out of the body by Yang Kai, and disappeared into the pool water at once. Yang Kai's complexion changed drastically. He opened his eyes and looked in the direction of other people, and suddenly found that no one had noticed the movement here, as if he was the only one who heard the miserable howl just now. Not only that, but the things I held in my hands just now no longer feel warm, and have become ordinary. No matter what it is, it must be unusual for it to appear in the soul-cleansing water. Yang Kai didn't even think about it, and threw it into the space ring directly, planning to check it carefully after leaving this place. He frowned tightly, and looked around the golden pool water, trying to find the cold energy that rushed into his body just now, but this pool water could not be seen through by naked eyes, nor could his spiritual sense penetrate it. Yang Kai searched for a long time. There is no gain. But since that energy is afraid of his own magic flame, Yang Kai doesn't worry that it will be harmful to him again. What puzzled Yang Kai was, what kind of thing was that? It actually existed here. Shaking his head secretly, without thinking about it, Yang Kai quietly let go of Wen Shenlian's suppression a little, allowing Wen Shenlian to attract the golden silk thread faster. The stone room was extremely quiet for a while. Everyone was crazily tempering their spiritual consciousness in the pool, and everyone seemed to be lucky. Since everyone jumped into the pool, no one found this stalactite cave again. Probably all those who got the news have come here. About half an hour later, a sudden change occurred. A huge wave of spiritual energy suddenly rippling out. The strength of that spiritual power is comparable to that of a strong man at the Void Return Level 1, sweeping the entire stone room. All warriors sitting in the pool opened their eyes in horror, look in the direction of the source of power. At a glance, there are those who are shocked, those who are envious, and those who are stunned. The direction of the source of the movement was actually the indifferent man sitting in the middle of the pool. At this moment, his face was trembling slightly, and there was an extremely strange look on his face, which was constantly changing, sometimes joyful and sometimes frowning, looking extremely strange up and around his body, surrounded by a circle of extremely conspicuous golden light. His physical body seemed to have become a bottomless pit. Countless golden threads were crazily drilling into his body. This movement, and it was so obvious that the whole pool became turbulent. He really understood it. The beautiful woman's cherry lips parted slightly. She looked at the indifferent man with an incredulous expression, and exclaimed in surprise. Hearing what the beautiful woman said, everyone suddenly realized that the benefit that this indifferent man got from the pool was not only tempering his spiritual consciousness, making his spiritual consciousness reach the level of returning to the void, but also comprehending a certain kind of soul skill mastered by the Void King Realm powerhouse who died here. This made everyone's eyes red. Compared with the soul skills of the Void King Realm, the little benefit they got just now is simply negligible. For a moment, everyone stared at him blankly, forgetting to continue absorbing the medicinal effect of the soul-cleansing water. Among them, Ku Changfeng's face was the most ugly. Before he vented his anger on Yang Kaido, he finally calmed down a lot. Anyway, he can get benefits in his current position, so there is no need to worry about it. But now, others have actually comprehended the soul skills of the Void King Realm, but he has only tempered his spiritual consciousness a little bit. In comparison, the benefits obtained are simply heaven and earth. Why is the soul skill comprehended by this person? Why didn't it come to me? I am also an unborn genius, wearing countless dazzling halos in the Zontian League, worshipped and admired by many colleagues, and is the most dazzling new star in the Zontian League. Why can't I understand it? Is it because he monopolizes the best position with a radius of 3 feet in the center? Ku Changfeng was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. But he could only watch helplessly, with a look of jealousy on his face, and he didn't dare to intervene at all. Even though this is the best time to interfere with that indifferent man's comprehension, who knows how powerful his blow of anger will be. So Ku Changfeng could only watch helplessly, filled with jealousy and resentment, and depressed. Everyone else was shocked, but Yang Kai was overjoyed. He has been suppressing the attractiveness of Wen Shenlian, just because he is afraid of making too much noise and being noticed by others, but now, this indifferent man has attracted everyone's attention, and the whole pool is also in turmoil. Even if Yang Kai makes a big noise at this moment, it will be covered up. Where would he hesitate? He immediately let go of all the suppression on Wen Shenlian, allowing it to absorb the energy of the golden thread here. In an instant, a large amount of golden light poured into the fiery red sea of AA consciousness. The golden light almost covered the original fiery red sea of AA consciousness. The energy contained in those golden lights was sensational. Even with Yang Kai's ability, it was too late to refine and absorb it. Everything was cheap after Wen Shenlian. Wen Shenlian became even more terrifying than the body of the indifferent man, and she could accept as many golden threads as she came. The original dazzling golden color of the soul-cleansing water in the entire pool was fading at a speed visible to the naked eye, but none of the people who were immersed in horror and envy noticed such a change. So Yang Kai became even more unscrupulous. Although he is somewhat envious of the indifferent man's chance, he sees it more clearly than anyone else. Soul skills are just a clever use of the power of the mind, just like martial arts, they are for the holy yuan. Use it skillfully to bring out the most powerful force at the least cost. What about the soul skills of Void King Realm? When the strength becomes stronger in the future, Yang Kai feels that he can even create his own soul skills. But the benefits he got now are fundamental. Although the soul skill comprehended by the indifferent man is incredible, compared with the benefits he has obtained, it is still a lot worse. If you eat meat yourself, you must let others drink some soup. Everyone has their own opportunities, and jealousy is useless. How did the color of this pool of water become so light? An exclamation drew everyone's attention back. When everyone looked down, their faces all turned ashen. It was just the time for such a cup of tea. The originally thick golden liquid in the pool turned extremely dim at this moment, with only a little golden light flowing in it, and the pool water was no longer there. It is so thick that you can even see the bottom of the pool with your physical body, and your spiritual consciousness can also seep into the pool. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at CAC Copyright. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1195. The indelible golden light in the pool water was extremely dim at the moment, and everyone hurriedly used their power to try to absorb it, only to find that the medicinal effect of the soul-washing water contained in the pool was already so weak that it didn't look like it. This surprised and angered everyone. It's him. Ku Chengfeng gritted his teeth and glared at the indifferent man, and couldn't help shouting. In an instant, dozens of pairs of eyes looked at the indifferent man, with a dissatisfied expression. Yang Kai also gritted his teeth, as if the benefits that should belong to him were taken away by others, and at the same time suppressed Wen Shenlian again. In the short period of time just now, almost 90% of the medicinal effect of the soul-cleansing water was absorbed into the sea of AA consciousness by him, and poured into the six-color warming spirit lotus. Half of the remaining 10% was absorbed by everyone before, and there is at most the last half of the pool left. It's not that Yang Kai doesn't want to continue to absorb it, but that the warriors here are very unstable and extremely vigilant. If they do what they did just now, they may be found by someone with a heart. Of course, he will not let himself become the target of public criticism. This kind of scapegoat that attracts hatred is just for the indifferent man to bear. Anyway, not only is he powerful personally, but the power behind him is also huge. Presumably, no matter how dissatisfied and angry the people here are, they would not dare to trouble him. Sure enough, although more than 30 warriors looked at him with a look of wishing to kill him, none of them dared to make a real move, not even Ku Chengfeng. After a while, everyone closed their eyes again and raced against the clock to grab the medicinal effect of the soul-washing water contained in the pool. Now there is only a little bit of soul-cleansing water left, and if you don't fight for it, you will only benefit others. And that indifferent man's comprehension seems to have reached a very important juncture. He didn't know anything about what happened outside, and he didn't even know that he had carried a huge black pot for Yang Kai, only caring about immersing himself in understanding the Void King Realm powerhouse's soul skills among the subtleties. The harvest was unimaginable, and the little soul-washing water left in the pool rushed towards him even more frantically. About a day later, sitting cross-legged in the pool, nearly 30 warriors opened their eyes one after another, each with a glimmer of surprise, but in that surprise, there was a lot of regret and indignation. Everyone who soaked here has greatly improved their spiritual consciousness cultivation. In this nearly one day, the increase in the power of their spiritual consciousness is almost equivalent to their many years of painstaking cultivation. Moreover, after washing the soul with the soul-cleaning water, the hidden dangers left by some warriors' spiritual sense injuries in the early years have been swept away, and they have become completely new. With their spiritual senses running, everyone finds that their spiritual senses are stronger than ever before. Be concise and clear. It seems that they have also obtained some fundamental benefits, which makes them very happy. The fundamental change of spiritual consciousness means that it will be easier for them to cultivate the power of spiritual consciousness in the future than before. There is such a big change in one day's effort, what if it takes longer? It's just such a pity. If someone hadn't taken advantage of it, they could have soaked here for at least 10 days, and no one dared to imagine how the 10 days would improve and change their spiritual consciousness. For a moment, everyone looked at the indifferent man with hatred once again. The indifferent man has also fully comprehended the soul skills belonging to the Void King realm at this moment, and a trace of satisfaction appeared on his staid face, but when he found that everyone present was looking at him with a hostile look, he was still a little dazed, not knowing exactly what he had done that was so outrageous. But soon, he attributed the hostility of these people to jealousy. Although he was surprised that the effect of the soul-cleansing water disappeared, but when he thought of the ferocious improvement of his spiritual consciousness just now after comprehending the divine soul skill, he seemed to have found the truth again. Reason. Could it be that he really absorbed more than half of the soul-cleansing water, which is why he made them so angry? The indifferent man couldn't understand the situation anymore, but he didn't mean to get entangled with others. He just let out a cold snort, got up from the pool, rushed outside, and was in midair, running the holy yuan to evaporate the water on his body liquid. After falling to the ground, walked out without looking back. The biggest benefit of this place is gone, so he naturally doesn't want to stay and be hostile. The remaining 30 people looked at each other in blank dismay, as if they didn't expect this person to be so free and easy. This time, I'll take advantage of him. Ku Chengfeng gritted his teeth resentfully, and slammed his fist on the side of the pool with a hideous expression. The others didn't dare to answer casually. After a while, they sighed and stood up from the pool one by one and went outside. Looking at the pool of ectoplasmic liquid, everyone's expressions were a little dispirited. If at any other time, in other places, everyone would have been overjoyed to encounter such a pool of psychic liquid. After all, such a thing as psychic liquid is also a rare treasure, and it took countless years to be born. The improvement for warriors is even greater. Whether it is used for cultivation or recovery, it is very good. But after witnessing the magic of the soul-cleansing water, the spiritual liquid is nothing. After all, it is a remnant after losing the effect of soul cleansing. Even so, it's not unreasonable not to collect the baby in front of you, but everyone's mood is a little indescribably delicate. Young Master Ku, let's see how to distribute this spiritual liquid. The beautiful woman carefully looked at Ku Chengfeng, asking for his opinion, with a hint of self-mockery on her charming face. Our family has a small business. Unlike that one, he doesn't even pay attention to this pool of psychic liquid, which is also a good thing for us. Yes, young Master Ku, what do you say now? Everyone listens to you. Who dare not listen? Let's kill together. Immediately, a martial artist belonging to a force that has a good relationship with the Zontian League echoed his position. Just now in the distribution, Ku Chengfeng took care of him while he was washing his soul with the water. Although the distribution plan had become a joke, it was time for him to show his loyalty. After hearing this, Ku Chengfeng said angrily, "Since that's the case, then I will take half of this spiritual liquid." His anger didn't disappear because of everyone's flattery. As long as he remembered that he didn't get much benefit from the soul-washing water, Ku Chengfeng's hatred would be hard to dispel. When everyone heard this, their faces changed slightly, and some people were straightforward and muttered in a low voice, "Didn't you say a quarter before? Why, do you have an opinion?" Ku Chengfeng looked coldly at the person who spoke, with a clearly visible murderous intent flickering deep in his eyes. Young Master Ku misunderstood. This junior is just not very good at talking, so how dare you have any opinions? Young Master Ku has a lot of words, don't be as knowledgeable as him. Immediately, a man dressed as a Confucian scholar stood up and looked at him cautiously. Ku Chengfeng yelled at the person who spoke again, "Shut up if you can't speak, no one will think you are dumb, and don't apologize to Xiao Xiao." Everyone knows that Ku Chengfeng is not to be provoked at this time. He is obviously full of anger, and he can't find an excuse to vent it. Only a fool would bump into it. If Confucian scholar didn't excuse his junior brother, Ku Chengfeng would definitely kill him. Confucian scholar doesn't know if the other party will let it go now. He just asks Ku Chengfeng not to take his anger on his junior brother. The person who spoke before was also very interesting. Knowing that he was a little out of choice, he quickly stood up and apologized respectfully. Ku Chengfeng snorted coldly. "Just this once, next time you dare to talk nonsense and take your life directly. So what if you take half of the spiritual liquid? Even if this young master monopolizes this place, how dare you complain?" "Don't dare." Everyone nodded with embarrassment. The biggest advantage has already been taken away by that indifferent man. If Ku Chengfeng really monopolizes this place, they will really gain nothing from this trip. Go and get it. Ku Chengfeng ordered a colleague next to him, and that person immediately stepped forward to fetch the spiritual liquid. Everyone stood aside and waited quietly, hoping that Ku Chengfeng would keep his word, but really only took half of it. But Ku Chengfeng's eyes suddenly turned to Yang Kai, his eyes were icy cold. The moment he looked over, Yang Kai knew what he wanted to do. This guy is really looking for an opportunity to vent his anger. Others are in groups of 3 or 4, and the forces behind them are not weak. He doesn't want to really make a move. Instead, he focuses on himself, a person who is alone and has no background. Grinning at him, Yang Kai's figure burst back, and he rushed out of the stone room. He doesn't want to get entangled with this guy. Although he is not afraid of him, if he accidentally kills him, he will only provoke the Tianmeng. There are so many people here, unless they are all killed, the news will definitely be leaked. Yang Kai still doesn't want to face the behemoth of the Heavenly Alliance. After all, Ku Chengfeng's strength is good. Yang Kai estimated that he might not be able to kill him for a while, and the power of the void-grade top-ranked secret treasure he used before is extraordinary. The spiritual liquid is not necessary. This thing is only better than the top-grade Saint Crystal. It is not considered the treasure of heaven and earth, so Yang Kai left without hesitation. You're running fast. Ku Chengfeng was taken aback, as if he didn't expect Yang Kai's movements to be so swift, and he didn't chase him out, but just let out a resentful shout. A pool of spiritual liquid may seem like a lot, but it will soon bottom out after being divided up by the 8 forces present. Some of the milky white crystals accumulated in the bottom of the pool were also scraped clean by them, and they searched in the stone room again. After confirming that there was no benefit, everyone left the stone room one by one, with some expressions of reluctance. When they got outside, everyone bid farewell to Ku Chengfeng one after another and walked in different directions. After a stick of incense, a group of 3 people stopped in a mountain depression 10 miles away from the stalactite cave. These 3 people were the one with the least number of the 8 forces in the stone room before. 2 of the 3 are Saint King 3rd layer realms, and 1 is Saint King 2nd tier realm. At this moment, the 2nd level Holy King was cursing, scolding Ku Chengfeng for being overbearing. When the soul-washing water was distributed earlier, they were given the least share, and after the psychic liquid was distributed, they also got the least. The reason without him, they are the fewest in number. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at CAC Copyright. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first A cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1196 Lu Yi. Among the 3 people in this group, the head of a half-old man heard his companion babbling and cursing all the way, and finally couldn't help but persuaded. Forget it, who makes people powerful, we Luyun Valley can't afford to provoke, bear with it. Forbearance is over. It's not like you don't know the virtues of Tianmeng people, so why keep talking? I just can't swallow this breath. The man looked annoyed. What about the Tianmeng? Ku Chengfeng still takes himself seriously. If not for the support of Tianmeng behind him, how dare he do this acting? I think this person is simply a vain name, and if he really fights, he will definitely not be a match for the 2 senior brothers. The half-aged old man's face darkened, and he reprimanded, you are wrong. Although Ku Chengfeng is domineering and has a bad reputation, he does have real materials. Otherwise, just relying on the prestige of Tianmeng, how could his name be known by the entire Gloomy Star? You know Fang Tianzhong of Lei Taizong, right? I heard that he has fought against Ku Chengfeng no less than 10 times, but each time the 2 ended in a tie. If it's a tie, senior brother, I'm definitely no match, and you must never underestimate those famous people in the future. They have a reputation, so naturally they have their own confidence. Even Fang Tianzhong can't beat him. The junior was startled, only then did he realize that he had underestimated Ku Chengfeng's ability. Naturally, so these 2 people confront each other every time they meet, as if they are incompatible. You, senior brother Lu Yi, know this very well. When the half-grown old man spoke, he glanced at the 3rd person. Why does senior brother Lu Yi know? The half-aged old man said. Because your senior brother Lu Yi was outside once, and came across these 2 people fighting. Junior brother Lu Yi, tell him about the situation at that time, so that he will not underestimate the heroes of the world in the future, and lose his life. Don't know why. In an instant, the martial artist at the 2nd level of the Holy King turned his curious eyes on his senior brother named Lu Yi. But Lu Yi was frowning at this moment, as if he was thinking about something. His face was cloudy, as if he didn't hear the old man's words. Junior brother Lu, what are you thinking? The half-grown old man asked suspiciously. Ever since he came out of the stone room, Lu Yi seemed to be a little out of his mind, sleepwalking, and hadn't recovered until now. Hey, Lu Yi suddenly let out a low laugh. For some reason, the laughter spread to his ears, making both the half-old man and the martial artist at the second level of the Holy King feel cold and goosebumps all over his body. Pimple. The half-aged old man looked shocked, and mistakenly thought that something happened to Lu Yi when he was soaking in the soul-washing water, so he hurriedly asked, Junior brother Lu, are you all right? Me, of course I'm fine, ha ha ha, I'm better than ever. While speaking, two extremely strange green lights suddenly appeared in Lu Yi's eyes, and the green lights were like two balls. The jumping will-o'-the-wisp looked creepy, and Lu Yi's originally peaceful face became extremely ferocious at this moment. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand, and the holy yuan surged in his hand, and it was directly inserted into the chest of the second-level warrior of the Holy King. How could the martial artist have imagined that senior brother Lu Yi, who is usually gentle and polite, humble and polite to everyone, would kill him? When he felt the pain in his heart, he looked down, only to see that Lu Yi's hand had been inserted into his body. There was an inexplicable convulsion in his heart, and then he saw Lu Yi's hand pulled out from his chest. The hand was blood red, holding a heart that was still beating violently in the palm. This is my heart. There was only such a trace of doubt in the warrior's mind, and he fell on his back, and a large amount of blood spewed out from the big hole in his chest. Lu Yi, what are you doing? The half-grown old man's face changed drastically, and such a thing like fratricide happened in front of his eyes, which he could never have imagined. While shouting angrily, he gathered his Saint Yuan and prepared to attack the man who killed his fellow disciples. Unexpectedly, a sensational power of spiritual consciousness came from the sky, rushed straight into his mind, broke through the defense of his sea of AA consciousness in an instant, and turned the sea of AA consciousness upside down. The half-grown old man let out a muffled snort. At this moment, his sea of AA consciousness was damaged, and the condensed Saint Chi disappeared without a trace. Immediately, he saw Lu Yi rushing towards him with a ferocious smile on his face, and the green fluorescence in his eyes became brighter and weirder. You or not, the half-grown old man opened his mouth and exclaimed. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Yi chopped off his entire head with a palm knife, and blood spurted out from the headless corpse. Lu Yi stood still lightly, shook off the blood on his hands, and snorted coldly, of course I'm not. It seemed that he had easily killed two warriors of the Saint King realm, but Lu Yi still showed dissatisfaction at the moment. This physical aptitude is not bad, and it is very suitable for practicing his skills, but the cultivation base of the realm is too weak. Compared with his peak period, he is as vulnerable as an ant. But Lu Yi is very satisfied, because he finally ran out of that ghostly place. How many years has it been? 5,000, 1,000 years, or 20,000 years. It's been so long that he can't remember it anymore. If no one finds the stone room in another 1,000 years, his spirit may really disappear in this world. Back then, in order to break some of the restrictions on the stone room so that people could discover it, he even didn't hesitate to waste the energy of the soul source, otherwise the location of the stone room might still be covered up in the dust. Fortunately, all the efforts were worthwhile, and someone really went going to that place also made his wish for many years come true. His face paled for a moment, and he was quickly suppressed by Lu Yi. Using secret techniques forcibly placed a heavy load on this body, and until now, he hadn't fully familiarized himself with the newly obtained body. It seems that no more secret techniques can be used in a short time. Looking up at the sky, and then at the fiery red in the scorching area on the edge of the sky, Lu Yi sneered, 3 sun rings of fire, what a masterpiece. After saying such an inexplicable sentence, he searched for the rings of the half-old man and the 2-level warrior of the Holy King, burned the corpses, turned around immediately, and ran towards the location of the stalactite cave. After a short while, he returned here again. There was nothing in the stone room, and the pool was scraped clean. Even the dead bones that were lying on the side were attacked by someone before they left, and they became all over the ground. Seeing this scene, a hint of anger flashed in Lu Yi's eyes. He walked up to the scattered bones, bent down and tidied them up carefully, picked up all the bones one by one, and put them into the space ring. When doing these things, his expression was weird, a little sad, and a little nostalgic. After collecting the bones, he rushed into the empty pool, stood there and meditated for a while, and then suddenly started walking at an irregular pace. Every time he stepped on, some water would be poured into the bottom of the pool. Sheng Yuan's strength may be light or heavy, and Lu Yi's expression is also extremely serious, as if something extremely important is going on. After walking like this for a cup of tea, Lu Yi's eyes gradually became expectant. After a while, he paused, stepped out with his last foot, and at the same time poured in just the right amount of holy energy. Click! At the very center of the bottom of the pool, a gap suddenly opened, revealing a hidden compartment inside. Seeing this, Lu Yi really laughed, walked forward quickly, picked up a space ring hidden in the hidden compartment, put it on his hand, and took a deep breath. As long as he has this ring, he can easily make a comeback. But the only thing that annoyed him was that his most important thing was taken away by that first-order warrior of the Holy King, and the power in his body was so weird that it turned out to be a kind of burning black yan. When I entered his body before and tried to take it away, I was almost burnt to death by him. I have never seen a black flame of that nature before, cold and hot alternately, good and evil coexist, the contradiction is extremely extreme. Lu Yi was so panicked that he ran away quickly. If he stayed in his body for another 3 breaths, Lu Yi had no doubt that he would be burned to ashes. That's a good body. It would be great if I could get that body. Lu Yi couldn't help feeling a little regretful. How can you take my own things away? Lu Yi sneered, and let out his spiritual sense to sense it. He believed that as long as Yang Kai carried that thing, even if he hid it in the space ring, he could find it accurately. Because that thing was originally his. But after observing it, Lu Yi turned pale with shock. He couldn't feel the breath of that thing at all, as if it disappeared out of thin air. Impossible! Lu Yi roared wildly, his face hysterical, and he couldn't believe it. The breath of that thing disappeared. The only possibility was that the other party fused it. But a mere first-level Saint King, even if he has great ability, can't integrate. Doing so will only kill him immediately. That was Lu Yi's most important thing. If he took it out, it would cause a bloody storm in the entire star field. Now that it disappeared, how could he not be angry? Without it, it would take at least 2,000 or 3,000 years for Lu Yi to recover his spiritual consciousness. At this moment, Yang Kai was already 50 miles away from the stalactite cave. After noticing Ku Chengfeng's murderous intent, he immediately left there without any particular target, and moved as he pleased. At the very beginning, he wanted to go to the genius treasure area to search, but after he actually came in, he was a little disappointed by the spiritual herbs and medicines produced here. Except for the unexpected joy of harvesting green grass, the other harvests are simply not worth mentioning. They are all available in the world. Although the price is very expensive, he is not short of money at all, so there is no need to waste time collecting here. The biggest harvest is naturally the benefits obtained in the stalactite cave. Needless to say, the medicinal effect of the soul-cleansing water is of course not much for him. Although the power of his spiritual consciousness has increased a little, it is not obvious. The moisture you get is unimaginable, and this is the highlight. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at CAC Copyright. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first a cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1197 The Evolution of the Warming God Lotus. After Wen Shenlian devoured so much golden energy, the 6-color light kept flickering non-stop, as if it could evolve as long as it devoured some more. This makes Yang Kai very regretful. He knows the difficulty of Wen Shenlian's evolution. When he first obtained this heaven and earth treasure that warms and nourishes the spiritual consciousness, the Wenshan lotus was only 5-colored, but after taking so many pills that enhance the power of the spiritual consciousness, it did not make any change, and finally ate a pill cloud that was born with the 1,000-year-old holy level high-grade elixir allowed Wenshan Lian to evolve to 6 colors in one fell swoop. Wanting it to evolve into the final form of colorful, Yang Kai had no hope at all before, and felt that it would be pretty good to be able to achieve this goal in his lifetime. But now, this lofty goal has some signs of being achieved, which really makes him excited and looking forward to it, but also a little regretful. He was already thinking, after the flowing flame sand field was closed this time, whether he should refine some elixir to increase the cultivation of spiritual consciousness, and take it desperately to help the Wenshanlian evolve. Taking the elixir, how much he can absorb is not the point, as long as it can help Wenshanlian, no matter how much Saint Crystal is spent, no matter how much elixir is wasted, it is worth it. After secretly thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai was in a happy mood. He is looking forward to what kind of help Wen Shenlian will bring to him when he evolves into the final form. In the past, his strength was low, although he could feel the benefits of Wen Shenlian, but he didn't understand it thoroughly. Now, with the improvement of his strength, Yang Kai is getting more and more I can realize the importance of Wen Shenlian. He has never intentionally cultivated the power of his spiritual consciousness, but his spiritual consciousness is far ahead of other warriors of the same level. This is most likely due to Wen Shenlian, and of course, the demon eye of extermination is also indispensable. Without the world-exterminating demon eye, he would not be able to unscrupulously devour other people's understanding of the Tao of Heaven and martial Tao, he would not be able to make his own understanding of the realm free from bottlenecks, and he would not be able to increase his spiritual consciousness so unscrupulously. Putting his mind down for a while, Yang Kai took out something from the space ring. This thing was the unknown item that hit him in the pool. At that time, Yang Kai didn't have time to check it out, so he just threw it into the space ring. It wasn't until now that he realized that it was actually a hexagonal shape. The whole body is crystal clear, about the size of an egg. It looks like a perfect jade. But apart from being beautiful, there is nothing special about it. When Yang Kai first touched it in the pool, there was still a hint of warmth, and a cold energy seeped out of it, pouring into Yang Kai's body. Inside. But now, it is ordinary, and Yang Kai can't feel any energy from inside it. He frowned and observed for a long time, and a layer of magic flame appeared on Yang Kai's hand. The magic flame rolled and slowly wrapped it, but no matter how Yang Kai burned it, it didn't see the slightest change. This surprised Yang Kai. His current demon flame, even an ordinary void-grade secret treasure, couldn't resist it, let alone a stone without any surprises. Can't feel the energy fluctuations, and the magic flame can't burn. Yang Kai tried to spy with his divine sense. Who would have thought that as soon as his spiritual consciousness touched the hexagonal colorless spar, it disappeared from his hand. At the same time, a refreshing feeling spread from my mind. Yang Kai's face changed slightly, and he quickly escaped into the sea of AA consciousness. In the sea of AA consciousness, the fiery red ocean was constantly tumbling, and the six-colored glow of the six-colored treasure island was shining brightly. In the sky above the sea of AA consciousness, at some point, a hexagonal colorless spar appeared. The one I held in my hand. Yang Kai's eyeballs are almost protruding. As far as he knows, the sea of AA consciousness is an invisible thing, so even if a warrior's brain is cut open, the existence of the sea of AA consciousness cannot be found with the naked eye. In this invisible sea, except for some spiritual treasures, it is impossible for foreign objects to enter. The demonic eye of Mishi can barely be regarded as the secret treasure of the soul, and the Wenshenlian is the treasure of heaven and earth that warms and nourishes the spiritual consciousness, neither of which is included in this list. But what is this hexagonal colorless spar, which actually entered his sea of AA consciousness the moment he used his consciousness to check it? But now it seems that there is nothing wrong with me, it only brings me an unimaginably refreshing and harmless feeling. Yang Kai originally wanted to investigate carefully. After all, no matter who has such an inexplicable thing in his knowledge sea, his heart will be very upset. But without waiting for him to make any moves, the six-colored treasure island suddenly flew together, turning into six-colored light beams, flying over from an extremely distant position, like a colorful ribbon, directly shattering the hexagonal colorless crystal. Bind it, and then dragged it back to the island under Yang Kai's dumbfounded gaze. The six-colored treasure island shifted and squirmed for a while, and returned to the main body of the six-colored warming god lotus, and the six-colored glow quickly restrained itself. When Yang Kai thought about it, the soul and spirit body appeared in the sky above the six-color warming god lotus in an instant, and he looked down. Sure enough, as he expected, the colorless spar was lying quietly on the flower bud of the six-color warming god lotus. It refracts the six colors of the warming lotus into a myriad of purples and reds. Immediately, the petals of the lotus flowers closed towards the center, like an open hand clenched into a fist, and soon turned into a flower bud, which looked like a lotus flower in bud. Yang Kai's complexion changed endlessly, and his soul and spirit body trembled slightly with excitement. Although he doesn't quite understand what's going on, but as the owner of Wen Shenlian, he can still know that Wen Shenlian has begun to evolve towards the final form. Previously, I thought about refining the elixir to nourish the Wenshenlian, but now I don't need it anymore. And what made it change like this was that hexagonal colorless crystal. When the warming god lotus evolved last time, nothing like this happened. Its color only gradually increased with the nourishment of a large amount of energy. But this time, before the evolution, it actually turned into a flower bud. Yang Kai could almost predict that when its flower bud fully unfolded and bloomed again, it would become the final form of the seven-color warming spirit lotus, thus reborn. What exactly is that crystallization? It seems to be more powerful than the golden energy contained in the soul-washing water, otherwise, how could it be possible to make such a change in Wen Shenlian in one fell swoop? Yang Kai was in high spirits, with an indelible smile on his soul and spirit body's face, and the ups and downs of his mood caused the fiery red consciousness sea to roll up waves tens of feet out of thin air, like a volcanic eruption, extremely powerful. After a long time, Yang Kai suppressed his excitement, fixed his eyes on the buds of the Wenchunlian, and found circles of brightly colored halos, centered on the Wenchunlian, spreading towards the sea of AA consciousness, and the halos spread very regularly, like a heartbeat. And every time the halo ripples, there are some subtle changes in my sea of AA consciousness. The fiery red sea water has become thicker and purer, and the firepower contained in it has become more ferocious. At this moment, the medicinal effect of Yang Kai's refining soul-cleansing water also began to gradually melt, completely integrating into the sea of AA consciousness and strengthening Yang Kai's spiritual power. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Wenchunlian was still evolving, and it was beginning to benefit him, which made Yang Kai even more eager to see what it would look like after the evolution was completed. Although Yang Kai really wanted to stay here for a while longer, he couldn't help but frown, showing displeasure on his face, because part of his mind that stayed outside realized that several people were approaching him. As a last resort, the soul and spirit body can only be withdrawn from the sea of AA consciousness. Quietly releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai was stunned when he found out who the person approaching him was. The people who came turned out to be the beautiful woman and her companions who had spoken to him in the stone room before. There are 5 people in the group of beautiful women, all of whom have the cultivation base of the 2nd or 3rd level of the Holy King. Yang Kai is not sure which force they come from, but if so many people can come in at once, this force is definitely not a small family. Small sect, it should be pretty good. What is she doing behind her? Could it be that he has evil thoughts in his heart because he sees himself as weak and lonely, and his cultivation level is not high? A cold light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes, and he paid attention to the movement over there intentionally. Anywhere in the flowing flame sand field, the warrior's spiritual consciousness was suppressed very severely. Although Yang Kai was also suppressed, his consciousness was much higher than this group of people, so he could easily monitor their movements without being noticed. Ruowu voices of conversation came over. Senior Sister Shen, what are we going to do with that guy? He's just a warrior of the 1st level of the Holy King, and his strength is pitifully low. Letting him join us won't help us at all, and it will also slow us down. A big man with a pockmarked face asked, with an indistinct expression on his face. That's right, Senior Sister Shen, that guy doesn't have any skills at first glance, and he doesn't know that he is a warrior from that small family. He is qualified to enter here with such low strength. It seems that there must be no more powerful warriors in that family. Besides, if you let him join, once you find something good, you will definitely give him a share. It's not worth it. The 4 men and women who followed the beautiful woman didn't understand why she wanted to bring Yang Kai with her, thinking that she had an outburst of kindness and wanted to help others, but this is the flowing flame sand field, and helping others can be done anywhere, only here can't do it. There are dangers everywhere, and they will lose their lives if they are not careful. After the 4 men and women finished speaking, the beautiful woman sighed softly, parted her red lips, and said softly, "You all think that his strength level is low and he has no skills, right? Yeah, isn't this obvious? Could it be that he pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger?" The big man with pockmarked eyes stared, thinking of a possibility. It shouldn't be. The beautiful woman shook her head. In that case, why bring him with you? Hee, you all know that he has no skills, but why did he come here? And why was he able to break through the hot zone? You are welcome to come to a unknown currency first cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1198. When the beautiful woman asked this, the 4 of them were stunned for a moment, thinking that they were right. How unbearable the hot zone is, they have all experienced it themselves, and the 5 of them had worked so hard at that time. He just broke through the scorching heat zone and set foot in the genius treasure zone. How did he get here at the 1st level of a little saint king? Senior Sister Shen, do you know the reason? All 4 of them looked at the beautiful woman curiously. The beautiful woman shook her head. I don't know, but I think he is a lucky man. People with great luck. The 4 men and women beside the beautiful woman looked at each other in blank dismay. The beautiful woman surnamed Shen chuckled, pursed her lips and said, I'm afraid you won't believe me when I say it, but I personally believe in this kind of thing. Some people are born with good luck, while some people are born with bad luck. The chances are different, that's why warriors with the same aptitude have different developments on the road of life. And I have seen many lucky people over the years, and every time I follow them, more or less there are some benefits to be gained. The corner of the pockmarked man's mouth twitched, hesitantly said, Senior Sister Shen, you mean that if we bring him along, we might get some unexpected benefits? That's what it means. Think about it. It's a miracle that he, a warrior of the first level of the Holy King, can pass through the hot zone. I think he didn't rely on his own ability, but found a very safe path. Otherwise, with his level of cultivation, it is absolutely impossible to break through the blockade of the last section of the hot area. What he relies on should be his own luck. The beautiful woman, the voice was soft, although what she said was not enough to be believed, but it was extremely comfortable to hear. Of course, this alone is not enough to explain, and what happened in the stone room later, I think you all know it. No. In the stone room, after thinking back for a while, everyone naturally remembered Yang Kai's performance and experiences at that time, and for a while, they all felt a little weird. Did you think about it? At that time, I thought that after Ku Changfeng distributed the soul-cleansing water, he would not get any benefits. I also advised him not to waste time and leave as soon as possible, but who knows that the road will turn around, and everyone will have to be together in the end. Soaking in that pool, no matter how many benefits he gets, he will either get nothing or nothing. There are more than 10,000 warriors who have entered the flowing flame sand field, and at least 3,000 or 4,000 warriors who have come to the genius treasure area, but those who have benefited from the stone chamber, there are only 30 people, and he is the only one at the first level of the Holy King. I heard Senior Sister Shen say that his luck is really good. The pockmarked man stroked the short beard on his chin and nodded slightly, as if he felt that what the beautiful woman said was not unreasonable. Things like luck are too illusory, but no matter how you look at it, the luck of that First Order Saint King warrior is not too bad. Senior Sister, there is a saying called, Wu Ji Tai Lai, in case he runs out of qi. Another female warrior in the team was secretly worried. There is no endless wealth and luck in the world. It doesn't matter, anyway, there is no loss to us if we can find something good to share with him. If we can't find it, it's just our bad luck. The beautiful woman smiled freely. Since Senior Sister said so, let's take him with you. Seeing that the beautiful woman insisted on this, the pockmarked man no longer objected. Indeed, as the beautiful woman said, there is not much loss in bringing him, at most it is to share some benefits. That's all for him, he's just a Saint King Tier 1, he can resist as much as he is given. If he really encounters any great danger, he can ask for good luck. Anyway, Senior Sister Shen said that he is a person of great luck, so he should not die casually. As soon as the pockmarked man spoke, everyone stopped talking and walked forward under the leadership of the beautiful woman. Yang Kai withdrew his consciousness, with a strange expression on his face. Someone with great luck, he couldn't help laughing a little dumbfounded. Being able to find that stone room has something to do with luck, but it is more because of my own skill and courage, not afraid of Ku Changfeng, that's why I stayed here forever. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid he would have left long ago. What benefits can be gained? And passing through the hot zone, is it difficult? It has nothing to do with luck, right? But now that he has figured out their intention to follow, Yang Kai's displeasure has subsided. After all, they have no malicious intentions, relatively speaking, they are still good intentions. But letting him act with others would save him. They feel that they are a hindrance, and he thinks that they are a hindrance. It is more convenient to be alone and free. If he really finds something good, he doesn't have to share it with others. The beautiful woman and her group were not far away from Yang Kai, perhaps they immediately chased after them after getting the allocated spirit liquid, so soon, a group of 5 people appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. In order to prevent Yang Kai from misunderstood, from a long distance away, the beautiful woman surnamed Shen shouted enthusiastically, "Little brother." Yang Kai pretended to discover their whereabouts, his face immediately showed a trace of vigilance, and slowly got up. "Little brother, don't panic." The beautiful woman seemed to have expected this scene, her seductive face was filled with a kind smile, her beautiful eyes were clear, and she said crisply, "We have no malicious intentions." Saying so, he quickly walked towards Yang Kai with the other 4 men and women. After they walked in front of him, Yang Kai asked calmly, "What's the matter with you?" "Hee, there's nothing wrong with it. I just see that you are alone, little brother. Come and take a look." The beautiful woman replied with a smile, "Did you come here alone?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "It's amazing." The beautiful woman had a sweet smell on her body, her mouth was also sweet, and she praised with a smile. In her mind, Yang Kai should be from a small family, and this family is at most 3 people who entered Luyansha. The other 2 probably could only stop in the hot area, but he rushed to the 2nd floor area, which is naturally a bit remarkable. "Girl, just tell me what's going on." Now that he knew their purpose, Yang Kai didn't bother to make any detours, he just wanted to refuse her when she brought it up. He has a big temper. The pockmarked man couldn't help but sneered. In his opinion, senior sister Shen's willingness to take him with him was a direct reflection of his good luck. He didn't expect this guy to show any good looks. Girl, the beautiful woman smiled when she heard Yang Kai's address. She hadn't heard anyone call her that in a long time, and said kindly, "It's like this, we are from Qian Tianzong." After reporting her own sect, the beautiful woman looked at Yang Kai with full eyes, as if she felt that her sect was not weak, and Yang Kai should be a little surprised, who knew that Yang Kai was still indifferent, which made her very upset. Embarrassed, I couldn't help coughing and continued. "My name is Chen Shitao, and these are my juniors and juniors. I think you are wandering here alone. I'm afraid, little brother, you don't know much about the dangers of the treasure area of AA Genius, right? Not only there are many monsters, and there are many inexplicable restrictions and traps, it is very dangerous to walk here with a cultivation base like yours, and if you are not careful, you may lose your life here." Speaking of this, according to the prediction of the beautiful woman, the other party should panic and fear, and she took advantage of the situation to say a few words of comfort, and she was able to recruit her into the group very smoothly. I never thought that Yang Kai would still have an indifferent face, a look of not knowing how high the sky is, and the earth how thick it looks. Shen Shitao groaned deep in her heart, thinking to herself which family this guy came from, as if she didn't know anything about Lianshady. As a last resort, we can only go straight to the topic. If you want, you might as well act together with us. Although the 5 of us are not very powerful, it is better than you taking risks here alone. Of course, if we can find something good, we will definitely. I won't treat you badly, but I, a disciple of Qian Tianzong, have a very good reputation outside, and I haven't seen any bullying scum. I don't know what the little brother thinks. It's not very good to reply. Yang Kai pretended to ponder for a while, and when he was about to politely refuse, he couldn't help but wrinkled his brows and turned his head to look aside. Not far from there, a fiery red light approached here like a thunderbolt, and it came to everyone in an instant and disappeared from the vicinity. Flowing flames and flying fire. The first thought that came to Yang Kai was that this thing was flowing flame and flying fire. But soon, he denied his conjecture, because this fiery red light was not the same as the Luyan Feihuo he had seen before. Although the speed was not slow, it was definitely not as fast as Luyan Feihuo. Yang Kai thought lean out, and even catch its traces. What's more, this place is the treasure area of AA the second-tier genius. Where is the flaming fire coming from? Wei Guchang said that such things as flowing flames and flying fires only exist in hot areas, and cannot appear in geniuses and treasure areas. When Yang Kai discovered this fiery red light, Shen Shitao and the others also discovered it at the same time. The pockmarked man looked at the direction where the red light disappeared, thought for a while, and suddenly exclaimed, "Heaven and Earth Spirit." The others were all moved. Yang Kai also saw what that thing was. It was indeed a kind of heaven and earth spiritual thing, but the specific category could not be judged. When the red light flashed in front of him just now, Yang Kai clearly sensed a burst of vitality. That what is it if it is not a spirit of heaven and earth? Before Yang Kai set off to chase, from the direction of the red light, there was a figure rushing towards here in a hurry. Seeing this person's face clearly, Yang Kai couldn't help grinning, and stayed where he was. That person quickly came in front of everyone. He was a little wary at first. After all, he was chasing the baby. Suddenly there were 6 people standing in front of him. It really made him feel uneasy, but when he saw that one of them was Yang Kai, he immediately put it down hard, hurried up. Chang'an Shrine. Yang Kai hurriedly greeted him. This person is Chang Qi from the Haike family. Yang Kai, you're here too. Chang Qi laughed heartily, with an excited expression on his face, as if seeing a relative. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at CAC Copyright. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first a cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1199. Chang Qi was not surprised that Yang Kai could come here. Others didn't know how capable Yang Kai was, but he knew very well that Yang Kai had fought with Saint King third layer warriors several times, and he had watched them from beginning to end. If such a person, it would be unreasonable not to break into the hot zone. What Chang Qi is happy about is that the two of them actually have a chance here. Where is Hao En? Yang Kai looked behind him and asked without seeing Hao En. Old Hao didn't come with me. We haven't seen each other since we came in, but don't worry. Although Lao Hao is old, it's no problem to break through the first layer of hot zone with his skills. Changqi smiled said, until now, he turned his attention to Shen Shitao and the others, and said in surprise, these people are. We belong to Qian Tianzong. Chen Shitao pursed his lips and smiled, secretly thinking that this old man should be from the same family as this young man. It seems that it is not a big family, otherwise it would not have dispatched such a large number of people. Qian Tianzong. Unlike Yang Kai, when Changqi heard these 3 words, his expression immediately became dignified, and he quickly clasped his fists and said, so it's Qian Tianzong, I'm sorry and disrespectful. He looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, I can't figure out how Yang Kai got involved with Qian Tianzong's people again. Qian Tianzong's power is not weaker than Shadow Moon Palace. Although there are no outstanding disciples in these years, the accumulation and foundation of many years are in the reputation is extremely resounding. So when he heard Shen Shitao say that he and others belong to Qian Tianzong, of course he didn't dare to neglect. This is the reaction that people from humble backgrounds should have when they hear Qian Tianzong. Chen Shitao thought to herself, the embarrassment caused by Yang Kai's indifference before was swept away. Chang in shrines, are you chasing the spirits of heaven and earth? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Yes. Chang got up and patted his thigh. With a look of frustration on his face, that thing is so psychic. I thought it was an ordinary little snake at first, but when I approached it, it turned into a flame and flew away. I have never seen anything before. It can fly in the sandy field of flowing flames. Hearing what he said, everyone was shocked. Just now, the spirits of the earth and the earth disappeared in a flash, which excited everyone. They completely forgot that the rules of heaven and earth here restrict all flying abilities. Now think about it, it's really incredible. That thing is extraordinary. This idea popped up in everyone's mind. The eyes of the 5 members of Qian Tianzong became hot all of a sudden. Hurry up and chase, Yang Kai said, and immediately rushed towards the direction where the red light disappeared. Changqi was stunned for a moment and hurriedly followed. Walk side by side with Yang Kai. Senior sister Shen. The pockmarked man licked his dry lips, muttering, he is really a man of great luck. Before, Chen Shitao said that the young man was very lucky. They were still skeptical. How could they know that they had just met the spirits of heaven and earth just after they came into contact with him? This kind of thing is rare everywhere. Everything is priceless. The facts were before their eyes, and now they couldn't help but not believe it. They looked at Shen Shitao with a look of admiration, thinking that she was a good judge of people. What should we do? Another female warrior asked. Chasing. Shen Shitao stomped her feet, and her delicate body shot forward, and the other 4 also hurriedly used their movements, urging Sheng Yuan to push their speed to the limit. Yang Kai, those disciples of Qian Tianzong. Changqi looked back at the 5 people who followed him with some anxiety. I'm not familiar with them, I just met by chance. Yang Kai replied with a smile, don't worry about them, if you can catch up with the spiritual objects of that day, just go ahead and snatch them, whoever grabs them will be theirs. If they dare to come hard, then we don't need customers. Okay, I feel relieved with your words. Changqi relaxed and became full of energy. He came to Flowing Flame Sand Field to look for opportunities, and now the opportunities are in front of him, not to mention the disciples of Qian Tianzong. Even if it is Zhan Tianmeng, Thunder Typhoon sect's people stand in front of him, he will fight for it. You can't live for many years, and dying for the sake of martial arts is not in vain. Although 2 batches of 6 people have raised their speed to the limit, the inability to fly here still caused them great trouble. Before Yang Kai waited for Changqi to delay a few breaths of time, now it is too late to chase the fire. It is out of reach, and we can only carefully perceive the vitality and aura it left behind along the path it flew by. That way you don't lose your way. Often enshrined, tell me carefully, what kind of spirits are that day? Yang Kai took time out of his busy schedule to ask. I didn't see it clearly, but I knew it was like a small blue snake, lying motionless on a piece of soul-nourishing flowers. I found it to collect those soul-nourishing flowers. Soul-nourishing flowers. Yang Kai couldn't help it. Frowning, as an alchemist, Yang Kai naturally has the right to speak about the effects of herbs. The soul-nourishing flower is a holy king-level herb, and the medicinal fragrance it emits can calm the mind and nourish the soul. It can be used for refining several kinds of elixirs. But the heaven and earth spirit itself is a kind of spiritual grass and elixir. Why does it absorb the medicinal fragrance of the soul-nourishing flower? Could it be that the heaven and earth spirit creature in the shape of a little snake has already given birth to a soul and opened up its spiritual wisdom? But even so, it is not interested in the soul flower. That's weird enough. When Yang Kai and Changqi were talking, Shen Shitao and the others behind them were extremely surprised. Because they discovered that Yang Kai, the Saint King's first order speed, was not slower than them at all, and no matter how hard they chased him, they couldn't catch up with him. Shen Shitao was very surprised. She was a little confused about this warrior of the first level of the Holy Evil King. Not long after, Yang Kai and Chang Qi stopped on a plain. This plain is full of grass, which is as tall as 2 or 3 people, and it looks very dense, but when he scanned it with his spiritual sense, Yang Kai was surprised to find that there are no spiritual herbs here. It seems that the fertile land here is only suitable for growing weeds. This situation is very unreasonable. And Yang Kai tracked all the way. The vitality and aura left by the fire along the road before was interrupted here. I don't know if it hid or because of other reasons. But Yang Kai is sure that the heaven and earth spirit creature that looks like a little snake must be hiding here. Let's look separately. There are so many weeds, it should be a bit difficult to find. Pay more attention to some special energy fluctuations, maybe there are some things like restrictions here. Yang Kai said lightly. Okay. Chang nodded and immediately separated from Yang Kai. A while later, Shen Shitao and the others also came here. Seeing Yang Kai and Haoan disappearing into the weeds, the 4 of them immediately turned their attention to Chen Shitao. Let's look for it separately. Chen Shitao made a decisive decision. The spiritual creatures of heaven and earth were right in front of him, and no one was not tempted. In an instant, the 5 members of Qian Tianzong scattered to 5 directions, just like Yang Kai often got up, and began to search for them. Recruiting things in this kind of place is very troublesome. Even if Yang Kai has a strong spiritual sense and can cover a wide range, he doesn't have much advantage. Who knows how the spirits of the day hide themselves, and they don't show the slightest flaw. After searching for a full 2 hours, Yang Kai was considering whether to give up and not waste time here, when he suddenly noticed a wave of energy coming from somewhere 10 miles away. Who found what? Yang Kai looked happy, and immediately turned to. After a while, Yang Kai rushed to the location where the energy fluctuations came from, and found that the 5 people of Qian Tianzong had gathered here, surrounding a hole that looked like a hole. Their expressions were inexplicably excited, and several people looked into the hole with their heads probed, but no one dared to take it lightly. The big man with pockmarked face was talking to Chen Shitao. After hearing what he meant, he accidentally found something unusual here, so he made an attack. Who knew he would make a hole in the ground? But he wasn't sure if the cave was a blessing or a curse, so he sent a message to Shen Shitao and the others to get everyone together and carefully discuss what to do next. When Yang Kai arrived here, the 5 people all glanced at him, and they didn't mean to chase him away. They formed a circle and continued to discuss. After a while, Chang Qi also came over, obviously coming after hearing the movement like Yang Kai. Found it. Chang Qi looked at the hole in the ground and saw. I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. He didn't find anything worth noting from the entrance of the hole, but the appearance of a hole here is really intriguing. Naturally it is necessary to go down. But after all, someone else found this place first, and Yang Kai would not be the first to go deep into it. If he really did this, it would definitely make Qian Tianzong 5 people hate him, so he could only wait. When Shen Shitao and the others were discussing, they looked at Yang Kai from time to time. Some shook their heads, some nodded, as if there was some controversy. But Chen Shitao quickly said a few more words. The person who shook his head could only nod his head in agreement. The opinions reached a consensus, and Chen Shitao suddenly walked towards Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai was safe and sound. Although he didn't understand what she wanted to do, he didn't feel the slightest malice from her. Little brother, do you and this old gentleman want to explore this cave? Shen Shitao asked. Are you willing to let us in? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. Naturally, although my junior brother discovered this burrow, after all, we chased here together, and you are all responsible for discovering this burrow. Shen Shitao tweeted. It's not that simple, is it? Talk about the conditions. Yang Kai laughed thoughtfully. Chen Shitao was startled, and then covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly. Little brother is indeed a sensible person, so I'll say it straight. No one knows what's going on in this cave. There may be some chance, or some kind of hidden disaster. You know it too. There are many dangers in the fiery sandy land. Although this cave looks ordinary, who knows if there is any danger below? We dare not go down. Yang Kai nodded lightly, without interjecting, motioning for her to continue. Shen Shitao said, little brother seems to be lucky all the time, so I think, can you be the first to go down to explore the way? Your luck should be enough to avoid many risks. Of course, you should think about this matter clearly. If you don't want to, we won't force you. So I let myself explore the way. Yang Kai suddenly realized. This has to be agreed. Even if they don't say it, Yang Kai himself will go down, not to mention that they invite themselves now, which is justified. To be continued. Chapter 1200 Saint Crystal Vein with notice. After making up his mind, Yang Kai didn't express his opinion right away, instead showing a hesitant look, rubbing his chin and pondering for a long time. Just when Shen Shitao was secretly worried, for fear that Yang Kai would refuse, Yang Kai finally spoke, the first one to go down to find the way. No problem, but if you get any benefits, how do you distribute them? Little brother, don't worry, we are not Zhan Tianmeng, we are not so domineering. How many benefits are in it, we will distribute them according to the head. Look, there are 7 people present. When the time comes, the things will be divided into 7 parts. How about everyone getting 1 part? This kind of distribution method seems to be taken advantage of by Qian Tianzong. After all, there are a lot of people in the family, and there will be a lot of things to take, but it is actually very fair. After all, if the other 5 Saint Kings were at the 2nd or 3rd level, if they were replaced by warriors from the Zontian League, they would only drive away or even kill Yang Kai and Changqi at this time, so how could they share anything with them? It was extremely fair for Chen Shitao to make such a proposal. It's just that they don't know that if they really dare to drive people away, they will only suffer. Then what if it's not enough to divide into 7 parts? Yang Kai asked a very sharp question. It's easy to handle. If it's really not enough to divide it into 7 shares, then everyone will bid for the things they get, and the one with the highest price will get it. In this way, those who have the money will get the treasure, and those who don't have the money will share the holy crystal. We usually go on adventures outside. This is always the case. Chen Shitao obviously encountered this kind of situation not once or twice, and immediately came up with a plan that satisfied Yang Kai. With such sincerity, Yang Kai naturally didn't say anything more, and nodded immediately. Okay, then according to what you said, I will go down and fight first. I am young and strong, and I am not afraid of any danger. It doesn't matter if I walk ahead. But this resident priest is old. How about this old gentleman walking in front of me at the back of the hall? Shen Shitao smiled slightly. She knew what Yang Kai was worried about, and immediately took the initiative to take a certain risk. Okay, Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction, and had to admit that this beautiful woman named Chen Shitao is really good at handling things. She should be the kind of person who can consider other people's risks and concerns well, and can also put herself in other people's shoes. No wonder the other 4 men and women looked like they were the only ones following her. This makes Yang Kai can't help but have some good feelings for him, and now there are not many such people. It is estimated that Shen Shitao should have a lot of fame in Qiantianzong, and I am afraid that he is still a core disciple or something. After deliberating, Yang Kai didn't waste any time, and jumped into the hole immediately. This made Shen Shitao, who wanted to tell Yang Kai a few words, stunned on the spot, and when she wanted to speak, Yang Kai had already disappeared. The 5 members of Qian Tianzong all looked at each other with strange expressions. Now they are more and more sure that Yang Kai is a person of great luck. This guy is so frizzy and impulsive. He jumped into an unknown hole and didn't know how to take out the defensive secret treasure to protect it. Yuan protects the whole body, right? But he just jumped straight away. If it wasn't for someone with great luck, with his style of acting, he might have died countless times along the way, so how could he survive? Ahem, let's keep up. Changqi saw that the 5 people were stunned, and he couldn't help reminding that if Yang Kai and the others really encountered any danger underneath, it would not be good for them to always stand on top. Follow me. Shen Shitao nodded helplessly, and the other 4 men and women of Qianshan sect immediately circulated the Saint Yuan and jumped into the cave one after another. After they jumped in, Changqi followed closely behind, and Shen Shitao herself was indeed in the rear. The burrow was very deep, and after Yang Kai jumped in, he kept sliding down. The burrow should have been formed naturally, the walls of the burrow were as smooth as jade, and he slid down smoothly without any trouble. Although Yang Kai didn't use the defensive secret treasure, nor did he urge the protection of the Saint Yuan, but his divine sense has been vigilant below. If there is any danger, he will make the first defense. To his surprise, there was no dangerous aura in the cave, and it took half a stick of incense to slide down. Yang Kai estimated that he had penetrated 300 or 400 feet underground at least, and he was safe and sound. Suddenly, an extremely pure energy rushed straight up from below. Yang Kai couldn't help being shocked, showing an unbelievable look. The richness of this energy is purer and thicker than the aura of the spiritual liquid in the stalactite cave. It can produce such a strong aura, it is clear that there is something good below. Sliding down for more than 100 feet, Yang Kai stepped on the ground, swayed his figure, avoided the original position, made room for the people behind, and took out the strange stone for lighting from the ring. With the soft light emitting, Yang Kai used the light of the lighting stone to see clearly where he was. This is an underground cave, and there is an underground river flowing not far away, and the river is crystal clear. The area of the cave is not large, only about a few tens of feet in radius, and around the underground cave, there are passages extending in all directions, leading to unknown depths. And in every channel, there is an extremely rich aura of heaven and earth. Yang Kai looked left and right, his eyes brightened when he saw a certain passage. He actually found a faint trace at the entrance of this passage, which was exactly the same as what he saw when chasing the snake-shaped heaven and earth spirit. Although the breath was very faint and dissipated quickly, it was definitely no doubt left traces. It actually hid here. Yang Kai didn't rush to find it, but stood still and waited. A while later, the 5 members of Qiantianzong and Changqi came to this place one after another. After discovering the strangeness of this cave and the rich aura here, they were overjoyed and showed extremely excited expressions. Senior Sister Shen, what kind of place is this place? What good things are there? In the team, another female warrior couldn't hold back her joy, and hurriedly asked Shen Shitao. How do I know? This little brother stepped down first. Did you find anything special? Chen Shitao cast her eyes on Yang Kai. No, Yang Kai shook his head. I'll wait for you here after I come down. Changqi on the side frowned, as if thinking of something, his expression couldn't help changing. Shen Shitao looked at the words and expressions, and couldn't help casting her beautiful eyes at him, and said, did the old gentleman discover anything, and if there is anything, please give me some advice. Changqi chuckled. The girl is serious, I dare not take advice, but if the old man is not mistaken, this place should be a mine lode. Mine lode. Shen Shitao and the others were all surprised. Sacred crystal lode. Changqi said 4 shocking words in a low voice, and then added, and it's a bonanza. It's really the holy crystal vein. Shen Shitao's beautiful eyes were full of surprise, and the expressions of the other 4 men and women were not much better, all of them were inexplicably excited. I don't dare to make any guarantees, but I'm at least 80% sure. Changqi smiled slightly, because the old man once harvested holy crystals from a holy crystal vein in Shadow Moon Palace, so he is familiar with this kind of place. As for whether it is true or not, you can find out if you go to investigate. Everyone was right after thinking about it, and immediately decided to investigate. There are many passages in the cave, and Yang Kai still took the lead, deliberately choosing an inconspicuous entrance to enter. Less than 30 feet away, Yang Kai stopped in place, staring at the scene in front of him in astonishment. Even if he had seen strong winds and waves, and his net worth was over 100 million saint crystals, he was still shocked by the scene in front of him. In front of him is a huge and complete holy crystal mine. The holy crystal has not been cut, it is as big as several houses, and it is blocked in the front passage. Coupled with the inference from the transmitted aura fluctuations, it is definitely a top-grade holy crystal. And in the deeper interior, it is not known how many such huge holy crystals there are. There was a sound of swallowing saliva from behind Yang Kai, and the gurgling sound was endless. On Gloom Star, there are very few holy crystal veins. Don't look at those powerful sects who were extremely bold in the auction of Jubao building. It was because of their years of accumulation and rich background. They don't bother to spend more holy crystals to purchase some self-defense items for the disciples of their own sect, so that they can get as much benefit as possible in the flowing flame sand field. This is a kind of investment. As long as these disciples can use the things they bought, they can get some benefits in the flowing flame sand field, which will be enough to make up for the cost of the saint crystal. But no matter how bold they are, they still can't hide the scarcity of holy crystal mines on this cultivation star. Qiantianzong is considered a big sect, no worse than Shadow Moon Palace. Shen Shitao has heard that the sect controls more than a dozen large and small ore veins, of which there are only 2 high-grade holy crystal veins, and the others are middle-grade low-grade holy crystal mine. Moreover, none of them are rich mines as rumored, and the mining volume of Shengjing is far from reaching the standard of rich mines. What is bonanza? The rich mine is the sacred crystal vein in front of you, and you can see the holy crystal vein casually, that is the rich mine. So when she saw this huge high-grade holy crystal exposed in the air, Shen Shitao couldn't restrain her excitement. If such a vein is fully mined, it will definitely raise Qiantianzong's financial resources to a higher level. Such a coveted ore vein has been hidden in the flowing flame sand field. How come the people who came here before have never found it? So there's no need to assign it. Yang Kai suddenly turned around and asked a question without thinking, pulling Chen Shitao's mind back from the shock. No need, although I didn't check the other passages, but it should be like this. Let's mine separately. Whatever we mine is our own. Chen Shitao waved her hand quickly. It has only been more than a month since the opening of the flowing flame sand field, and there are still about 5 months before the deadline. If you stay here for such a long time to mine the holy crystal. To be continued. This text is written by Li Xiao Update Group at AAAAA 3/4. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first A cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to M to read. P.S. Let me tell you something, Xiaomo, a grandma's elder, passed away. She was my father's nanny. My parents passed away yesterday. Xiaomo has to go there in the afternoon, so I can only make 2 changes. Please forgive me. May the old man go well all the way. Chapter 1201, 9 Kajing Yushu. Chen Shitao was already worried that her space ring was not big enough, should she contact some other colleagues to come and mine together. This is the greatest opportunity. It doesn't matter if you don't need the spiritual herbs outside, as long as you have enough saint crystals. Are you afraid you won't be able to buy good things? Thinking of this, Chen Shitao suddenly looked at Yang Kai with a fiery gaze, as if she wanted to see how strong the luck hidden in his body was, and unexpectedly led them to find such great benefits casually. Just in case, everyone went to check the other passages, wanting to see if there is anything else besides the holy crystal. As expected, in the 3 or 5 passages that were checked, enter afterwards, all I could see were huge top-grade holy crystals exposed to the air. There's still more time, let's mine separately. You can mine as much as you can before the flowing flame sandfield closes. It would be a good thing if you can mine all the ore veins here. If you can't finish mining. A trace of hesitation flashed across Chen Shitao's face. His eyes looked at Yang Kai and saw that Yang Kai had nothing to say, so he could only say, then bring the news back to the sect, and let other people mine it when the flowing flame sand field opens next time. According to her thinking, at this moment, it is natural to contact other colleagues from the same sect. The more people come, the faster the mining speed will be, and the more benefits will be obtained. As well as Yang Kai and Chang Qi, 2 outsiders, Chen Shitao couldn't call other fellow disciples over, so as not to arouse their disgust. It doesn't matter if you get up often, this young man named Yang Kai is very lucky. Chen Shitao really wants to make friends with him, maybe he can get some benefits from being by his side in the future. Yang Kai was very satisfied with her decision, and immediately nodded in agreement. The 7 people immediately dispersed, each found a passage to enter, and used their means to collect holy crystals. Yang Kai naturally chose the Saint Crystal channel that he had been staring at for a long time, and the road ahead was blocked by a huge Saint Crystal when he walked in. Yang Kai condensed the magic flame in his hand and turned it into a sharp knife. It looks like cutting easily into the holy crystal mine, cutting off a large piece of holy crystal bigger than a washbasin, and throwing it into the space ring. Although Yang Kai is not as keen on mining saint crystals as others, it is not a bad thing to have more saint crystals. While mining hard, he carefully searched the surroundings, trying to find out where the little snake-like heaven and earth spirit thing was hiding. Although it was certain that it got into this passage, there was no other way out here, and neither did Yang Kai. Found something suspicious. It seems that after the spirit object entered here that day, it disappeared, which made Yang Kai very puzzled. After much deliberation, apart from the explanation of drilling into the holy crystal mine, Yang Kai couldn't find any other reasonable answer. But can the heaven and earth spirits get into the holy crystal mine? He didn't know any heaven and earth spirits could have this ability. And there is something weird about this place. Logically speaking, there is such a large piece of holy crystal veins underground, and the plane above should be full of spiritual herbs and medicines, but there is nothing on it except weeds. He couldn't figure out why, so he could only dig deep while searching. Large pieces of holy crystals were thrown into the space ring, and the number of holy crystal mines in Yang Kai's passage decreased at a rapid rate. The sharp knife condensed by the magic flame is extremely sharp and can easily cut off the holy crystal, but the magic flame has the characteristic of burning all things, so there will be a lot of losses when cutting. The loss once or twice is not big, but after a long time, the loss will be difficult to estimate. After thinking about it, Yang Kai directly forced out a drop of golden blood, which turned into a short sword. The golden blood dagger just casually slashed at the Saint Crystal mine, cutting the Saint Crystal like tofu. The ease of the process is unimaginable. This not only increases the speed, but also eliminates the loss. Yang Kai very satisfied. A day later, Yang Kai harvested a large amount of Saint Crystals, but the little snake-like heaven and earth spiritual creature was still nowhere to be seen, and the passageway he was in was also more than 10 feet deep into the interior. Just as Yongkai was working hard to mine the Saint Crystal, there was a slight sound of footsteps at the entrance of the cave, and Changqi's figure appeared from there. Chang Gongfeng had an inexplicably excited expression at this moment, suppressing his breath and footsteps. Seeing Yongkai looking suspiciously, he couldn't help waving at him, with a mysterious look. Looking at his expression, Yongkai knew that he must have found something good. He couldn't help but his eyes lit up, and he quickly walked over quietly. After Changqi came out, Yongkai sent out a divine sense to ask, "Have you found any traces of the spirits from that day? Is it hiding here?" Changqi was taken aback, with a blank expression on his face. "It's hiding here, and I've been to my passage, but unfortunately I didn't find it." Changqi shook his head, and replied, "I didn't come to you because of it, but I found a very special thing. I couldn't recognize it, and I didn't dare to touch it rashly. You came from outside. The world, well informed, must know something." Hearing what Changqi said, although Yongkai was a little disappointed, he was also somewhat looking forward to it, so he stopped making a sound and followed him to another passage. The Saint Crystal mine in this channel has already been mined by Changqi, but not as much as Yongkai's, only half of the weight, so it is also a huge wealth. "Look, do you recognize this?" Changqi pointed to the front. Yongkai looked in the direction he pointed, and his eyes couldn't help shrinking. The inside of the holy crystal mine in front of him was inlaid with something that looked like a small tree. The small tree was about 3 feet high. Whether it was the tiny branches or the leaves, they were all polished like crystal. It was white and crystal clear, and looked very pretty. It seemed to grow out of the holy crystal mine, and it seemed to be frozen in it like a fossil, so lifelike. I can't feel any vitality from it, but there are all kinds of wonderful aura emanating from its branches and leaves. Whether it is Changqi or Yongkai, when they feel this aura, they have a feeling of enlightenment. Changqi even noticed that his bottleneck for many years showed signs of loosening. This situation startled him, and he quickly suppressed his ready-to-move Sheng Yuan, not daring to have any distracting thoughts. This is the Flowing Flame Sand Field. In the Flowing Flame Sand Field, those who enter the Void Returning Realm will undoubtedly die. Changqi is now at the peak of the Holy King's third layer realm. Once he breaks through here, he will be at the Void Returning Realm. He will die under the rules of heaven and earth in the Flowing Flame Sand Field. There is absolutely no reason for him to be spared. It was precisely because of this concern that Changqi hurried to look for Yongkai after discovering this small white jade tree. Firstly, he didn't recognize this thing and didn't know how to deal with it. Secondly, he didn't dare to touch it casually. If this thing made him break through, it would be an oolong, even though he also knew that it was definitely a good thing. Yongkai was unscrupulously immersed in this wonderful atmosphere, with a very comfortable look on his face. But soon, he returned to normal. He looked at the little tree in the holy crystal mine with a changing expression, and after a long while, he breathed out softly and said, "This should be the 9-curved crystal jade tree." 9-curved crystal jade tree? Changqi obviously heard it for the first time, and couldn't help asking in astonishment, "What is that?" "A kind of heaven and earth treasure," Yongkai said in a low voice. "It is a higher level existence than heaven and earth spirits. I have seen this record in a classic book before. It will only be found in the top-grade Saint Crystal mine. In the rich ore, there are some very subtle chances to be born. After absorbing the essence of the holy crystal mine, it will take 10,000 years to produce a small seedling. This 9-curved crystal jade tree has grown to 3 feet high. At least here it has existed for 20,000 to 30,000 years, or even longer." Changqi couldn't help being moved. No matter what has existed for 20,000 to 30,000 years, it is a very remarkable existence. Even a weed may become psychic and become a spiritual thing of heaven and earth. And this 9-curved crystal jade tree was born from the Saint Crystal vein, and it is a rich ore in the top-grade Saint Crystal mine. It is already very high, so one can imagine how amazing its value is. Yongkai was able to know this. Of course he saw it at Youku Xing Zonggao. Zonggao's classics were very messy, but thanks to this, he was able to know some very wonderful things. The classics not only recorded the 9-curved crystal jade tree, it also records Wenxinlian and other various treasures of heaven and earth. Although the value of the 9-curved crystal jade tree is not as high as that of the Wenxin lotus, it is not comparable to ordinary treasures. But no matter whether it is the Wenxinlian or the 9-curved crystal jade tree, in the entire star field, warriors have only heard of it, but have never seen it. Only in a long time ago, they were short-lived and disappeared without a trace. What magical effect does it have? Can it be used for alchemy? Seeing that Yongkai knew something about this thing, he immediately asked. Alchemy. Yang Kai chuckled. Of course it can be used to make alchemy, but if you use it to make alchemy, it is really a waste of money. Let those strong people who know the existence of the Youku Jingyu tree know. I am afraid that we will be defeated ashes. Ahem. Changqi blushed, knowing that he was a little ignorant, so he probably asked a ridiculous question. You should have realized its greatest magical effect. If you practice near it, it can help warriors break through their own bottlenecks. This is a good thing. Yang Kai clicked his tongue. Most of the things that can help warriors break through the bottleneck are some special pills, but after taking such things as pills, if they can't break through, then it's over, and taking a second pill will have no effect. But the 9-curved crystal jade tree is different. It can really let the warriors understand their own cultivation, realm and state of mind, and the bottleneck will be eliminated naturally. Taking the elixir is propelled by external force, but the wonder of the Youku Jingyushu is to fundamentally solve the shackles of the warriors. The effects of the two are not at the same level at all. Sure enough, Changqi listened, his eyes brightened, and his excited body trembled a little. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at CAC Copyright. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1202 Keel. Why are Changqi and Hoan unable to break through the Void Return Realm for a long time? Ida because they are stuck at the bottleneck, and the Haike family is unable to purchase congealing void pills for them. If there is no special opportunity, they will just be holy kings in their entire lives. It's just a third-layer realm. Never try to touch the magic of the Void Return Realm. The two of them will come to Flowing Flame Sand Field. One is to fulfill the agreement with Ian, and the other is to find a breakthrough opportunity. But now, this small tree in front of them can easily help them break through the bottleneck. How can Changqi not be excited? Changqi couldn't help crying when he thought that he and Lao Hao could take that long-awaited step. There is one thing Yang Kai didn't tell Changqi, that is the magic of the 9-curved crystal jade tree, which can help warriors break through any bottlenecks in realm, martial skills, spiritual consciousness. As long as it is a hindrance that troubles warriors to move forward, it can help the martial artist to clean up everything, and the higher the strength of the martial artist, the greater the benefit. Warriors practice and pursue the way of heaven in martial arts. The further they go, the more difficult it is to be promoted. It is not only the accumulation of time, but also the understanding of the way of heaven in martial arts. It is so difficult to break through the void return state. What kind of torment? But Youku Jingyushu can help warriors solve this problem. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a priceless treasure. To a certain extent, it is more valuable than the Wenchunlian. The Wenchunlian can only be used by one person, but the 9-curved crystal jade tree can be used by countless people. It's not difficult to explain why the plain above only grows weeds, and there are no spiritual herbs. Yang Kai smiled. Often reflexively ask, why? Because where this thing exists, it is impossible to have spiritual grasses and elixir, and it has exhausted the fortune within a few 100 miles. Yang Kai frowned suddenly as he spoke. Changqi obviously remembered something, and hurriedly said, but isn't the spiritual creature right here? Yang Kai glanced at him slowly, guessing, that may not be some kind of heaven and earth spirit. No matter what, with this 9-curved crystal jade tree, Yang Kai and Changqi had already forgotten about the spiritual objects of heaven and earth. Changqi didn't dare to touch this treasure of heaven and earth, for fear that he would break through here, but Yang Kai without any scruples, he immediately took the golden sword and dug out a large piece of the holy crystal mine where the Jukajing Yushu was located, and threw it directly into the black book space. In his space ring, there are some unimportant things, and all the important things are hidden in the black book space. Chang Enshran, I will take this thing first, and when you go back, I will take it out and return it to you. It will definitely help you break through the void return realm. Changqi found the thing after all. Although Yang Kai was greedy, he would not take it for yourself. Changqi hurriedly waved his hands, with a satisfied expression on his face. You'll be offended if you say that. It's not that this old man doesn't know the value of this thing, it's just that this old man knows his own affairs. I'm not qualified to have this kind of treasure. Yes, with it is a disaster rather than a blessing. The old man is very old, and his wish in this life is enough to break through the void return realm, and he did not expect too much. When the old man and Lao Hao were most lonely and helpless, it was Yang Kai you have helped us. If you hadn't come out ahead, we wouldn't have had the chance to enter the flowing flame sand field. If you hadn't brought me with me, I wouldn't have been able to come here. You can take this 9-curved crystal jade tree. Wait until you get out. Let me and my old man come here. Enough for Hao and the others to practice next to it for a while. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai was no longer polite, and immediately said, "All right, in the future you will come to Longshe Mountain together with Hao Gongfeng, and you will definitely live better than you in the Haike family, and it is not impossible to break through the Void King realm." Quote. Chang Chi laughed. "Let's make this our future goal. He obviously doesn't have any hope, he hasn't broken through the Void Return realm yet, so how can he hope for the Void King realm? What's more, there hasn't been a Void King realm powerhouse on Gloom Star for countless years, and he doesn't think he can break this shackle." Yang Kai didn't say any more. He would set his target at the Void King realm anyway. If the Gloomy Star couldn't do it, then go to the Cultivation Star outside, he won't be trapped here. When the time comes, just take them away together. After getting the 9 curved crystal jade tree, Yang Kai returned to his passage again and buried himself in mining. The entire underground cave was quiet, only the movement of mining came from the interior of each passage. Whether it was the 5 members of Qian Tianzong or Yang Kai Chengqi, they all gained a lot. Time flies, 4 days have passed. Yang Kai has already dug his own channel more than 30 feet deep, and the Saint Crystal he got alone is worth 3 million yuan, but he still hasn't found the trace of the little snake-like heaven and earth spirit. The 9 curved crystal jade tree appeared here, and he was even more curious about the little snake-like heaven and earth spirit, because he really wanted to know how the other party grew in the place where the 9-turn crystal jade tree existed, or was it to avoid him waiting for him? Chased by people, but inadvertently went deep into this place. So he's been digging inward. 2 days later, Yang Kai frowned, secretly thinking whether he should give up. His biggest purpose in entering the flowing flame sand field was to refine the Xuanian sunflower water. The hot area on the first floor did not meet his requirements, so he didn't stay there, and only wanted to go to the area behind the Tiantian treasure area. Look at the situation in the hot area on the first floor. It is not worth the loss to waste time here now. Although the Saint Crystal is good, Yang Kai felt that if he wanted the Saint Crystal, it would be a very simple matter, so there was no need to waste time here. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai made a plan and decided to dig for another 2 days. After 2 days, regardless of the result, he must leave this place. I don't know if it's really because of good luck. When Yang Kai made a decision for half a day, when he dug out a large piece of Saint Crystal, he immediately felt a different breath overflowing from the Saint Crystal in front of him. That breath is very strange, although it is extremely thin, it contains a kind of majesty. Under this aura, Yang Kai even had a feeling of trepidation, as if somewhere in the dark, there was a pair of eyes staring at him, which could kill him at any time. This made his heart tremble, and he quickly immersed himself in resisting this inexplicable majesty. In an instant, Yang Kai's whole body lightened, and when he felt it carefully, his expression became weird. He was very familiar with this majestic aura. It wasn't the majesty of the world-exterminating demon eye, but the feeling he felt when the golden dragon pattern on his body turned into a solid body. Although it was somewhat different, it was fundamentally the same. Things went wrong. Yang Kai immediately became excited, and accelerated the movements of his hands, and one piece after another Saint Crystal was thrown into the space ring. As it goes deeper, the aura of majesty becomes more and more obvious and intense. Yang Kai even felt a burst of heat on his body, not for any other reason, but because the golden dragon pattern was swimming on his body at the moment, as if it was alive, and there was even a high-pitched dragon chant faintly in his ears. Not only that, but the useless ice phoenix pattern that has been branded on him all the time seems to have been stimulated by something, and it is sending out a loud and clear phoenix cry. What is in it actually caused commotion in the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress. Going forward for more than 10 feet, when Yang Kai cut off a piece of Saint Crystal, a cyan light suddenly burst out from the front, illuminating the entire passage with a strange green color. Yang Kai immediately narrowed his eyes, his Saint Yuan swelled, resisting the ferocious coercion from the front, and in an instant, his breathing was a little difficult, as if his body had fallen into a quagmire, unable to move. Yang Kai's complexion changed drastically, but the next moment, this feeling disappeared without a trace, as if everything just now was just an illusion. Only the cyan light group, the light emitted became more and more dazzling. Looking forward, Yang Kai had a look of surprise on his face. In the passage dug by myself, there is a closed space. The space is not big, only about 3 feet in radius, and a round bead the size of a pigeon egg is lying quietly in the space at the moment. The bead is colorless, but there is a small green snake is swimming. It seems to have its own intelligence. Seeing Yang Kai looking towards it, it swims faster and comes alive. Yang Kai felt a breath of soul from this little snake. It must be the little snake that I often chased before, and I mistakenly thought it was the spirit of heaven and earth, but looking at it now, Yang Kai found that it was not a spirit of heaven and earth, but a soul. In this way, there is also a reason why Changqi found it in the soul cultivation flower. The soul cannot last for a long time. Probably every once in a while, it has to go to the soul cultivation flower to absorb the fragrance of the flower and maintain the stability of the soul. But he didn't want to be accidentally discovered by Changqi, and then it passed by him while escaping, and chased it all the way here. The majestic blue light was emitted by the little snake, but it was obviously very weak at the moment, and it looked weak when swimming in the cylinder. The majestic aura only erupted for a moment and then died down. Its soul is incomplete, it must have been traumatized before, and it should not have much sanity. Yang Kai is curious about what kind of soul it is so amazing. Next to the ball where the little snake was sitting, there is a piece of bone several feet long, the thickness of a baby's arm, like a crystal jade pillar. Although it has gone through countless years, there is no sign of damage at all. On the contrary, there is still a powerful force inside. The fierce and ominous aura, like a prehistoric behemoth that had been sleeping for thousands of years, woke up for a moment. Feeling this ominous aura, Yang Kai was secretly startled. This bone is not a human skeleton, but a monster bone. Could it be the keel? Yang Kai's eyeballs popped. Combined with the turmoil of the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Queen's inheritance just now, Yang Kai suddenly had an unbelievable idea. Only in this way can it explain why the Golden Dragon and Ice Phoenix patterns are so exciting, and the little snake inside the bead doesn't look normal either, not to mention the double horns on its head, but it still has claws, and the chin has the two beards are clearly the miniature prototype of the legendary ancient dragon. Yang Kai's heart was pounding. Even when he got the Juku Jing Yushu a few days ago, he was not so excited. Because there will be no bottlenecks in his own cultivation, the existence of the 9-curved crystal jade tree is just icing on the cake for him, not necessary. The greatest role of the 9-turned crystal jade tree is to provide breakthrough help for his friends and relatives. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at CAC Copyright. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first a cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1203 Leave. Although the 9-curved crystal jade tree was extremely precious and a priceless treasure, Yang Kai didn't have to have it, so when he found the 9-twisted crystal jade tree, he was only a little excited and soon returned to normal. But when he thought that the long bone in front of him might be the keel of the legendary ancient dragon, Yang Kai couldn't suppress the excitement deep in his heart. The dragon and the phoenix are two kinds of extremely powerful creatures. They are born with the birth of the heaven and the earth. They are born to be the kings of the monster race, but they only exist in legends. Whether it is in the Tongshuan continent or in the This is true of the star field. No one has ever seen a dragon and a phoenix, but many of the descendants of these two powerful creatures survive in the world. For example, on the Tongshuan continent, the Thunder Dragon, the great monstrous clan, has the blood of an ancient giant dragon flowing in his body, and the predecessor of the Thunder Wood that Yang Kai obtained before the 10th order monster Lei Luan, there was a trace of phoenix blood flowing in his body. After Lei Luan died, he was full of vigor and spirit, and even the demon core was condensed into one, allowing the Thunder Wood to grow and become its nourishment. Lei Mu is still in Yang Kai's black book space, and has not been used, because it is very precious. Yang Kai is not willing to take it out for Yang Yan's refining tool. The inheritance of the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Queen that Yang Kai and Su Yan obtained also has the shadows of these two kinds of powerful creatures, so the Thunder Dragon Lord said before that Yang Kai has a faint Demon Emperor aura. These two kinds of extremely powerful creatures can almost be said to be immortal existences, immortal bodies. But the long bone in front of him is very similar to the legendary keel, which makes Yang Kai very confused, not knowing whether his guess is correct or not. Since the dragon and phoenix are immortal, where did the keel come from? If it is correct, isn't the ball the size of a pigeon egg a dragon ball? Isn't the little snake in Dragon Ball just a broken dragon soul? No matter what, let's collect them first, and then we will have some time to study when we go back. So Yang Kai made up his mind, took a deep breath, and grabbed the round beads in front of him with his hands. But before his hand touched the bead, the little snake that was swimming restlessly inside the bead actually opened its mouth to spit out a cloud of blue mist, and the mist directly leaked out of the bead, covering Yang Kai's big hand. There wasn't any bad feeling, but Yang Kai's complexion changed drastically. Because when the cyan mist covered his hand, he suddenly found that his hand lost feeling and a wood texture-like thing appeared on the back of his hand very quickly, as if his hand would turn into wood in the next moment. And this phenomenon has been spreading along his hands to his arms, as if to turn his whole body into wood. Yang Kai was shocked, and quickly retracted his hand, turning the magic flame. The black fire was burning, and Yang Kai wanted to use his own magic flame to disperse this strange energy, but what made him frightened was that even with the terrifying power of the magic flame, he couldn't disperse the cyan mist in his hand in the first place, he could only barely stop its spread. The feeling in his hand disappeared even more, Yang Kai's face was cloudy and uncertain, and even the movement of Saint Chi was blocked. Fortunately, the magic flame is also extraordinary, it is not comparable to the Saint Yuan of ordinary warriors. For a while, the black magic flame and the cyan mist confront Yang Kai's wrist, the cyan mist can't push forward, and the magic flame will take it for a while. It has no choice but to block it here. After observing secretly for a while, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, as long as the magic flame can stop it. However, after this incident, not only did he not feel angry and frightened, but he became more and more sure that his guess was correct. The spirit of this little snake is incomplete and extremely weak, otherwise it would not have stayed here forever and would not have escaped. I am afraid that it has reached the end of its strength due to the previous chase and escape. Even so, its green glow is so powerful. If it was in its heyday, Yang Kai estimated that the other party would be able to blow himself into flying ash with just one breath. This is definitely the remnant soul of the ancient dragon, otherwise how could it have such a powerful power? After spitting out that mouthful of green light, the already weak little snake became more and more unbearable, its head drooped, and its body changed endlessly, showing a translucent appearance, as if it might dissipate at any time. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately took out the round bead and the long bone without hesitation, and threw them into his black book space. He didn't have the heart to mind Shengjing. This trip to the ground not only harvested the treasures of heaven and earth such as the Jukajing Yushu, but also harvested treasures that were suspected to be dragon balls and dragon bones. The harvest of this trip was unimaginable. He sat down cross-legged, and began to fight against the cyan energy that invaded his body with all his strength. Shengyuan swayed, and Yang Kai urged his own magic flames to gather in his hands. The blazing black fire became more violent in an instant, and the burning flames almost annihilated the space. The cyan mist, which was able to fight against the magic flame, was retreating steadily. Although the speed was very fast, it was still being forced out of the body by Yang Kai. Drop by drop of cyan liquid flowed out from Yang Kai's fingertips and fell to the ground, making a ticking sound. 2 days later, Yang Kai stood up, waved his hand, and found that there was no problem, so he nodded slightly and felt relieved. Turning his head to look at the Saint crystal veins that he had been mining, Yang Kai started to hollow out all the 10 feet in front of him, so as not to leave any traces and be discovered by others. After digging out the 10-foot Saint crystal, Yang Kai turned and left without hesitation. Came to another passage, Changqi was still digging deeply, as if he felt that he had a hope of breaking through, and there was such a huge wealth in front of him. Changqi's face was flushed, and he looked extremely happy. Seeing Yang Kai coming over, Changqi couldn't help asking, "Why don't you mine Saint Crystal?" "I don't want to mine anymore. Do you still want to stay here?" Yang Kai asked. "Of course we have to stay." Changqi nodded without hesitation. "There are so many Saint Crystals here, I'm afraid they won't be able to collect them all until the flowing flame sand field is closed." "Yang Kai, are you leaving?" "Well, I still have some things, I can't stay longer." Yang Kai replied, but he didn't try to persuade Changqi. After all, these Saint Crystals are indeed a huge wealth for him. Yang Kai collected them for so many days. Almost got 4 million Saint Crystals. Even if Changqi was much slower, he could still harvest at least half of Yang Kai's, which is 2 million. Such a number, he had never dared to think about it before. In the future, when he is promoted to the Void Returning Realm, he will have to purchase more powerful secret treasures, so he naturally wants to praise himself. Although the treasure area of AA Genius is also very attractive, it is also dangerous everywhere, not only the threat of monsters but also the threat of those warriors. If you are unlucky to meet people like Ku Changfeng and Meng Hongliang, you may be killed. Being killed to seize the treasure is far worse than staying here in peace and comfort and getting a stable income. This point is often clear, and Yang Kai is also clear, so he will not persuade. After thinking about it, Yang Kai said, "I'll use this sword for you, it will be much faster to collect it." Saying so, Yang Kai handed over the golden sword formed by his own golden blood. The reason why Yang Kai's mining speed was faster than others was because of such a sharp weapon. Changqi took the golden sword, wiped the edge of the sword lightly, a thoughtful expression flashed across his face, and suddenly laughed. "The last time in the starry sky, our warship was surrounded by black rock beasts, it was you who solved it, the circle." When Yang Kai came over for the first time a few days ago, Changqi noticed the golden sword in his hand. Because the golden sword exuded a strong vitality and powerful energy, it didn't look like a sword, but a sword. He is a living creature, but at that time he was thinking of the 9-curved crystal jade tree, so Changqi didn't ask much. Now that Yang Kai handed him the golden sword, he intuitively felt the breath in the golden sword, and he naturally understood some things. He had encountered this kind of aura once before, when he was in the starry sky. He still remembered that when the battleship of the Heike family was in danger, a golden spear suddenly appeared and swept across the entire black rock beast herd, killing dozens of them. Warriors are saved from fire and water. The aura emanating from the golden spear was exactly the same as the aura of the golden sword in his hand, they were exactly the same. At that time, he and Wu Yi thought that some expert passed by and helped them, but now he understood that there was no expert at that time, but Yang Kai's hands and feet. At that time, he was only at the 3rd level of sainthood. Changqi thought of this level, and couldn't help being shocked, and felt that Yang Kai was not an ordinary person. Listening to his question, Yang Kai smiled and didn't answer, it was acquiescence, but said, although the energy contained in this golden sword is less after one use, it is still no problem to use it for 3 or 4 months. Help, you should be able to save a lot of trouble. If Chen Shitao and the others, don't worry, she's not bad, she won't think badly about you, and if she leaves early, it's even less likely that she will do anything to you, unless she is willing to be retaliated by me. I know this, you can leave at ease. After the flowing flame sand field is closed, Lao Hao and I will go to Longshe Mountain to find you. Chang nodded. It is good. After saying goodbye to Changqi, Yang Kai returned to the ground along the way he came. Although the passage was as smooth as jade, it was not a problem for Yang Kai, and he climbed up after a little effort. Standing on the plain full of weeds, Yang Kai used his divine sense to confirm that there was no one nearby, and then used some means to hide the entrance of the underground cave so that no one would find it again. Afterwards, he took out the magnetic element pointer, confirmed the direction of the 3rd floor of the drifting flame sand field, and walked straight there. The plain was huge, and Yang Kai walked out of the plain after 2 days. Along the way, he didn't meet anyone, and there wasn't any spiritual grass or medicine to collect. Yang Kaixin sent the 3rd layer of hot zone, so the speed is very fast. Wei Gucheng said before that no one can enter the hot area on the 3rd floor. Since ancient times, all the people who tried to enter it have died. Therefore, before coming to the flowing flame sand field, Qian Tong specially warned them not to go deep into the 3rd floor. Yang Kai didn't know how dangerous it was, but he needed a very hot environment to refine the mysterious yin sunflower water. The 1st floor couldn't meet his requirements, so he could only go to the 3rd floor to have a look. If the 3rd floor is too dangerous, he can only think of other ways. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at AA Squared. Just want to listen to you. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. If you want to dedicate the fastest and best updates to friends like us, please click to search Baidu Breaking Dawn and join us. Chapter 1204 The 3rd floor. All the way was safe and sound. After leaving the plain, Yang Kai walked forward for more than 10 days, but strangely, he didn't meet another person. This phenomenon was very abnormal, which surprised him. Whether it was in the Rayon district or the Tiantian Treasure district before, although they didn't meet many people, at least such a situation would not happen, as if all the warriors who were looking for spiritual grass and elixir in the Tiantian Treasure district disappeared all of a sudden. This made Yang Kai feel alarmed, not sure if something happened here. He thought to himself, could it be that during the days when he was mining the holy crystal underground, something major happened here, so he couldn't see a single figure? After continuing to walk for a few days, it seemed that it was about to approach the 3rd layer of heat-burning area, and the situation was still the same. Half a day later, Yang Kai arrived at the edge of the hot area on the 3rd floor, staring intently at the fiery red world in front of him with a dignified expression. The heat area on the 3rd layer looks the same as the outermost heat area, but Yang Kai can feel that there are many dangers inside. At least, the fire poison and heat power here are not comparable to the outermost area. But it doesn't seem to reach the level that no one can enter, as Qian Tong said. Yang Kai sensed it for a while, and felt that such an area, not to mention that he could enter it, even some elites from other sects, as long as they were well prepared, they should be able to enter it. Isn't the danger just what it seems? Just as Yang Kai was meditating, 2 figures galloped suddenly appeared 100 feet away. The 2 men were dressed in uniform and seemed to be from the same sect. Yang Kai noticed that the Saint Yuan and its strength and purity on them were not comparable to that of the General Saint King 3 layer. He thought they were the elites of some sect. Those two people came first and then the other. They were extremely fast, and they came straight here, without even looking at Yang Kai. When they came to the edge of the hot area on the third floor, the two discussed something in a low voice. Immediately, a light blue light appeared on the leader's body, and a chill enveloped him, as if it had inspired some kind of ice element. The secret treasure guarded the whole body, and then plunged into the third layer of heat. Yang Kai looked dumbfounded. Isn't it said that the third floor is a place where there is no return? Is this guy crazy or stupid? Why did he just rush in? Wei Gucheng will not deceive him. Yang Kai is sure of this. He clearly warned Yang Kai very seriously, but the scene in front of him is quite different from Wei Gucheng's warning. Seeing that the second person also had an icy aura and was about to enter the scorching zone, Yang Kai quickly shouted, "My friend, wait." Hearing the shout, the man frowned and looked towards Yang Kai with displeasure. When he and his fellow disciples came here, it wasn't that they didn't notice Yang Kai's existence, but that the other party was a Saint King First Order martial artist, and he didn't deserve his attention at all. But now, this person actually opened his mouth to stop him, and suddenly said coldly, "What's the matter?" Yang Kai cupped his hands at him, knowing that others were in a bad mood, so he had to ask with a smile, "Don't blame my friend, I'm just curious, didn't it mean that the third layer of hot zone is extremely dangerous, and the people who enter it will never return? What's your excellency, are you going to enter it with your fellow sect? Where did you go?" The man sneered when he heard the words, squinting at Yang Kai and said, "That's the old calendar." It was true that the flowing flame sand field was opened before, but this time it seems a little different. I don't know what the specific situation is. You know, anyway, you can enter the third floor heat zone. Of course, with your cultivation level, it's better not to seek death. Saying so, he rushed into the hot area impatiently, and didn't bother to talk nonsense with Yang Kai anymore. After he left, Yang Kai stood there with a strange expression. The third floor of the flowing flame sand field is actually accessible now. But listening to that person, he didn't seem to know the whole story, he just entered it with others. No wonder not many people were seen in the Tiantian Debao area. It turned out that many people went to the third floor. How this news came out and how it was confirmed, Yang Kai is not clear, but there are as many as 2,000 to 3,000 warriors who entered the second floor, all of them are elites from their respective sects. It is not surprising to find this out. Since the opening of the flowing flame sand field, no one has cared about the third floor, and no one can enter it. It is hard to imagine how many benefits there are waiting for others to develop. Looking back at the history of the flowing flame sand field, it has been tens of thousands of years. Can there be fewer good things in a place where no one has set foot for tens of thousands of years? It's no wonder that these guys are all trying to get into it as if they are desperate for their lives. Even if they take a little risk, as long as they can get enough benefits, what does it matter? Benefits and risks have always coexisted. Warriors are never afraid of taking risks in their cultivation. The more dangerous the place, the more they can stimulate their nerves. Now that everyone else has already entered, Yang Kai didn't delay any longer, and immediately circulated his Saint Yuan to step into the third floor heat zone. The ubiquitous heat wave came from all directions, and in an instant, Yang Kai felt his skin was scorched and stinging, and the fire poison contained in this heat wave was far from being comparable to the outermost hot area. And the power is several times greater. It is estimated that no one can enter such a dangerous zone except those who are well prepared and powerful. Even if warriors from the second level come in, they won't be able to stay for a few days. They must go out at that time. In this kind of ghost place, the consumption is too high, and they can't use the skills to supplement the holy yuan. If they can only rely on the holy crystal, they will definitely not be able to make ends meet. There are 3,000 to 4,000 people who entered the second floor of the Genius Treasure area, but Yang Kai estimates that the number of people who can enter the third floor should be less than 500, and as time goes by, this number will only decrease. Some of those people will die inside, and some will exit the third floor. Only the most elite can stay here forever. The heat here made Yang Kai very excited, although the heat couldn't meet his requirements for refining the mysterious yin sunflower water, but as long as he went deep inside, he would naturally find a suitable place. The situation in the hot zone on the third floor is indeed much more dangerous than that on the first floor. The fire spirit beasts that came out of the fissures and ravines to sneak attack could not see the existence of the 5th and 6th tiers at all. The 7th and 8th level ones are in groups, and it is rare to encounter a single fire spirit beast. If you don't go together in this kind of place, once you are attacked and besieged by groups of fire spirit beasts, the end will be very miserable. After Yang Kai left for less than a day, he encountered 3 batches of fire spirit beasts harassing them. He killed all the first 2 batches and harvested a lot of fire spar, but the 3rd batch was too much. It can only temporarily avoid the edge. In the weird valley in the hot area on the 1st floor, he was able to kill 10,000 with one enemy group. But it doesn't work here. Fighting against those fire spirit beasts will only consume energy in vain, so Yang Kai avoided them wisely. At this moment, Yang Kai stopped somewhere on the 3rd floor, looking forward. Not far in front of them, lay 2 mutilated corpses, and the corpses were still charred, giving off a faint rotten smell. This is a man and a woman. Judging from their costumes, they should be elite disciples of Shadow Moon Palace. Those who can go deep here must be with Wei Guchang, so Yang Kai guessed that he had seen them. When waiting for the flowing flame sand field to open, there were a few people standing behind Wei Guchang and Dong Xuaner. These 2 were probably 2 of them. Now they died here tragically, and judging by their appearance, Wei Guchang didn't even have time to collect their corpses. The situation at that time must be very dangerous. Nothing will happen between him and Dong Xuaner, right? Yang Kai frowned, took out the communication compass that Wei Guchang had given him before from the space ring, poured his spiritual thoughts into it, and wanted to get in touch with Wei Guchang or Dong Xuaner. But divine sense poured into it, and after waiting for a long time, Yang Kai didn't receive any reply. He didn't know if they were too far away from him, or because they didn't have time to check the communication compass, or put the compass in the ring. Shaking his head, Yang Kai popped out 2 demonic flames, burned the corpses of the 2 Shadow Moon Palace disciples, and continued to move forward. He didn't say a word to these 2 Shadow Moon Palace disciples, for the sake of Qian Tong and Wei Guchang's sake, not letting their corpses rot in the wilderness. Rotting and smelling is already considered as humane. He has no intention of finding a place to bury them. The 3rd layer is dangerous, but there are indeed many good things. Yang Kai quickly harvested more than a dozen rare fire attribute spiritual grasses and elixir. Each of these spiritual herbs is very old, and they are not comparable to those collected on the 2nd floor. Judging from the coagulation degree of their medicinal effects, the one with the youngest age has reached 3,000 years of medicine age, and the oldest one can't even be deduced by Yang Kai. At least it is a 10,000-year elixir. The grade is not low, they are all high-grade Shu-level medicinal materials, and 2 plants are even Zhuang level. The value of the Void-grade medicinal materials of 10,000 years is not lower than that of the Void King level. These medicinal materials are very useful to Yang Kai, and they are good things that cannot be bought outside. Using them as medicine can be refined to produce the best quality elixir, can even have a chance to improve the quality of the elixir. Yang Kai doesn't know how many layers there are in the flowing flame sand field, but at least it can be confirmed that there are 3 layers of space. The deeper you go, the smaller the space for the warriors to move, and the easier it is to meet each other. Yang Kai knows his own family affairs. He is a Saint King at the 1st level, and it is surprising enough to be able to enter the 2nd level. When people find that they can move freely on the 3rd floor, they are afraid to shock the world. So since he entered the 3rd floor, he has been avoiding other people as much as possible. Once he detects the breath of a living person in his spiritual consciousness, he will immediately flee away. As a result, it has been in peace. Killing the fire spirit beast, collecting spirit grasses and elixir, and anticipating refining the mysterious yin sunflower water, Yang Kai was in a very happy mood. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at AA Squared. Just want to listen to you. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. If you want to dedicate the fastest and best updates to friends like us, please click to search Baidu Breaking Dawn and join us. Chapter 1205 Freezing Space. On this day, Yang Kai came to a canyon. He stopped and looked at the canyon in front of him, frowning tightly. This canyon is only 2 to 3 feet wide, and on both sides are mountains as high as 10,000 ren, as if someone had split the mountain in half with great magical powers. Yang Kai stood there and hesitated for a long time before deciding to rush through the canyon. Although the canyon looks a little dangerous, if he wants to take a detour, Yang Kai estimates that he will waste at least a few days of effort. He doesn't want to take a detour, so he can only continue to move forward. Of course, he is also sure to deal with certain risks, otherwise he will not go deep into this kind of place. In the flying flame sand field, this kind of terrain is definitely the best choice for setting up an ambush and sneak attack. As long as the 2 entrances and exits of the canyon can be blocked, even if you have a great ability to enter, you will be trapped in it. However, warriors who enter the flowing flame sand field come here for various benefits. Although murders and treasures often happen, who would be so bored as to set up an ambush in this area? Yang Kai estimated that apart from himself, no one would take this path, so he stepped into the canyon boldly and confidently. The canyon is very long. Looking from one end to the other, it is at least a dozen miles long. It is really strange that such a landform will appear in the flowing flame sand field. For the first few miles, everything was safe and sound, but when Yongkai walked for a little while, bright flames shot out from the cracks in the ground immediately, and there were amazing energy fluctuations in the flames. Then pinched Yongkai back and forth, wriggling and changing, and turned into fire spirit beasts of different shapes. All of them were fierce, and they rushed towards him with bared teeth. Yongkai's expression was indifferent. A long sword tumbling with magic flames had appeared in his hand. The purple shield turned into a purple light, suspended behind him. He didn't care about the fire spirit beast that was biting behind him, just slashed at the one rushing from the front fire spirit beast. For this situation, Yongkai had expected it, so he hesitated for a while before entering the valley. When he entered here, no one would come to ambush him, but if there were fire spirit beasts, he wouldn't be able to get out of the canyon unless they were all killed. The dense sound came from the purple shield behind it. It was the movement made by those fire spirit beasts when they were bitten by the purple shield, and the magic flame longsword in Yongkai's hand stabbed into a lion-shaped fire beast smoothly. In the eyes of the spirit beast, the flames poured into the fire spirit beast's body fiercely, causing the red light on its body to turn into a layer of black, and the black spread around its body at an extremely fast speed. Its originally bright red body turned into a mixture of black and red, which looked extremely strange. 7th order fire spirit beasts. Yongkai can kill them with a full blow, but there are a lot of fire spirit beasts here. He can't go all out every time. He can only use the characteristics of the magic flame to burn them little by little. A real body. The magic flame sword was pulled out from the lion's head, regardless of its life and death, and almost without a pause, it directly slashed at the body of another fire spirit beast that rushed to him. The magic flame adhered to its body at once, and the already somewhat solid body soon ignited black flowers, gradually spreading to other positions. This kind of terrain is not conducive to Yongkai's use of all his methods, but it is also very unfavorable to fire spirit beasts, because they are only 2 or 3 feet wide, which makes them able to make direct contact with Yongkai. At most it is 5 or 6. The other fire spirit beasts were all blocked behind by their companions. Alternating cold and heat, good and evil coexisting weird power is not something these 7th order and 8th order fire spirit beasts can resist. The fire spirit beasts that blocked Yongkai's front disappeared into nothingness in the morning, and pieces of different sizes of flintstone fell from the sky. While Yongkai was killing the fire spirit beast, he still had the energy to get these valuable fire crystals, and he made a lot of money in a short time. There are a lot of fire spirit beasts in the canyon. There are hundreds of them, but no matter how many they are, they can't resist killing them like this. These fire spirit beasts are not those in the valley. Each of them will have fire spar in their bodies, so Yongkai's efforts are not without rewards. As time went by, the number of fire spirit beasts that could not be seen seemed to gradually decrease, and Yongkai also pushed forward for almost a mile. Another fire spirit beast was killed by the sword. Yongkai took a step forward. While slamming a blow to block the attack of another fire spirit beast, he reached out to fish for the falling fire crystal stone. He has repeated this action countless times, so he is naturally familiar with it. Unexpectedly, when he stepped out of this foot, it seemed that he stepped into some incredible place. An inexplicable sense of dignity suddenly came from all directions, and Yongkai even felt that the space around his body was frozen. This caused his hand that was reaching for the flint stone to freeze in midair, unable to make an inch of progress, and even the long sword of the magic flame that he chopped out stopped suddenly, and the blade clanged endlessly. Yongkai suddenly changed color. Under his shocked gaze, the fire spirit beast that rushed over opened its bloody mouth, biting on his neck. The sound of the beast's roar came out, and the extremely hot breath spewed out from its mouth, also mixed with thick fire poison. There was a pain in his neck, probably because he had been bitten through the skin, and the fire poison that had invaded his body made his neck burn, and he also felt dizzy. Just as he was stupefied, the fire spirit beasts in front of them all attacked together, opening their mouths, fire snakes, and fireball-like energy attacks, smashing down on Yongkai overwhelmingly. Yongkai's face was ashen. Although he didn't know what happened to him, it was too late to retreat at this time. In a hurry, he could only encourage Sheng Yuan with all his strength, and forcibly broke his body out of the frozen space. Demon flames erupted fiercely from his body, making him look like a burning man of fire. Boom boom boom. A series of noises came. The flames were bright, and several fire spirit beasts that jumped on Yongkai's body whimpered and flew upside down, and were burned by the magic flames in midair. After the flames disappeared, Yongkai's extremely embarrassing figure appeared. At this moment, his face was extremely ugly, the clothes on his body were torn to pieces, His neck, cheeks, and wrists were all covered with small scars after being bitten by the fire spirit beast. Among those scars, there were a little bit of black the fire poison gathered at the wound, lingering like black air. However, being forced by Yongkai Shengyuan, all these fire poisons were forced out, and the wounds healed quickly under the strong recovery power of the golden blood. Yongkai stared intently at the space in front of him, his expression unprecedentedly solemn. Just taking a step, he almost fell into a situation where he could never recover. If he broke free from it later, Yongkai estimated that he would definitely suffer more serious injuries. But after taking a step back, everything returned to normal. He didn't have time to think about why the space in front of him was so weird, so he could only keep up his spirits to deal with the fire spirit beasts attacking back and forth. With things in mind, Yongkai's actions became much more ruthless. In a day or so, he wiped out all the fire spirit beasts that existed in the canyon, allowing Yongkai to harvest 400 to 500 flint stones. Such a number is sensational, probably more rewarding than most of the forces who stay on the first floor looking for fire spirit beasts to kill. After all, the number of fire spirit beasts in the hot area on the first floor is not too many, and the level is not high, so the value of the harvested fire spar is naturally not high. Standing on the spot and resting for a while, Yongkai released his spiritual sense to perceive the surroundings, and after confirming that there was no potential danger, he took a step forward. The same experience as the previous day appeared in an instant, and when this step was taken, Yongkai couldn't help but let out a muffled snort. His tall and straight body suddenly fell short, as if a mountain was pressing on him, making it unbearable. Not only that, this space is extremely solidified and viscous, and it is obviously different from the nearby space. Yongkai cultivated the space power. Before confronting the fire spirit beast, he didn't have time to perceive it carefully. Now that he checked it, he immediately understood this space, the weirdness. I don't know what happened here, and I don't know why this space has changed like this, but in this canyon, in front of me, there is a strange space within a range of more than 10 feet. If walking before was like swimming in water, then entering this space, it was as if the swimming water suddenly turned into ice cubes. The solidified space power can bind anyone here, making people unable to move. If Yongkai was not proficient in space power, he would never be able to discover this. This is not done by any restriction or formation, but by the power of space. Yongkai found that it was extremely difficult to even take a breath here, the air was frozen, and it took a lot of effort to suck them into the lungs. But why is the fire spirit beast not suppressed by this space? Instead, they can move freely in it. Yongkai didn't quite understand. The crooked body that was being pressed straightened up with great difficulty, a bead of sweat oozed from Yongkai's forehead, the flesh and blood all over his body were wriggling and convulsing, bursting out every ounce of strength in his body, but he still couldn't move forward. Can't walk a step. The sweat on the forehead fell off, and it would not fall down at all, but as soon as it left Yongkai's body, it was squeezed into powder by the solidified space force and dissipated in this space. The agitation of the Saint Yuan became more and more powerful, but Yongkai was shocked to find that no matter how he urged the Saint Yuan, the magic flame that should have been burning outside his body had been suppressed in the meridian, unable to move. If you want to rely on Shengyuan, you can't walk here. There was a flash of light in Yongkai's eyes, and he no longer urged the Saint Yuan, but condensed the power of space. The huge pressure squeezed on his body suddenly lightened. Although he still couldn't make himself return to normal, it was no problem to move his hands and feet very slowly. Sure enough, we still have to prescribe the right medicine. There are obviously some mutations in this space, and only the power of space can deal with it. Moreover, as soon as he used the power of space, Yongkai suddenly discovered that this strange space had a magical resonance with himself, and a wonderful understanding came to his heart, which made Yongkai's understanding of the power of space go to a higher level. This made him overjoyed. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at WeAscent. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1206 Goodbye Flowing Flame and Flying Fire. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune depend on each other. Yongkai has a deep understanding at this moment. He didn't expect that in the flowing flame sand field, there would be such a strange variation space, which would allow him to comprehend the mystery of space power. He actually had the intention of not leaving this place for the time being, but stood still, constantly gathering the power of space, and resonating with everything around him, letting that little bit of enlightenment flood into his mind and engrave into the depths of his soul. Space power is extremely difficult to cultivate, because there are very few people who understand this power, there is no clear method of cultivation, and no one imparts any experience. When Yongkai first practiced the power of space, he relied on tearing apart the space, entering the turbulent flow of space, and feeling the surge in the turbulent flow, so as to deepen his understanding of the power of space, but this practice only lasted for a while. It will be useless for a long time. With Yongkai's comprehension of the power of space, he can walk on the ground in the turbulent flow of space, so naturally he can't comprehend anything. But then by absorbing the energy of the void spirit crystal, this kind of cultivation is a prodigal behavior, but Yongkai has to do it. Fortunately, the emptiness crystal veins that Stone Puppet discovered were abundant, enough for him to squander them for a long time, but once those emptiness crystals were squandered, it would not be so easy for him to want them again. People have no long-term concerns, but they must have near-term worries. Void Spirit Crystal is a rare resource in any place, because it can be used to create space rings, and space rings are the necessary secret treasures for every warrior. Now here is a place that is very suitable for cultivating space power. Yongkai naturally wants to take good care of it. Moreover, practicing here seems to have a better effect than simply absorbing the Void Spirit Crystal, and the harvest is even greater. After realizing this, Yongkai immediately made up his mind not to leave for the time being. The flowing flame sand field will be closed for such a long time in about 4 months, enough for him to find a suitable place to refine the mysterious yin sunflower water. There is no need to rush right now. It took a long time for Yongkai to sit down slowly and move in this weird space. Even if Yongkai is proficient in the mysteries of space power, he is still crawling like a turtle. If outsiders see this scene, it will feel very strange. I don't know what kind of tricks Yongkai is playing because the weirdness of this space cannot be noticed by the spiritual sense, and only when you go deep into it and experience it personally will you discover it. After sitting down, Yongkai calmed down the turbulent blood in his heart, his eyes were shining brightly, and he stretched out his hand and waved it forward gently. A simple waving action consumed Yongkai's enormous strength and a lot of time, but with the waving of that hand, a jet black crack as thin as a hair suddenly appeared, and disappeared without a trace after just a flash in the pan. Seeing this scene, Yongkai grinned with joy instead of surprise. Since he decided to use this rare environment to practice space power here, he naturally wanted to use the space blade to practice. In the stone room of Longshe Mountain, Yongkai realized the attack method that made the power of space concrete, that is the blade of space, but no matter how he practiced at that time, the power of the blade of space was not great, and it could not be used to really fight enemies. The space power is not needed to deal with weak enemies, and this method of dealing with powerful enemies seems very tasteless. Therefore, he really wanted to practice this magical ability that belonged to him alone, but he had been suffering from the lack of suitable conditions and environment. And here, it is definitely the best place to practice. Yongkai can foresee that once he can condense the blade of space in this kind of place, then leave this place, the blade of space will be able to exert a certain power. After trying it out just now, Yongkai began to think about it. This space is solidified and sticky, and it is not easy to tear it apart. Practicing the space blade here will not only strengthen his understanding and comprehension of the mysteries of space power, but also absolutely it can make this attack method perfect quickly. Not in a hurry, calm, Yongkai tore the space over and over again, displaying his own space blade. Every time that hair-thin space crack appeared, it would immediately disappear without a trace under the huge pressure here. Yongkai practiced kung fu for a full day, exhausting his huge spiritual power, but there was no progress. But he wasn't panicked at all, because he already felt that he was much more comfortable using the power of space than before, and there were naturally many ways to tear space apart. He believed that as long as he continued to practice, he would definitely make a breakthrough. The power of his spiritual consciousness was exhausted, and Yongkai could no longer cultivate, so he could only take some pills to replenish his spiritual consciousness and meditate to recover. Although Wenshenlian is in the process of evolving, the ability to restore and nourish the spiritual consciousness it brings to him has never weakened, and it even looks a little stronger than before. It only took Yongkai 2 hours to fill up the dry sea of AA consciousness again. He slowly opened his eyes, and just as he was about to cast the space blade again, suddenly there was a spark-like streamer flying towards him from an extremely far-away position. The Mars followed the narrow canyon passage, approaching Yongkai like lightning. Flowing flames and flying fire. Yongkai exclaimed in surprise. He had seen flowing flame and flying fire once before in the hot area on the first floor, but now that he saw him again, he would recognize it at a glance. When I accidentally saw it last time, the flowing flame and flying fire quickly passed through Yang Kai's divine sense, and Yang Kai didn't catch it after chasing for a long time, which was extremely disappointing. This flowing flame flying fire is exactly the same as the last time I saw it. It is too fast, faster than the spread of divine consciousness. Yang Kai only found it far away at the end of the canyon a moment ago, and it rushed to the next moment in front of myself. Yang Kai instinctively wanted to dodge. He no longer had any hope of harvesting this kind of thing, because the abnormal speed of flowing flame and flying fire was simply not something he could catch up to. But as soon as I moved, I suddenly remembered that the space I was in was unusual, solidified and sticky, and I couldn't move at all. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, his eyes widened, he stared at the flowing flame flying fire flying towards him, secretly looking forward to it. With a soft sound, when the Mars rushed into this weird space covering an area of more than 10 feet long, just as Yang Kai expected, the speed suddenly slowed down countless times. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Just now he was guessing whether this solidified space would be useful to stop the flying flames and flying fire. Now that he has verified it with his own eyes, he immediately knows that his guess is correct. This solidified space cannot stop the movement of the fire spirit beast, but it can block the abnormal speed of Luyanfeihuo. At least, Yang Kai has now seen what this piece of flaming fire looks like. It is like a spark sputtered from the red-hot charcoal, burning with fiery red light. Although it is small, it contains extremely amazing energy inside. After falling into that weird space, Luyanfeihuo was not stopped, but slowly broke out forward at a natural human walking speed. Yang Kai made a little calculation, and soon found that if he didn't do anything and stayed where he was, he would definitely miss this rare flowing flame flying fire, because judging from its flight trajectory, it would fly from his side. Fly away by 1 foot. How can Yang Kai tolerate this kind of thing happening? Quickly use the power of space, slowly and laboriously move the body, and get closer to the only way that the burning flames and flying fire must pass. Little by little, inch by inch, Yang Kai felt as if he was an old man on the verge of death, wanting to move his hands and feet when his life force was exhausted, and every inch he moved took Yang Kai's huge strength and spiritual power. In just a moment, his body trembled violently, and his flesh and blood were in pain. And that flowing flame and flying fire was still flying towards this side at an unhurried speed. After a while, it flew not far from Yang Kai. Yang Kai was so anxious, he stretched out a hand tremblingly, wanting to grab Luyanfeihuo, but the other party slowly floated over about 3 inches away from his fingertips. Yang Kai's nose was crooked. He felt that if this flowing flame and flying fire was sane, it must have been mocking his own overreach just now. Turning his head with difficulty, watching this thing pass by him, Yang Kai's face was full of annoyance. Still failed. Now that it had flown over, Yang Kai knew that he would not be able to catch it. Sure enough, after a while, Luyanfeihuo rushed out of the blockade of this strange space, and once again recovered the abnormal speed before, flickering from view, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It's only a little bit short of getting this treasure that can mutate the consciousness. It is impossible to say that there is no regret in the heart, but Yang Kai quickly adjusted his mentality, no longer thinking about the things of flaming and flying fire, but focused on refining his space blade. It's fine if Luyanfeihuo didn't catch it, the most important thing right now is to cultivate the power of space. A space blade was issued, and Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised to find that the power of the space blade seemed to have increased a bit. Although it was still as thin as a hair, although it only appeared for a moment and then disappeared, the duration was obviously longer than yesterday. Yang Kai's heart was greatly shaken, and the matter of the fluttering flames and flying fires was quickly forgotten by him, and he began to comprehend the mysteries of space wholeheartedly. 3 days later, Yang Kai watched a half-inch wide space blade disappear after flying less than a foot away, with a satisfied and excited expression on his face. This ghostly place is indeed the best place to practice the mysteries of space. He has only been practicing here for just 3 days, and he feels that his understanding of the mysteries of space is somewhat integrated. With the understanding of the power of space, the power of the blade of space, it is also countless times stronger than it was 3 days ago. Whether it's the size of the space blade, the time it can exist in this weird space, or the tearing distance, all have made great progress. If this growth rate is followed, Yang Kai estimates that his space blade will be able to be used against the enemy in just 1 more month, and even if he faces the power of Void Return Realm experts, he may not be able to fight. After all, although the power of potential is unique to Void Return Realm powerhouses, Space Blade is just as unpredictable and unpredictable. It is a killer move that no one can use except Yang Kai. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at AA Squared. Just want to listen to you. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. If you want to dedicate the fastest and best updates to friends like us, please click to search Baidu Breaking Dawn and join us. Chapter 1207. The reason why Yongkai is willing to delay here is because the environment here is rare and he doesn't want to miss it, and the second is because he has some sense of crisis deep in his heart. With his current strength, it is no problem to deal with the Saint King realm, but it is not enough to deal with the Void Return realm. Even the indifferent man he met in the stalactite cave, Yongkai can't say that he will be able to beat him. On Gloom Star, in the star field, Yongkai has no one to rely on, and everything has to rely on himself. Qian Tong is good to him, but he also sees Yongkai's face as the non-existent master craftsman's master, so he will befriend him everywhere and open the door for him. If Qian Tong knows that the so-called master is not, I don't know if he will change his face immediately. So Yongkai must make himself as strong as possible, so that when dealing with others, he will not be passive and be led by the nose. He is not alone, he still has many concerns in his heart. At the end of the canyon, a red light flashed, and Yongkai, who was refining the space blade, felt it instantly, and looked up, stunned. Another flaming and flying fire. Exactly the same as what I saw 3 days ago, the flowing flames and flying fires were coming from the end of the canyon at an extremely fast speed, and when Yongkai discovered it, it fell into the blockade of that weird space. The perverted speed slowed down in an instant, and Lu Yanfei slowly drifted through the space of more than 10 feet at a strange speed. With the experience of a few days ago, Yongkai immediately acted, while moving his body with difficulty, while judging the position where Lu Yanfei would pass. This time the luck seems to be not very good, the flowing flame flying fire that appears now will fly 3 feet away from him. Yongkai must rush to that position before it flies past, so as to have the hope of catching it. Although Yongkai is already familiar with the viscous solidification of this strange space, and he is gradually becoming more comfortable with the use of space power, it is still extremely difficult to act here. When he finally got close to the predetermined position, Lu Yanfei had already flown over again. Yongkai frowned and looked at the treasure that he missed for the 3rd time, his face thoughtful. According to what Wei Gucheng said before, things like flowing flame flying fire are extremely precious, but they are also extremely rare in the flowing flame sand field, and many people have no chance to even encounter them when entering it. In fact, this is indeed the case. When Yongkai was walking in the hot zone on the 1st floor, he only saw it once by chance, aware. But what Wei Gucheng said is only for the 1st floor. Now Yongkai's position is in the heat area of AA, the 3rd floor. Will there be more flowing flame and flying fire here, and the 2 flowing flame and flying fire that he saw are the same one? Is its flight path fixed? If it is the same one, then its flight route is most likely fixed, otherwise how could Yongkai see it again 3 days later? If it's not the same, then is there something peculiar about this canyon that can attract those flaming fires to fly in and pass through it? All kinds of questions were mixed in Yongkai's mind, and Yongkai's expression was constantly changing, and he didn't go to practice the power of space for a while. Soon, Yongkai shook his head, regardless of whether the 2 Lu Yanfei he saw were the same, and whether this canyon was the only way for Lu Yanfei to fly. Wait a few days to see if the result can be verified. He started to temper the power of space again, but he also began to pay attention to the movement at the end of the canyon consciously or unconsciously, wanting to know which of his various conjectures was correct. Time flies, and 3 days later, because he was thinking about the matter of the flames and fires, Yongkai cast his gaze to the end of the canyon early, while waving the space blade, while paying attention to the movement over there. But what surprised him was that after observing for half a day, there was still no movement at the end of the canyon, and there was no trace of burning flames at all. This annoyed him a lot. But in this way, he can be sure that the 2 Lu Yanfei he saw before are not the same one. If they were the same one, they wouldn't be so irregular, and they should have flown over from there long ago. Since it is so irregular, it should not be the same. On the 4th day, Yongkai suddenly felt something, and immediately looked towards the end of the canyon. What he saw made him feel excited and surprised. The exciting thing is that one of my conjectures is correct, that is, this canyon is indeed the only way to pass through, because at this moment a red light has appeared at the end of the canyon. To my surprise, there were not 1 but 2 red lights, one in front and the other in the back, arriving at that strange space almost at the same time. Then the speed dropped sharply, and slowly floated towards this side. Yongkai immediately acted. The previous 2 misses had given him full experience, and he was sure that he would not miss again this time. But what made him hesitate was that this time, 2 flowing flames and flying fires came at once, and the distance between them was more than 10 feet away, so it was impossible to catch them both at the same time. Just hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai moved his body and moved closer to the rising flame flying fire that was closer to him, and at the same time a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Wei Gucheng just talked about the magical effect and weirdness of Luyan Feihuo, but he didn't tell Yang Kai how to collect it, and the guy probably didn't know it himself. Yang Kai can only try with the jade bottle first, and if it doesn't work, he can think of another way. After so many days of familiarization and tempering, he is now moving much faster than before. Before the flowing flame and flying fire floated over, Yang Kai had already stopped in front of it. Staring fixedly at this flowing flame and flying fire, the Saint Yuan in his body swelled secretly, and when it was almost close, Yang Kai suddenly pushed forward with a palm. Luyan Feihuo, who was originally not fast, took this blow and became even slower. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He quickly raised the jade bottle he had prepared earlier, pointed the mouth of the bottle at Luyan Feihuo, and let it fall into the trap. The whole process was extremely smooth, and Luyan Feihuo fell directly into the jade bottle, but the jade bottle was burned to ashes by the scorching fire in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai frowned, knowing in his heart that he had taken it for granted. He no longer hesitated, grabbed Luyan Feihuo, and grabbed it in the palm of his hand. Before the firepower inside it erupted, Yang Kai's magic flame had already layered up. It covered the past layer by layer, wrapping the flowing flame and flying fire layer by layer. Yang Kai clearly felt that the scorching heat of flowing flame and flying fire was fighting against his own demon flame, and there was nothing between the two, and it was still rushing left and right inside, trying to break through the blockade of demon flame. But how could Yang Kai give it this chance? Seeing that the method was okay, more holy yuan burst out immediately, turning into more violent magic flames, binding Luyan Feihuo tightly in it. After a short while, Luyan Feihuo, who was wrapped in the magic flame, settled down and did not move anymore. Looking at the fist-sized, blazing black fireball in his hand, Yang Kai grinned. Finally, it was not easy to harvest a flowing flame flying fire, but the other one escaped when Yang Kai dealt with its companion. Yang Kai didn't have any regrets, since he was sure that this canyon was the place where the flames and fires must pass. As long as he stayed here and waited for the rabbit, he should be able to gain more. The black fireball formed by the magic flame cannot be put into the space ring, but can only be thrown into the black book space. After returning, untie the magic flame, and then you can make good use of the magic of the flowing flame and flying fire. With the first harvest, Yang Kai was in a good mood. It became easier to temper the blade of space and understand the mysteries of space. He also became more and more proficient in the use of space power. The bondage is getting smaller and smaller. More than a month later, Yang Kai used the same method to harvest a flowing flame flying fire. Without any sadness or joy on his face, he threw it into the space ring casually. He practiced here for about a month and a half, and he obtained a total of 9 flowing flames and flying fires. There are quite a lot of them. No one should ever get so many flowing flames and flying fires, but Yang Kai's brows showed a trace of regret. Because with his understanding of the power of space, this weird space has less and less effect on his cultivation, and he keeps using the blade of space here to tear the space apart, which seems to have somewhat destroyed this space. The dignified and viscous degree of the piece of space made this rare practice place more and more normalized. Without the strong restraint of this space, after Luyan Feihuo entered here, the speed drop was not as terrifying as before. If Yang Kai hadn't been full of experience, the Luyan Feihuo just now would have flown past him. Yang Kai estimated that he could only practice for about 10 days at most, and it would have no effect on him anymore. That being the case, take advantage of the last minute before leaving. After making up his mind, Yang Kai no longer wasted time, threw the harvested flowing flame and flying fire into the black book space, and started to practice hard. After waiting for several days in a row, no Luyan Feihuo appeared again. It seems that because of Yang Kai's unscrupulous arrest, the Luyan Feihuo who passed here had disappeared. On this day, Yang Kai finally sensed the aura of flowing flames and flying fire again, and he did not dare to neglect, and immediately acted. After he quickly arrived at the right position, the flowing flames and flying fire just crashed into this weird space. He stretched out his palm with ease, held it in the palm of his hand, and then encouraged the holy yuan to turn into a magic flame, blowing it wrapped in layers. After a short while, a black fireball appeared in his hand. But before Yang Kai threw it into the black book space, there was a scream of surprise from behind, and immediately there was a movement of clothes flapping, as if several warriors were quickly approaching here. Yang Kai frowned, and immediately threw the black fireball into the black book space, turned around and looked at the person coming. At a glance, Yang Kai couldn't help flashing a hint of disgust between his brows, because the people who came were actually a few warriors from the Zontian Union. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at CAC Copyright. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1208 Nothing Good. Warriors from the Zontian League are easy to identify. This can be judged from their clothing. Each of them is wearing a golden gown, which looks majestic. And these fighters generally give people a feeling that their eyes are higher than the top. Except for the fighters who look at Lei Taizong with a slight look, the fighters who look at other forces, no matter how high or low the other party is, all have a kind of contempt and disdain. It seems that Zontianmeng is so great, and these people are also afraid that others will not know that they are from Zontianmeng. The word Zon embroidered with gold thread on the chest can be seen from a long distance. Because of Ku Changfeng, Yang Kai has never had a good impression of the Zontianmeng, so when he saw that these people were actually from the Zontianmeng, he knew that today's affairs could not be good, so he charged Luyan Feihuo just now. This scene should have fallen into the eyes of these people. Just don't know how much they saw. In an instant, the four members of Zontianmeng rushed to Yang Kai not far away, looking at him with surprise or joy. I have to admit that Zontianmeng really has a strong background. The four people who came here are all warriors of the third level of the Holy King. The Saint Yuan in each person's body is more pure and powerful than ordinary warriors, and their bodies are shining light blue. The light curtain shrouded them in it, and the light curtain was very cold, and it was clear that the cold attribute's secret treasure was playing a role in resisting the invasion of fire poison here for them. Leading a white-faced, beardless man in his 40s, he couldn't help raising his brows with an expression of astonishment after checking out Yang Kai's real cultivation. He didn't understand how Yang Kai, a Saint King, survived in such a harsh environment, and looking at him, he didn't seem to be guarded by a secret treasure, which surprised him, and looked at Yang Kai with a slight expression dignified. Those who can rely on Saint Yuan alone to resist the heat and fire poison without using secret treasures here should not take it lightly. Did he take a Luyan Feihuo just now? Another thin man next to him shouted in surprise, his eyes widened. It seems that they were too far away just now, they didn't see it clearly, they just had doubts, so they rushed over immediately to confirm. Isn't it? How can Luyan Feihuo be received casually? Although the number of Luyan Feihuo on the third floor is a bit more, Feng Tianzhong has not been able to catch up. How can he collect it? A warrior with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks slowly shook his head, showing disbelief. Isn't it? Just ask. The thin man smiled and said to Yang Kai with a big grin, "Boy, what did you collect just now? Take it out and have a look." "What's none of your business?" Yang Kai looked at the four of them indifferently, without any intention of panic or even running away. "Ha ha." The thin man laughed loudly when he heard the words, and nodded repeatedly. "Well, it's really none of our business, but boy, do you know who we are? How dare you talk to us like that? Interesting." Saying this, he looked ruthless, and said coldly, "Boy, if you want to survive, just hand over the things you just collected. If the uncle is in a good mood, I will keep you alive, or, hee." With a hey, the threat was beyond words. Hearing this, the white-faced and beardless man who had been sizing up Yang Kai frowned slightly, but he relaxed it quickly. Although he could see that Yang Kai was a bit unusual, and the other party's expression was strangely calm, but the other party was just one person, he doesn't believe that with the strength of the four of them, there is nothing they can do about each other. In this world, there are always some warriors who think highly of themselves and think they are great because they have a little ability. He has seen many such people, because he is one of them. However, after being humiliated by Ku Changfeng many times, he realized Qing Yishan is still higher than Yishan. He subconsciously classified Yang Kai into this type of people. This kind of person is destined to suffer a lot. He himself was lucky, because he was born in the same sect as Ku Changfeng, so he didn't lose his life at the hands of Ku Changfeng, but after realizing the reality, he acted a lot more low-key than before. "I will give you what you want." "What are you?" Yang Kai looked at the other four with cold eyes, his expression still indifferent. "Boy, don't toast and don't eat fine wine." The thin man didn't expect Yang Kai to be so stubborn, and his face was a little uncomfortable. He used this trick to intimidate others before, which warrior didn't submit obediently. Even when he fell in love with the woman of one of the warriors, the other party obediently gave up the beautiful woman. Even though he just played with it for a few days and then ignored it, no one dared not agree to his request. Just because he was born in Zontian League. Not to mention being outside, what's more, this place is the flowing flame sand field, which is desolate and remote. It's a good place to kill people and bury corpses. As soon as he thought of this, the warrior's eyes flickered with a cold light, showing his murderous intent. Wait, before he could make a move, the white-faced, beardless middle-aged man suddenly stopped him. The other two also looked towards him, only to see that this man took a few steps, stared at Yang Kai, and slightly cupped his hands and said, "Friend, this junior has a bit of a temper. If I offended you just now, I hope you don't care about it." Quote. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, indifferent. Senior brother. The thin man was surprised when he saw his senior brother apologize to Yang Kai, and exclaimed, "You are too careful. What are you talking about nonsense with him?" The middle-aged man smiled slightly. "It's not a big mistake to be careful. The master also taught us to be careful to make the 10,000-year boat. This friend is not an ordinary person. Although the senior brother can't see his origin and identity, he can stay here safely. Must have some skills. It is best if we can resolve this matter peacefully. The implication is that if it cannot be resolved peacefully, it will not be too late to do it." Hearing the words, the skinny man thought for a while with a gloomy face, but stopped talking nonsense. The middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai with a smile, and continued, "Friend, we don't want to be troublesome. After all, this is the 3rd floor of the Flowing Flame Sand Field. Anyone here will be worried, so can you give me some face next time? Let me, my junior, check your space ring." He had a smile on his face, and he didn't care about what he said, as if he was not asking to check Yang Kai's space ring, but like an old friend asking Yang Kai to borrow an insignificant thing. "You want to see my space ring?" Yang Kai suddenly grinned. "Exactly." The middle-aged man nodded lightly, his smile still like a spring breeze. "My brothers and sisters are not malicious, I just want to confirm what my friend took just now. I will covet my friend's property, and I will definitely return the space ring. I don't know what my friend thinks." "Okay." To his surprise, Yang Kai agreed without hesitation, which made the middle-aged man raise his eyebrows slightly, looking very surprised, thinking in his heart, "Is he being too careful? The other party actually doesn't have much ability, otherwise how could you be so easy to talk about?" Just when he was in doubt, he saw Yang Kai took off his space ring from his finger and tossed it lightly. 4 pairs of eyes immediately followed the ordinary space ring up and down. "Throw it here." Seeing Yang Kai's cooperation, the thin man immediately shouted loudly, as if he couldn't wait to check it carefully. "There is nothing good in my space ring." Yang Kai smiled at him, his tone slightly poor. "It's just a piece of Huayao crystal essence." Suddenly there was a head-sized, blood-red stone in Yang Kai's hand. A scorching and pure fire power emanated from this stone, and the fire energy that seemed to be substantial was hitting the stone, swimming non-stop, as if alive. "Huayao crystal essence." The 4 of them exclaimed in unison. Even the middle-aged man who had been smiling calmly, finally changed his face. His eyes were full of greed and longing. The Huayao crystal essence is a Void King level material, and although the piece in Yang Kai's hand is only a Void King level low-grade grade, it is expensive because it is not small, let alone the big Huayao crystal essence. I have never heard of it. If such a piece of material is placed outside, it will definitely be invaluable, and it will not be a problem to easily sell it for 20 to 30 million saint crystals. They had heard before that at the Jubaolo auction in Tianyan City, some treasures worth tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of holy crystals, appeared. Unfortunately, they were not qualified to participate at that time, and they could not see the shocking scene with their own eyes. It's a pity, but now, there is such a piece of top-level refining material that has appeared in front of my eyes. Moreover, it was possessed by a warrior of the 1st level of the Holy King. If a few of my brothers and sisters can get this treasure, even if everyone shares it equally, each person can share several million holy crystals, and there is no need to worry about the supplies for this lifetime of cultivation. For a moment, the 4 of them were breathing heavily, their eyes were full of light, and they seemed to be ready to snatch it at any time. As for the words that the middle-aged man said before that he would not covet Yang Kai's property, it had long been thrown out of the blue. But before they could do anything, Yang Kai actually put the head-sized Huayao crystal essence into the space ring, making the 4 of them angry and disappointed. "Hey, and this piece of fire crystal, it's not a good thing." Yang Kai sighed quietly, as if he didn't know what it means to be rich, and took out another dark red crystal the size of a millstone. Although this crystal is the same as the Huayao crystal essence just now, exuding scorching firepower, the two are obviously not the same material. The former is a kind of ore, but the latter is very similar to the energy breath of the fire spar that the 4 of Zontianmeng got together. "Impossible!" the skinny man screamed, pointing at the huge fire spar that Yang Kai held in both hands. He kept shaking his head and said, It is impossible to have such a large fire spar. There is no fire spirit beast body. There will be such a thing in the chalk. No wonder he was ignorant, but the 4 of them killed all the way, and the largest flint stone they got was only the size of a pigeon egg. Compared with the one in Yang Kai's hand, it was like the difference between a towering tree and a small sapling. Besides, if this is really a fire spar, what level should the fire spirit beast that contains it be? How big should it be? He didn't think Yang Kai could kill such a fire spirit beast. He thought Yang Kai was cheating. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update group at CAC Copyright. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first a cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1209 Instant Kill. The 4 members of Zhan Tianmeng could no longer calm down after Yang Kai successively took out the Huayao crystal essence the size of a human head and the flame crystal the size of a millstone. There is no doubt that for a while, the 4 people's hearts became greedy, and they already regarded Yang Kai as a dead person in their hearts. He casually took out 2 priceless treasures. Who knows what other good things are in his space ring? Maybe there is really a fluttering flame. Kill him, definitely kill him, then snatch his ring and check it carefully. As long as he can snatch this martial artist's ring, he will no longer have to worry about his cultivation for the rest of his life. What else? The white-faced, beardless middle-aged man's eyes twitched intermittently. Although his heart was also full of longing and possessive desires, it was much better than the other 3 fellow goalkeepers who were all focused on their faces. At least he looked calm, but the trembling voice betrayed his excitement. There are more than a dozen green grasses, 1 ancient zhan tang, 3 red blood fruits. Yang Kai took things out of the space ring in the same way, and every time he took out something, the eyes of the 4 people on the opposite side burned. Although these spirit grasses and medicines are not as expensive as the previous ones, they are also worth a lot, especially those dozens of emerald grasses, which are the medicines that every sect desires, and Zhan Tianmeng is no exception. Taking back these dozen or so green grasses can be exchanged for a huge contribution, and then I can find a few elders to make a request that is not too much. Well, by the way, there are still 9 flowing flame flying fires, but that thing is inconvenient to take out, and you can't see it. Yang Kai laughed, exposing all the gains he had gained after entering the flowing flame sand field. Except for the colorless crystal that was absorbed by the warming lotus, he didn't hide anything. Is there really burning flames? The man with the sharp mouth and monkey cheeks exclaimed in surprise. Yeah, what did I lie to you, didn't you all see it just now? Yang Kai grinned. The expressions of the 4 gradually became extremely weird. Everyone had an embarrassing look on their faces, because the 4 of them acted together and stayed in the flowing flame sand field for 3 months, looking for treasures everywhere. Compared with Yang Kai's harvest now, it's almost 1 world at a time, not even 1% of what others have gained. This made their expressions a little uneasy, and their gazes at Yang Kai became even hotter. You liar! The thin man suddenly rolled his eyes and shouted coldly, Boy, you are so brave. Dare to deceive my 4 senior brothers, and obediently show me the ring to check, I will let you go. Saying so, he exchanged a glance with the sharp-mouthed monkey-cheeked martial artist next to him, and rushed towards Yang Kai from left to right with a tacit understanding. In front of so many good things, he didn't want to talk nonsense with Yang Kai anymore, so he just found an excuse and wanted to snatch it. Although these 2 are arrogant and domineering, they often bully the weak, but they are all elite warriors of the Zontian League after all. So even when facing Yang Kai, a warrior of the first layer of Saint King, they are not careless. The 4 of them have done a lot of killing and seizing treasures in the flowing flame sand field in the past 3 months. They naturally know that some people look bad on the surface, but in fact they have a little tricks. The lion is still fighting the rabbit with all its strength, not to mention that Yang Kai looks a little abnormal. From the beginning to the end he is indifferent. They faintly felt that Yang Kai had something to rely on, so they gathered Saint Yuan to protect the whole body at the moment of action, and each committed suicide without making a move. They were very alert, lest Yang Kai fight back when he was dying and bring them any losses. And the white-faced middle-aged man and the other obese martial artist stood still, although both of them felt a little weird, secretly felt that Yang Kai seemed to deliberately lure his companions to attack, but Changbao was right in front of him. Even though they were suspicious, they did not stop their companions. Whoever sees so many good things will take the risk to give it a go. It is a treasure that is enough to pay his life. No matter how powerful a Saint King is at the first level, can he overcome the Changfeng? Even if Ku Changfeng is here, it is impossible for him to deal with the 4 of them alone. So while paying attention to Yang Kai's movements, they are ready to help at any time, in case the other party has any earth-shattering means. The two thin and sharp-mouthed warriors were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed 3 feet in front of Yang Kai, but Yang Kai looked extremely surprised, as if he had just realized that they had rushed over. Quickly put all the good things that were taken out of the space ring back into the ring. The panicked appearance made the two of them feel less wary, no more hesitation, and the speed exploded to the limit. But soon, they saw Yang Kai showing a faint smile. The moment they saw this smile, the two of them realized that something was wrong. It was a tricky smile, as if he had set some kind of trap here, waiting for others to fall into the trap. Even the look in the eyes of the other party is full of disdain and sarcasm. How can you see the rush before? The next moment, the bodies of the two people rushing towards Yang Kai seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall, and they stopped suddenly, and 2 muffled groans came out at the same time. The bodies of the 2 Saint Kings at the 3rd level. He suddenly fell short, and at the same time, he felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. His breathing was difficult, his flesh and blood convulsed and squirmed, and there was a crackling sound from his bones. This strange space almost made it impossible for Yang Kai to break free when he first entered this place. Yang Kai's physical body was much stronger than the average martial artist, and even Yang Kai was afraid of the place. How could these 2 guys escape easily? Although Yang Kai has been cultivating Space Blade here for more than a month, destroying the viscous and dignified place here, but it is still possible to interfere with these 2 warriors. As long as there is a moment of effort, Yang Kai can easily kill them. So as soon as they rushed into this weird space, they were in bad luck. The two of them suddenly changed their colors, their eyes immediately filled with panic, and they tried their best to stir up the Holy Spirit in their bodies, which finally relieved the heavy feeling around them a lot. Just when they were about to retreat to this weird place, a voice came from behind. The screams of the young man. The two looked up, and saw a slap slapping their heads fiercely. This space can hinder the movement of the two, but Yang Kai is like a fish in water here, and he is not affected at all. He has long been used to the dignity of this place. The opponent's 4 holy kings were at the 3rd level, fighting alone, even with 1-on-2, Yang Kai was not afraid at all, and he was confident that he could kill the enemy, but the 4 were different. Once they failed to wipe out their entire army, getting rid of any one person will cause endless troubles. That's why he kept exposing his gains. He just wanted to use those treasures of shocking value to lure them over to snatch them. The plan went smoothly, and the ancient axiom of making money and killing birds for food was vividly interpreted by the performance of these guys. No one will not be tempted after seeing so many good things. Touch. 2 bursting sounds came out, and the thin man trapped in the strange space and the warrior of the Sky Alliance with the sharp mouth and monkey cheeks exploded into blood mist the moment Yang Kai slapped their heads, leaving no bones left. The 2 Saint Kings at the 3rd level died so aggrieved that they were directly killed by Yang Kai without even a chance to fight back. In the blood mist, Yang Kai stood there coldly, looking at the remaining 2 with cold eyes. Like an ancient demon god, his evil spirit is soaring into the sky. It seems that it was only at this moment that Yang Kai showed his white fangs and looked at the remaining 2 warriors of the Sky Alliance with malicious intent. The fat man among the remaining 2 men just rushed a distance of 1 jong, but after seeing his fellow disciple being shot to death, he immediately stopped and looked at Yang Kai in surprise, with an unbelievable expression on his face. The moment Yang Kai made his move just now, the fluctuations of the Saint Yuan surging in his body were indeed at the level of the First Order Saint King. Quick, seemingly casual, this fat man couldn't figure out why his 2 fellow disciples were killed standing there without any resistance. This is obviously unreasonable. There are strange things around him, maybe some kind of restrictions have been placed on him. The white-faced, beardless middle-aged man's face was extremely gloomy. They have always hunted wild geese, but today they were pecked by wild geese, and 2 of his classmates died instantly. Depressed, almost vomiting blood. Who else wants to check my space ring? Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth, looked at the 2 of them indifferently, asked, and walked straight towards them. The fat man took a step back in horror, with a serious expression on his face. And the middle-aged man with a white face and no beard frowned tightly. He just said that Yang Kai was surrounded by restrictions, so he could easily kill his 2 fellow disciples, but now the other party took the initiative to attack. What does this mean? Is he so confident? The middle-aged man is a cautious person. Seeing that the situation in front of him was beyond his comprehension, he immediately drifted back and retreated, while calling out to the fat man, "Go!" Then he ran towards the canyon without looking back. Unable to figure out the enemy's support and real strength, he was unwilling to stay here and risk his life. He just wanted to pass on the news that this person has a treasure in his hand to other fellow sects, and then gather people to avenge his hatred. I have to say that his idea is correct, and this approach is foolproof. And that fat man is not so shrewd, although the middle-aged man greeted him before leaving, but this fat man is clearly very confident in his own strength, and was dazzled by the good things in Yang Kai's ring. Seeing Yang Kai attacking him when he came, he was not surprised but delighted. A large green light burst out from his body, and surrounded him. Immediately, his obese body shriveled like a deflated balloon at a speed visible to the body, and turned into a thin man. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at AA Squared. Just want to listen to you. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. If you want to dedicate the fastest and best updates to friends like us, please click to search Baidu Breaking Dawn and join us. Chapter 12:10 Chasing and Killing. Although the body shape has undergone a huge change, the aura of this fat man has grown exponentially, and the surging Saint Yuan has almost condensed into substance. With a wave of his hands, green rays of light flew out from his hands. It turned into vine-like things in midair, rolling towards Yang. Those vines are full of sharp barbs. Once they are entangled, they will plunge into the flesh and blood and absorb the warrior's blood and holy energy. Even warriors of the same level cannot easily break free, and then they can only let this fat man slaughter. With his unique Saint Yuan and unique ultimate move, he has killed countless enemies. In Zontian League, although his reputation is not as good as Ku Changfeng and the middle-aged man, he is still a core figure. Moreover, the wood-type vines multiply and grow extremely fast. As long as he is given 3 breaths, he can use the vines to seal the entire canyon and form a cage. At that time, this place will be his world. Even if a first-tier warrior has great abilities, he will never be able to escape from the cage of vines. His eyes are full of confidence. But a pitch-black flame flew out like a fire dragon in front of him, but it poured cold water on his head. Fire attribute warrior. The fat man was startled. The wood attribute skills and martial arts he practiced were most restrained by the fire attribute, so when he saw Yang Kai making this pitch-black flame, his heart naturally sank, and his face couldn't help but dignified. However, there is no turning back when the bow is opened, and the opponent's first level of the Holy King is not enough for him to avoid the edge, and the output of the Holy Yuan is increased, and the many green vines grow even more crazily, as if they are about to take over the entire canyon. Signs of the package. Kala A. The fire suddenly became fierce, and the scene that really horrified the fat man happened. The black flames rolled in and burned all the green vines he had cast into fly ash. No matter how much he used, he still couldn't keep up. The speed at which he was burned was only the blink of an eye, and the black fire burned him close. Impossible! Fatty yelled loudly. Although his martial skills were restrained by the fire attribute, there was no flame that could have such a powerful incineration ability, which made it too late for his vines to grow. The green sky was instantly suppressed by the pitch-black flames, and in the canyon, there was a feeling of alternating cold and heat, which caused the fat man to suffer. Yang Kai rushed towards him like a blazing flame, and a pitch-black heaven-punishing spear was thrown out while he was running, piercing towards the warrior of the Heavenly Alliance with a howl, but he followed closely behind him. The hand of the sky spear, and the hand that covered the sky slapped down hard. He had to fight quickly. That white-faced, beardless middle-aged man was far more cautious than Yang Kai expected. After the opponent killed 2 of his fellow disciples, his first reaction was not to take revenge, but to retreat without even thinking about it. Yes, the decisiveness is incredible. This is an extremely terrifying person, who can suppress the coveting of his own space or all kinds of treasures, and choose the safest way. Now that he has run tens of feet away, if he continues to entangle with this fat warrior, once that person leaves the canyon, he will really be too late to catch up. So Yang Kai shot with anger, almost using 10% of his strength. The fat warrior was not slow to react. Seeing the pitch-black heaven-punishing spear piercing towards him, he immediately sacrificed a small round shield. The small round shield was spinning around, covered with complicated runes and energy circuits. There is a pattern in the shape of a tortoise swimming in it, which looks extremely agile. The small round shield is in front of him, and at the same time his body shakes, trying to retreat quickly. But a big hand in the sky that covered the sky and the earth slapped him on the head, giving him an illusion that he couldn't avoid it. Boom A. With a loud noise, the heaven-punishing spear pierced the small round shield, and the huge energy exploded. Accompanied by a crackling sound, the small round shield cracked a gap, but surprisingly, it was not crushed. There was some magic flame, but the swimming turtle pattern on the round shield flashed with light, emerged from the round shield, opened the mouth of the turtle immediately, sprayed out a cloud of white energy, and extinguished the magic flame in one go up. After doing this, the turtle pattern returned to the small buckler, but it stopped swimming and became lifeless. This secret treasure has clearly lost its spirituality, and it cannot be used again unless it is repaired by an excellent craftsman. The small round shield blocked Yang Kai's sure blow and protected the life of the fat warrior, but the shrouding hand took a heavy shot at this moment. The fat warrior screamed strangely, quickly pinched the complicated formula in his hand, and immediately turned his palms to the sky, and pushed it violently. A green light curtain rose up with his movements, like a protective shield, covering him below. There was another loud bang, and the ground trembled. Zigen slapped the green light curtain with his hand, and the light curtain and the huge palm print were shattered at the same time, disappearing without a trace, and the fat warrior suffered from this blow, although he did not suffer too much injury, but obviously his face turned pale, and he suffered a bit. In a short time, he immediately recognized the gap between himself and Yang Kai. This is not the strength that a Saint King first-level martial artist can display, even a third-level Saint King would not be able to display it. If it wasn't for the unrealistic Saint Yuan fluctuations in Yang Kai's body, he would even doubt whether the other party had returned to the void. A strong man came in disguise. No wonder the opponent has the confidence to take the initiative to attack. With such combat power, it is enough to compete with Ku Changfeng, and it is not easy to deal with him. I have already used the secret treasure, but the other party doesn't seem to have used all my strength, just fighting him with martial arts, and I don't even have the intention to use the secret treasure. He didn't know that there were only two secret treasures of Yang Kai, one was a purple shield and the other was a map of Bayou. The purple shield is for defense. Although the Bayou map is powerful, but the terrain in the canyon is narrow, it is not suitable to use it at all. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have sacrificed 20 mountain peaks and smashed him to death, so what would it cost? Hands and feet. The fat warrior knew something was wrong. After blocking the blow from the shrouding hand, he once again sacrificed a secret treasure in the shape of a flying knife, poured Saint Yuan into it, and threw it towards Yang Kai. The flying knife turned into a white light, and went straight to Yang Kai's face, carrying a strong evil spirit, and at the same time, the fat warrior turned around quickly, and ran out of the canyon without looking back. He thought that his flying knife secret treasure could buy him some time, as long as he had a little time, maybe he would be able to escape, but he turned his back to Yang Kai, and a breath of death came from attacked from behind. He looked back in horror, only to see that Yang Kai had avoided the attack of the flying knives, and was holding a pitch-black long sword, slashing and slashing unceasingly, and the sky-shattering pitch-black sword light immediately filled the canyon. The fat warrior's heart trembled, and before he could think of anything, he was struck by more than a dozen sword beams at the same time, screamed, and fell to the ground in response. The magic flames on his body were burning. No matter how he urged the holy yuan, he couldn't extinguish it, and soon he was burned to a charred corpse. The canyon is only 2 or 3 feet wide, so it's really not suitable for him to dodge. If not, at least he can delay a little longer, and he won't die so quickly. When he was about to die, he didn't understand why a mere first-level Saint King was so terrifying. After killing the fat warrior, Yang Kai immediately raised his head and looked towards the canyon. The last middle-aged man ran really fast. In such a short time, he was already 200 feet away. He seemed to have heard the screams of the fat warrior, his body trembled slightly, and his speed became faster and faster. At this moment, he already understood that his worry and caution were not unreasonable. The screams of the fat warrior had clearly declared his death, and he could kill his fellow sect in just 5 breaths, no matter what the young man used. The means, and the conspiracy and tricks used, are not something that he can contend with. So he didn't dare to look back at all, he just wanted to leave this canyon as soon as possible, and at the same time touched the space ring with a trembling hand, took out the communication compass, and wanted to inform other colleagues of what happened here, preferably to Ku Changfeng. In his eyes, only people like Ku Changfeng can compete with that young man. Just as he took out the communication compass, there was a sudden sound of wind and thunder behind him, and a wave of divine sense that made his heart tremble had enveloped him. The strength of this divine sense was no less than that of some void return realm experts. He didn't dare to be negligent, and immediately poured his spiritual thoughts into the communication compass, but before he could say anything, the arm holding the communication compass felt a slight pain. The pain was like being bitten by an ant. But when he went to investigate, he was horrified to find that his arm had been cut off without a sound, and not far from him, there was a dark crack in the shape of a blade that could swallow everything. Fly side by side with myself. Space rift. The martial artist was well informed, and he couldn't help muttering to himself. After the words fell, the thing he thought was a space crack disappeared for a while. Severe pain came from the severed arm, causing sweat to ooze from his forehead, and even his clothes were wet. There was another slight, almost imperceptible movement in his ear, and another pain in his other intact arm. Thinking of what happened just now, the middle-aged warrior turned his head to look ashamedly, and found that his second arm was indeed gone, and the fracture was neat and tidy, as if it was easily cut off by some sharp weapon. A figure quickly passed by and blocked in front of him like lightning. The middle-aged man stopped and stared at Yang Kai with a look of despair on his face. He couldn't control the pain at the broken arm anymore, and he couldn't stop the blood gushing out. He just stared at Yang Kai and the pair of wings flashing behind him with the power of wind and thunder, and then he understood why he tried his best run away with all your strength, and still be easily caught up by the opponent. The other party actually possesses such a weird secret treasure, no wonder the speed is so fast. It's just that he didn't know what kind of attack method Yang Kai used to chop off his arms just now. He didn't even feel any fluctuations of Saint Chi, his arms were so inexplicably broken. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at AAA. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first A cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to M to read. Chapter 1211. Is this your last resort? In the canyon, Yang Kai and the middle-aged man looked at each other. The former had cold eyes, while the latter had a look of despair. Hee. The middle-aged man stopped by Yang Kai suddenly smiled softly, but that smile was full of bitterness and unwillingness. He knew that he might be doomed this time, and regretted it for a while. The flowing flame sand field is so big, why did the four of my seniors walk through this canyon? Moreover, he happened to go deep into it and provoke such an evil star. If it weren't for this, the four of his fellow disciples would definitely be living a good life now. Based on the gains from this trip, as long as they can get out safely, they will definitely benefit greatly. But it's too late to say anything now. 3 of the 4 died, and both of his arms were crippled, and it seemed that he would soon follow in the footsteps of his fellow disciples. Only then did I realize how ridiculous the behavior of myself and my 3 classmates just now was. If they didn't have something to rely on, how could they be indifferent and not run away when they saw the 4 of them? If they didn't want to lure the 4 of them into action, how could anyone be so stupid as to announce the gains in the ring one by one? Thinking back now, there were indeed various doubts about the young man's expression and actions at the time, but the word is so sharp that no matter how shrewd and careful a person is, it will be dazzled. Friend, the middle-aged man's Adam's apple twitched, and he suddenly said, "Can you tell me what power you use? If I can know, I will die without regret." Yang Kai looked at him indifferently, and shook his head. The dead don't need to know. That's right. The middle-aged man smiled sadly, standing there tall and straight, with a look of poking his neck. Do it. I know that I am definitely not your opponent, and I don't want to struggle to the death, so invite a friend. Hurry up, it's best not to let me feel any pain. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai shook his wrist, and a jet black sword light slashed towards him, with momentum like a rainbow. The moment the black sword light appeared, the eyes of the middle-aged man who had looked like he was waiting to die before opened his mouth to spit out a cloud of blood mist. The blood mist was extremely thick and full of bloody smell. It was clearly his essence. Blood, and in the blood mist, an all-shaped, ruler-sized secret treasure shone with earthy yellow light all over its body, spinning like a top, rolling up the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, and suddenly attacked Yang Kai. The cone-shaped secret treasure seemed to drill a hole in the space, and everything it passed along the road was reduced to powder, and even Yang Kai's jet black sword light was scattered and disorganized by it. At the same time, his face was pale, and he quickly stepped back, staring at Yang Kai through the blood mist with wide eyes. How could he look like he was waiting to die? There was clearly an expression of extreme longing for life on his face, but he was worried about gains and losses now, wondering if his well-prepared blow would have the expected effect. This was the blow he had hoped for the most. In order to cooperate with this sneak attack, he would say the words just now to distract Yang Kai. At the very least, he hoped to impress the other party with his own arrogance. As long as the other party showed a little, he could take advantage of any openings, but he didn't expect that this guy is also a hot-blooded and ruthless person. He has acted like that, but he is still indifferent, and kills as soon as he says it. The opponent has no flaws, he only hopes that his secret treasure will not disappoint him. As he stared nervously, under the cover of the blood mist, the cone-shaped secret treasure scattered the black sword light without expectation, and instantly hit Yang Kai, but Yang Kai didn't seem to notice it, and he didn't move when he stood still. Move. The middle-aged man was overjoyed. Just as a smile appeared on his face, the smile froze. Because he saw that Yang Kai just casually clicked, and an attack like a pitch-black crack that he had seen before appeared, and the crack crossed his cone-shaped secret treasure, and the killing momentum produced by the secret treasure and the heaven and earth spiritual energy rolled up instantly. It disappeared in a short time, as if being swallowed by a beast. Not only that, after the crack passed through his cone-shaped secret treasure, part of the secret treasure disappeared strangely, and the remaining half lost its spirituality and fell directly to the ground. The middle-aged man's eyes widened, he looked at Yang Kai in horror, and said in a voiceless voice, "Is it really a space crack?" When he saw it before, he was just skeptical, but when he saw it again, he immediately affirmed that the method used by the other party really tore out a movable space crack, otherwise how could his conical secret treasure come out? Disappear part of it silently. It was clearly swallowed into the void by that crack. Is this your last resort? Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically. The other party is a cautious person, and Yang Kai has already experienced this, so he treats Yang Kai as if he is farting, and makes up his mind to kill him, so naturally he will not be confused by his little trick just now. Yang Kai there is no habit of underestimating the enemy. No, your strength level is so low, how can you be proficient in space power? Even Elder Mo can't use such a space crack. The middle-aged man growled hysterically, as if seeing the most unbelievable matter. Elder Mo, does he understand space power? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. So far, apart from himself, he has never met other fighters who understand the power of space. Even a person as amazing and brilliant as Guizhu, with the cultivation base of the Void King, he can't get started with the mysteries of space. Now from the mouth of this middle-aged man, he heard that a man named Elder Mo knew the power of space. This surprised Yang Kai. Elder Mo is the chief elder of the Hall of Elders. As early as 1,000 years ago, he was already a strong man in the third layer of returning to the void. His strength surpassed that of the entire gloomy star. I am his. Middle-aged people mistakenly thought that Yang Kai was afraid, and his face was overjoyed, so he immediately wanted to report his relationship with Elder Namo, so that Yang Kai would be suspicious. If I have a chance, I will go to Zhan Tianmeng to find him to discuss the true meaning of space power, but you have no chance to see it. Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish speaking, and popped out a space blade. Under the terrified gaze of the middle-aged man, the blade of space cut across his body like a wind knife. It was as simple and easy as cutting tofu. The defensive armor he wore on his body, the protective holy element, did not hinder him at all. As a result, the part below his chest was directly reduced. The middle-aged man only felt that his body was short, and the upper half of his body fell about an inch, hitting the lower half of his body. When he lowered his head to look, the spurted blood washed his upper body up again, and the scream just came out. A group of pitch-black magic flames enveloped him, and his voice was annihilated in the tumbling flames. In just 3 short breaths, it turned into a pool of black ash. Staring at the place where the middle-aged man disappeared, Yang Kai frowned slightly, his expression mixed. The good news is that after more than a month of tempering, my space blade finally comes in handy, and I can really use it against the enemy, and the effect is very good, the lethality is huge, and the shots are quite secretive. It is difficult for people to notice the fluctuation of Sheng Yuan. The worry is that this thing seems to be easy to avoid, and it is not very accurate. No matter how concentrated Yang Kai is, he can't precisely control its movement while tearing the space. The moment the middle-aged man took out the communication compass before, Yang Kai knew that he wanted to send a message, so he planned to kill him with one blow, but he just cut off his arm. Fortunately, while cutting off his arm, that the communication compass was also dropped, otherwise he might have successfully summoned him. The same is true for the second shot, which happened to cut off his second arm. This is not because Yang Kai deliberately did it, but just 2 coincidences. If he only needs to use one hand to kill, Yang Kai will not waste time and energy. The third time was finally better, but there was still some deviation from Yang Kai's goal. But even so, it can't cover up the terrifying lethality of the blade of space. It can send everything it encounters along the way into the cracks in the void. Even the body couldn't withstand one of its attacks. Through an actual battle to verify the power of the space blade, Yang Kai is quite satisfied. As for the accuracy and stability, I believe that as his strength improves in the future, it will slowly change. At that time, this move may become his biggest killer. Bending down to pick up the space ring of the middle-aged man, Yang Kai returned to the original position to clean up the battlefield, disposed of several corpses, looked at the strange space that was more than 10 feet long, and let out a long sigh. Go through it and head straight to the other side of the canyon. There is no need to stay here any longer. In Yang Kai's original plan, he would leave this place in 2 or 3 days. Now that the 4 people from Tianmeng interfered, it was just a little earlier. Half a day later, Yang Kai stopped under a huge rock. Baked by heat waves in the flaming sands for many years, this boulder has a fiery red color as a whole, and the internal impurities have long been removed. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a good material for refining weapons. If it is used for refining, at least it can refine holy-level secret treasures. Yang Kai is really not interested in this thing, just borrowing it to avoid the heat wave. There is a deep pit under the rock, which only allows one person to enter. Yang Kai came inside, just to check the rings of the 4 Tianmeng. After all, it is also his own spoils. After some inspection, Yang Kai was secretly startled. It's not that these 4 people really got any good things against the sky, but that in the space rings of the 4 of them, there are many spiritual herbs and medicines belonging to the flowing flame sand field, fire spar, and various minerals, etc. Huge amount. The things in each person's ring are almost equivalent to the sum of 7 or 8 people's gains. It is impossible for them to have such good luck, and they did not know how many people they killed and how many treasures they took to get these things, so they have the current storage, but now everything is cheaper than Yang Kai. Everything is more common in flowing flame sand field. It is not as expensive as the huge fire spar and fire crystal essence that Yang Kai got, but the advantage is that the quantity is large, which makes Yang Kai gain a lot. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Vision Blood Sacrifice. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first ascent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 12 Ugly Girl. Transferring everything to his space ring, Yang Kai sat cross-legged under the boulder to adjust his breath. After cultivating in that canyon for more than a month, there was another battle just now. Although it didn't consume too much, Yang Kai still wanted to maintain the most perfect state to avoid any sudden situation. After half an hour, Yang Kai recovered as before. Just when he was about to leave the pit under the boulder, a gray figure suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. That figure was small and flexible, and his speed was extremely fast. Although it was not as terrifying and perverted as Luyan Feihuo, it was still extraordinary. The moment Yang Kai found this figure, his divine sense swept over it, and after confirming what it was, he couldn't help showing a surprised expression. This is actually a kind of monster. It looks a bit like a fox, its eyes are extremely agile, exuding a sense of cunning, the whole body is surrounded by a wind-attributed energy breath, its 4 legs move like the wind, and it runs out of the old man in the blink of an eye. Far. What caught Yang Kai's attention was that there was actually a fruit with a compelling aura in its mouth. The fruit was bright red and contained an extremely hot aura inside. Jinyang fruit. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, and immediately stood up from where he was, and quickly chased the fox-like little beast. Jinyang fruit is a high-grade spiritual fruit of the virtual grade, and it is the top medicinal material for refining some virtual grade pills. Since he is going to refine some pills to increase the cultivation of Wu Yi and others, it is natural to encounter such a spiritual fruit now. Will not let go. Moreover, the strength of that monster is not high, only at the 6th level. It seems that it is just a good speed. He believes that with his own ability, he can easily catch up to it. It's really shameful to snatch the spirit fruit in the mouth of a monster, but what Yang Kai cares about is that since there will be one Jinyang fruit, there will be a Jinyang fruit tree growing nearby, and when the time comes to catch the monster, maybe it can lead the way to the fruit tree. If it could be transplanted to Longshe Mountain, it would be perfect. Yang Kai believed that with the vitality contained in his golden blood, it would not be a problem to transplant the golden sun fruit tree. This is the hot area on the 3rd floor of the flowing flame sand field. All the spirit herbs and elixir have a long history, and their value is not comparable to those on the outside market. Yang Kai's speed was not slow, and he chased after the little beast the moment he noticed it passing by, but he still underestimated the little beast's ability, and when he chased it out, the other party was already 3 miles away. Can't help frowning, Yang Kai displayed the wind and thunder wings, and gradually narrowed the distance between him and the little beast. Half an hour later, just as Yang Kai was about to catch up to the little beast, there was a sudden burst of fierce fighting sounds not far ahead, and bursts of violent energy fluctuations came from there, and it seemed that the fight was in full swing. Yang Kai didn't intend to ask for trouble, he wanted to avoid the fighting position, but the direction of the little beast's action was actually rushing straight towards the source of the fighting sound. After chasing for so long, Yang Kai naturally didn't want to give up halfway, and simply continued to catch up. But after a while, he showed a look of astonishment, because he saw with his own eyes that the little beast he was chasing all the way, when it ran in front of the 2 fighters, suddenly turned into a stream of light, and got into the chest of one of the women. This little beast was raised by someone else. Yang Kai's face was extremely ugly. If he had known this earlier, he would never have made such an oolong incident. Since it is a monster raised by others, it must have been released by the master to let it look for spiritual grasses and elixir. Accidentally discovered, all the way to catch up here. This can easily lead to misunderstandings by others, and it might turn out to be a fight. However, that little beast is really capable. It was able to find a golden yang fruit for its owner, and judging by its familiarity, it has done this kind of thing many times. The one who fought against the little beast owner was a man, wearing golden clothes. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling disgusted when he saw this costume. Zhan Tianmeng doesn't know how many warriors came in. No matter where they go, they can meet them. 2 of them died when they were collecting emerald green grass, and Yang Kai killed 4 in the canyon, and it wasn't long before they walked out of the canyon, and they met again here. It is really unlucky enough. The scene of the little beast sneaking into the woman's chest with a spiritual fruit in its mouth was naturally seen by the Zhan Tianmeng disciple, who couldn't help but exclaimed, "Golden Yangguo." While speaking, greed grew in his eyes, and his attacks became more ruthless. After Yang Kai's arrival, the woman seemed to be a bit wary. She would pay attention to Yang Kai's movement from time to time. The secret treasures are too tight to kill, and danger is everywhere. But the disciple of Zhan Tianmeng didn't take Yang Kai into consideration at all. While attacking with all his strength, he yelled loudly, provoking the woman, "You ugly woman, you are so ugly that others are not allowed to say it. Ha 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 ha, since you are ugly, you should stay obediently in the boudoir and don't show your face in public. It's your fault if you run out to be disgusting. The mouth grows on me. I can say whatever I like, you bite me. Sure enough, under the man's venomous tongue, the woman's delicate body trembled. Her eyes were full of murderous intent, although she kept urging Sheng Yuan to resist, and she also wanted to tear the other's mouth, but under the anger, the strength she displayed was not enough. The 80% of her peak period made her already bad situation even more precarious. Only then did Yang Kai notice this woman's face, and when he saw it, his heart was sad. Although the warriors of the Zontian League spoke extremely viciously, it is undeniable that this girl is really not good looking. It's difficult to describe her as Yang Kaichi. Her face is simply unsightly. She clearly has a perfect figure that is exquisite and plump, but her pretty face is full of bumpy spots, and even some spots there were also yellow pustules, emitting bursts of unpleasant smells. Not only that, the skin on her face was also extremely dark yellow, and she looked malnourished. This formed an extremely sharp contrast with her fair arms and pink neck. If people with poor psychological endurance see her face, they will probably be shocked. If there are no such shortcomings, her appearance should not be bad. After all, her facial features are very delicate and neat. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He didn't know if this woman was born with this appearance, or because of some other reasons, but her appearance was obviously Nilin. The warriors of Zhan Tianmeng kept talking about her appearance, very successful. The ground stimulated her nerves. Otherwise, with her ability, she could even kill this warrior of the Zontian League. What she uses is a secret treasure that looks like a white silk thread, which is extremely sharp and quite mysterious. When she dances, white light flashes wildly within a radius of more than 10 feet, and there are continuous cutting sounds, but she can barely maintain her invincibility bureau. Originally, these 2 people were fighting, and Yang Kai didn't want to meddle in other people's business. Although he doesn't like the warriors of the Zontian League, as long as the other party doesn't provoke him, he won't take the initiative to attack. Those who provoked him are all dead. And since the little beast that can only find and collect spirit fruits is raised by this woman, Yang Kai doesn't plan to make any more decisions about it. But what happened was that the martial artist of the Zontian League didn't know what kind of nerves he had, and while fighting with the woman, he greeted Yang Kai carelessly, "Boy, tell me, is this woman ugly?" "It's unreasonable." "Well said, the uncle will reward you with something good." He obviously wanted to use Yang Kai to stimulate the woman opposite him more deeply. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai frowned, and the figure who was planning to leave simply stood still, showing a funny look and looking at the warriors of the Zontian League. And that woman, intentionally or unintentionally, turned her eyes towards this side. Yang Kai seemed to see a trace of worry in her eyes, and her red lips became pale and colorless, and she was biting tightly. "Do you care so much about your appearance?" She was obviously afraid of hearing Yang Kai echoing the words of Zhan Tianmeng disciples, so she was so nervous. Yang Kai didn't know what the woman was thinking, but he felt that even if she was a little ugly, even if it was extremely ugly, there was no need to care so much, right? But Yang Kai didn't speak, but let the woman secretly heave a sigh of relief. The white-looking secret treasure in her hand danced more and more fiercely, unexpectedly tied up the opponent's long jay at once. the warriors of Zhan Tianmeng were shocked, and quickly thought he wanted to take back his secret treasure, but he couldn't succeed for a while, and he couldn't break free from the shackles of the white silk. Instead, he looked like he was going to be taken away by the other party. With a big change in his face, he hurriedly urged Sheng Yuan, and finally stabilized the situation. The two sides in the battle unexpectedly became stalemate in an instant, and they both stopped in place and did not move, but desperately urged Sheng Yuan to pour into their own secret treasures, and continued to fight with the secret treasures as the intermediary. "Boy, are you dumb? The uncle asked you something, why didn't you answer?" The warrior of the Zontian League was carelessly pulled back by the woman, and he couldn't help becoming a little annoyed, and shouted at Yang Kai. Yang Kai still looked at him with a strange smile, pondered for a while, and walked towards the two people who were stalemate. The woman and the warriors of the Zontian League showed expressions of astonishment, staring blankly at Yang Kai, who was approaching this way, not understanding what he wanted to do with a little saint king at the first level. But soon, the warrior of the Zontian League thought of an idea, and hurriedly shouted at Yang Kai, "Boy, whether you are dumb or not, kill this woman for me quickly, and I will give you enough benefits if I kill her. Eh?" As soon as the words came out, the woman's expression changed drastically. Now she and her opponent were in a stalemate. Once an outsider intervened, this stalemate would definitely be broken. Although she is not afraid of Yang Kai, the Saint King's first-level attack, if the other party attacks her, the warriors of the Battle Sky Alliance will take the opportunity to get rid of her white silk secret treasure, and the advantage that was finally regained will disappear in an instant. So she was really nervous. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't seem to be moving, but shook his head slowly, which made her feel relieved, and some gratitude appeared in her eyes. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at AA Squared. Just want to listen to you. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. If you want to dedicate the fastest and best updates to friends like us, please click to search Baidu Breaking Dawn and join us. A. Chapter 12-13. Seeing him unhappy. Seeing that Yang Kai rejected him, the warriors of Zhan Tianmeng turned cold and sneered. "Okay, a dumb, an ugly girl, the two of you are a match made in heaven. Do you want me to match you up? For a while, let you achieve good things." A blush flashed across the woman's dark yellow face, and her originally calm mood became angry again. It seemed that she couldn't hear the word, ugly girl, as long as she heard it, her mood would change drastically. "There's no need to match, I'm a family man, so I don't need my friends to meddle in other people's business." Yang Kai suddenly sneered. The warrior of the Zontian League was stunned, and laughed loudly. "So it's not dumb, then just pretend I didn't say it, boy, just roll aside obediently, it's none of your business here." He also saw that Yang Kai seemed to have some malicious intentions, although he was not afraid of the other party, he secretly warned him. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai's face was indifferent, and the fluctuations of the Saint Yuan came, and a black flame-burning longsword slowly condensed from his hand. Seeing this, the warriors of the Battle Sky Union couldn't help but sink. "What? You want to do something to me? You have to think clearly, if you dare to make a move, you will die." "I don't want to bother you if I die, but you are dead. My friend's mouth smells so bad that I can't stand it. For the time being, my friend's life will be used," Yang Kai said, lightly holding the magic flame in his hand. The long sword slashed forward. A series of Xuantian sword lights shot out from the tip of the demon flame sword. The pitch-black sword lights contained earth-shattering power, and dozens of them instantly blocked all the retreat routes of the warriors of the Zontian League. As soon as Yang Kai made a move, the faces of the warriors of the Battle Sky Union changed greatly. How could he not feel the power of Yang Kai, the Saint King's first-level attack? He didn't care about getting entangled with that woman any longer, and took the initiative to withdraw the Shengyuan that had been poured into his Long Jie's secret treasure. At the same time, a strong force gushed out of his body, forming a shield in front of him. Boom boom boom, the sword glow slashed at the shield. With just 2 blows, it was smashed to pieces, and the remaining sword glows swarmed up unabated. The warriors of the Zontian League screamed and wanted to avoid it, but the white silk in the hand of the woman who pulled out her hand shook and bound him in place. The white silk did not know what material it was made of. "It's a bit outrageous to be sharp." After tying the warrior round and round, the woman urged Sheng Yuan, and the white silk suddenly tightened. The light on the warrior's body flickered, and the body armor exploded with defensive power, but it still couldn't stop Baixi's cutting. Only a stabbing sound could be heard, and more than a dozen bloodlines appeared on the Zontianmeng warriors. No, the man only had time to yell out in horror, and the next moment his body was cut into dozens of pieces by the white silk. Before his body fell, Yang Kai's pitch-black sword light swept across and burned his body. An elite disciple of the Zontian Union at the third level of the Holy King, under the joint efforts of Yang Kai and the woman, he couldn't hold a single breath and then disappeared. Yang Kai is not surprised by such a result, because even if he fights alone, he is sure to kill the opponent, let alone. He just created an opportunity for the woman. However, the power of the woman Bicey exceeded his expectations, otherwise he would not have made so many sword glows. And that woman seemed to be very surprised by Yang Kai's method, after easily killing the warriors of the Battle Sky Alliance. Can't help but glance at him, eyes rolling. As if he could speak. Only then did Yang Kai notice that this woman not only has a very good figure, but her eyes are also extremely agile, containing an indescribable spirituality. If she hides her face and only reveals these eyes, it will definitely make people feel happy. Any man would be crazy about it. It's just this appearance. It's a pity, Yang Kai thought in his heart, but his expression didn't change at all. Thank you. After killing her opponent, the woman exhaled heavily, her plump breasts raised exaggeratedly, and then fell down, making a thrilling and graceful arc. Then she nodded slightly at Yang Kai. He managed to force a smile and thanked him. Although that smile was sincere, but matching the other person's appearance, he dared not be flattered. But her voice was extremely dynamic, gentle and sweet, and extremely comfortable to the ear. It's nothing, I think he's just upset. Yang Kai replied lightly. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone what happened this time. Besides, I killed the person and it has nothing to do with you. If the Zontianmeng people really want to investigate this matter, you will be fine. The woman will all the responsibilities were taken on him, which made Yang Kai feel good about him, and felt that he had finally made a move in vain. While speaking, the woman took off the ring on the part of the arm that fell to the ground after the death of the Zontianmeng warrior. Without even looking at the contents, she threw it at Yang Kai. Give this to you, eh? Yang Kai was not polite to her, he took it and stuffed it into his arms. The woman thought for a while, her face turned red again, she turned around, reached into her arms, took out a red fruit, and threw it over. You must have come after this, right? Yang Kai took it and smiled sarcastically. I didn't know it was raised by you. The fruit in his hand was warm. I don't know if it was because the woman kept it in his arms, or because of the fruit itself. Yang Kai even smelled a faint fragrance on the fruit, which made people feel refreshed. I understand. The woman nodded slightly. Although my spirit raccoon can't be used for fighting, it is born with the ability to find some spiritual herbs and medicines. It is normal for you to chase after it. While speaking, the woman frowned, and suddenly remembered that her spirit fox was extremely fast, and might be overtaken by martial artists outside, but inside, no one could fly. How did Yang Kai catch up? With the speed of the raccoon, he should have been shaken off long ago. However, she didn't ask too much. Since people can catch up with the raccoon, they must have their own way. If you ask too much, it will only make people bored. Although she is not good looking, she is born with a heart and a heart. She knows some things. It can be said that some things are better left unsaid. Spirit raccoon. Yang Kai raised his brows. It was the first time he heard of this kind of monster, but there are some monsters that can find spirit grass and medicine. This raccoon is probably one of them. This type of monster beasts are extremely precious, and are generally raised by some sects, specially used to find some treasures. Well, I grew up with me. When the woman talked about the raccoon, a smile appeared on her face, which was much more natural than the forced smile just now. Looking at the head of Yang Kai's little beast, he suddenly seemed to remember something, and said, would you like to go find that golden yang fruit tree with me? Since the raccoon found a golden yang fruit, then it means that there is a fruit tree, and there must be more than one fruit on the fruit tree. How about we split it in half? She seemed very unwilling to accept other people's favors. Yang Kai helped her just now. She gave Yang Kai the ring and the golden yang fruit of the warriors of the Battle Sky Alliance, but she still felt that it was not enough, so she proposed it like this. This is exactly what Yang Kai wanted. He had originally planned to hit the golden sun fruit tree, but he didn't have any clues, so it would be best for the woman to bring it up. She quickly nodded and said, okay. He can also see that this woman is not bad, that's why he agreed so readily. Otherwise, with the other party's third-level cultivation base of the Holy King, how could he propose to share with him equally? The consensus was reached. The woman released the raccoon, whispered something in the raccoon's ear, and then the raccoon returned quickly along the same path, and Yang Kai and the woman followed all the way. Go. When Yang Kai chased the spirit raccoon, it took about half an hour, but when the spirit raccoon brought them to the place where the jinyang fruit tree grew, it took more than an hour, because the woman's speed was not fast. There is indeed a golden yang fruit tree growing nearby, and the location is extremely hidden. In a small valley surrounded by mountains, on a piece of land near the bottom of the cliff, the 3-foot-high golden yang fruit tree thrives, despite the heat wave. Stand still. This kind of location, apart from monster beasts like spirit raccoons who specialize in looking for spiritual herbs and medicines, will find it, even if there are warriors passing through this place. If they don't investigate deeply, they will miss it. Yang Kai and the woman walked quietly along the way, and they didn't ask each other's name and origin, because everyone knew that they would part ways after this cooperation, so naturally there was no need to ask too carefully. At this moment, the two of them were standing under the golden yang fruit tree, looking at the huge fruit hanging on the fruit tree with shocked faces. Roughly counting, there are at least 30 fruits on the tree, each of which is red and attractive, and on the ground, there are even more than a dozen fruits that have matured and fallen to the ground. I don't know how many years this golden yang fruit tree has grown here, and how many fruits have been wasted. After watching for a while, the woman looked at Yang Kai and said, "I'll let the spirit raccoons pick them up first and then distribute them." Okay. Yang Kai naturally had no objection. The woman gave an order, and the little fox-like beast quickly climbed up the golden yang fruit tree, and saw that it kept moving, and the golden yang fruits on the tree fell one by one. The woman's face showed joy, and she grabbed the fallen fruits one by one in her hands. When there were no more fruits on the tree, she picked up the mature fruits that had fallen to the ground, divided them into two, and said to Yang Kai, "There are 44 in total, and we each have 22. Yang Kai nodded lightly, and put his share into the space ring. After distributing the fruits, the woman said, "Anyway, thank you this time. If there is a chance in the future, I will repay you." "No need, those golden yang fruits are enough." Yang Kai shook his head with a smile. He just made a random shot, but the other party was so grateful, which made Yang Kai a little embarrassed. The woman thought for a while and didn't insist anymore, but said, "In this case, then I will go first." "Okay, I'll get this fruit tree out and leave." Yang Kai didn't hide his intentions. Such a fruit tree, I don't know how many years it has existed. If it is transplanted back to Longshe Mountain, it might bloom and bear fruit again. Dragon, there are no spiritual herbs and medicines on the cave mountain, so it would be nice to get a fruit tree to decorate with. 8. Chapter 12:14 Wei Gucheng calls for help. Moreover, there is a sleeping divine tree in his black book space. Maybe the breath of the divine tree can nourish this golden yang fruit tree. Of course, even if you can't succeed, there is nothing to lose. "What do you want this fruit tree for?" The woman paused when she was about to walk, and looked at Yang Kai strangely. This kind of spirit tree has very strict requirements on the growing environment. If you take it away from here, maybe it will die, and the space ring is not suitable for storing such things. After saying a few words, he suddenly realized that he shouldn't meddle in other people's business, so he smiled awkwardly and asked, "Do you want me to help?" "No need, the girl kindly accepts it. I can do this kind of thing myself." Yang Kai smiled lightly, stretched out a finger. Saint Chi burst out, condensed the energy of a sharp blade on the fingertips, and then poked it into the ground, surrounded walking around the golden yang fruit tree. The land around the fruit tree is not very firm, so Yang Kai naturally cut it easily. In order not to damage the roots of the jinyang fruit tree, Yang Kai was also careful when he started, and his divine sense was always shrouded under it, controlling the Saint Yuan to avoid it. "Open where those rhizomes are." After walking around for a while, Yang Kai released his divine sense and turned it into a big net, covering the entire golden sun fruit tree. The next moment, the light flashed, and the 3-foot-tall golden sun fruit tree disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai had taken it into the black book space and placed it next to the sacred tree, leaving only a huge deep hole in place. A strange color flashed in the woman's eyes. Although with her level of cultivation, she could also put such a spirit tree into her own space ring, but Yang Kai, a saint king at the first level, was still blushing. "Breathe, it's a little surprising. After all, collecting such a huge thing is still a living thing, and it still has some load on the spiritual consciousness." After accepting the golden sun fruit tree, Yang Kai smiled faintly at the woman, and was about to say goodbye to her. When they parted ways, his brows suddenly frowned, and he wiped his finger on the ring, taking out a communication compass. Just now, when his consciousness inadvertently scanned his space ring, he suddenly noticed some fluctuations in the information from the compass, which immediately aroused his idea. This communication compass was given to him by Wei Gucheng. Not long after he entered the 3rd floor of the flowing flame sand field, Yang Kai discovered the bodies of 2 Shadow Moon Palace disciples. At that time, he tried to contact Wei Gucheng, but there was no reply. "I don't know what happened to that guy in Dong Shuaner." Now that more than a month has passed, there was a sudden movement in the compass, which surprised him very much. Yang Kai hadn't found out what the message in the compass was, but the woman standing aside suddenly let out a light sigh, looked at Yang Kai in astonishment and said, "Are you a disciple of Shadow Moon Palace?" Yang Kai looked up at her, confused. "Why do you say that?" Although he has relatively close contacts with people from Shadow Moon Palace, he is not considered a member of Shadow Moon Palace. Now he just took out a communication compass. How could this woman have such suspicions? The woman smiled slightly, pointed to the compass in Yang Kai's hand and said, "The secret treasure in your hand was refined by Master Green of the Shadow Moon Palace, and it has his unique mark on it. I also have a secret treasure refined by Master Green. So it is clearer about this, and the person who has this kind of communication compass is not from the Shadow Moon Palace. Moreover, only the most core disciples of the Shadow Moon Palace will have this kind of communication compass." For some reason, after suspecting that Yang Kai was a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, this woman seemed to have a better attitude towards him. She still had a bit of a natural feeling before, but when she said these words, she was extremely natural. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, and looked in the direction of her finger, and sure enough, he found a triangle mark on the side of the compass. Master Green, Yang Kai has heard of it. It is said that he is the only virtual level low-grade refiner in Shadow Moon Palace, and one of the few masters in the entire Gloomy Star. It seems that the triangle mark should be the symbol of Master Green up. This kind of thing is normal. Generally, well-known craftsmen will have their own unique mark. After refining a secret treasure, they will put this mark on it. In this way, not only will the value of the secret treasure increase, but also let the owner who uses this secret treasure have more face. Alchemists can't do this kind of thing. No alchemist is idle and bored, and will put his own mark on the elixir that he refines. The elixir is swallowed in one bite. Do you have to show it to others before eating? Look. This woman's observation ability is very careful. Yang Kai really didn't pay attention to this mark before. Wen Yan nodded and said, "This should be refined by Master Green, but I am not a disciple of Shadow Moon Palace. This thing was given to me by Wei Guchang." "Brother Wei gave it to you?" The woman covered her small mouth with a look of surprise. How could she not know Wei Guchang's arrogance? In his eyes, except for Dong Xuaner, other people can't get into his eyes. Wei Guchang will give Yang Kai a communication compass. What does this mean? "You know Brother Wei." Now it was Yang Kai's turn to be surprised. He didn't expect that the woman he met had something to do with Wei Guchang. Yes, I know Xuaner very well." The woman smiled sweetly, and suddenly seemed to think of something. Her expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly said, "Did Senior Brother Wei send a message over here? Take a look. The people who can pass the message here, except for the most core disciples of the Shadow Moon Hall, there is no one else. It is very likely that Wei Guchang will send the message in person, and if he will send the message to others, it may be that he has fallen into some dangerous situation middle. Wei Guchang and Dong Xuaner have always been inseparable. If Wei Guchang is in danger, then Dong Xuaner must not be spared." Thinking of this, the woman was so anxious that she hurriedly urged Yang Kai. Yang Kai was very surprised by the woman's nervous appearance. He didn't know what the origin of this woman was, but she was very familiar with Dong Xuaner. Seeing her nervous appearance, it seemed that she had a close relationship with Dong Xuaner. No longer hesitating, she quickly poured her spiritual thoughts into the communication compass and started to investigate, while the woman stared nervously at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. After a while, Yang Kai frowned, looked up at her and said, "Brother Wei sent a message, but it seems that Brother Wei and the others have encountered some troubles." "What's going on?" the woman asked anxiously. "They seem to have fallen into an ancient restriction, and they can't get out for a while, and I can only receive their messages, but I have sent messages but there is no response. Very strange." Yang Kai shook his head slowly. "Ancient prohibition." The woman's face turned pale. "Sister Xuaner, does it matter?" "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head. "Only Brother Wei is sending messages, and no one else is calling." Hearing this, the woman's face turned pale. She didn't know if she was comforting herself or what. She murmured, "Then Sister Xuaner should be with Senior Brother Wei, so only Senior Brother Wei sent a message. Do you know their location?" Yang Kai shook his head again. "I haven't heard from Brother Wei yet, but wait, if he is really asking for help, he will definitely report his location, and since I can receive his message, he should not be far away from here. Too far. If it is too far away, he will not be able to receive his spiritual message." "Okay." The woman nodded slightly, although she understood that what Yang Kai said was reasonable. Her two soft and boneless hands were still tightly clenched into fists, staring at the communication compass in Yang Kai's hand with some unease. Yang Kai has been completely sure that the relationship between this woman and Dong Xuaner is not shallow, otherwise she would never be so nervous. Just when Yang Kai was looking at her, the woman's pair of beautiful eyes just happened to cast over, as if she noticed that she had lost her composure, she couldn't help but smiled awkwardly. Yes, Yang Kai suddenly exclaimed, and as he had just expected, Wei Gucheng did report his location. After a moment of careful perception, Yang Kai raised his head, looked at the woman and asked, "Brother Wei, where they are now?" 100 miles to the west of a huge silver ore. A huge silver ore. Gang silver ore. The woman's face brightened. "I know where it is, I came across it by chance before. Lead the way." Yang Kai was also a decisive person, immediately put away the compass and signaled to the woman. The woman nodded, and hurriedly used her movements, and ran to one side, followed closely by Yang Kai. There was no talking along the way, and I didn't encounter any danger, and I didn't meet even a single person. After about half a day, a huge ore with a height of hundreds of feet suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. It stood alone on the fiery red earth, like a hill, as if no one cares about it since ancient times, giving people a feeling of desolation and depression. When seeing this huge ore, Yang Kai couldn't help raising his eyebrows. I heard that there is gang silver ore before, but he is still thinking about whether to take it away. Gang silver ore is a very good refining material. When refining secret treasures, if you add a little, it can make secret treasures become extremely strong. When people fight, they will not be destroyed, so its value is very high. A small amount of silver ore can easily sell for tens of thousands of holy crystals, and it is also a good thing with a price but no market. But at the moment when he saw such a huge silver ore, Yang Kai immediately died down. He couldn't put this kind of thing into the black book space at all. If it were other ores, he might still be tempted to knock out a piece, but since it is a silver mine, forget it. This thing itself is extremely strong, and it must be melted with holy yuan to purify the silver sand from it. It's not a matter of a day or two. It would be great if you brought the stone puppet in, but unfortunately before setting off, the stone puppet was left behind by Yang Yan. It is useless to think about it now. Yang Kai stared at the huge silver ore with some reluctance and then calmly said, "Look away." "That's it." The woman leading the way pointed forward and shouted. Yang Kai nodded. 100 miles to the west. While speaking, he took out the magnetic element pointer, and after confirming the lower position, he left first. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at CAC Copyright. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first a cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 12-15 Precarious. With Dong Xuaner's safety in mind, the woman almost ran with all her strength along the way. At the beginning, she was worried that Yang Kai would not be able to keep up, so she deliberately slowed down a lot, but later she saw Yang Kai's relaxed and free-spirited appearance, gradually increase the speed. Yang Kai is still inseparable. But now, the opponent is ahead of her. This made her secretly startled, thinking that no wonder this person was able to chase the raccoon in the flaming sand field. The current speed may not have reached his limit, the other party is just waiting for her, so he is so leisurely on my way. After pondering for a while, the woman suddenly said, "This junior brother." Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her suspiciously, not knowing what she was calling him for. The other party's cultivation realm was 2 levels higher than his own, so it was understandable to call him junior. "If you can go faster, don't worry about me, just go as hard as you can, I can keep up." There was a strange look in Yang Kai's eyes, and he knew that the other party hadn't used all his strength. It seemed that all warriors who could enter the 3rd floor had some hidden means. Without saying much, after lightly nodding his head, he directly increased his speed to the limit. His body turned into a blurred shadow, and his speed was soaring. Yang Kai didn't use the wind and thunder wings, because he was sure that once he used them, even if the woman had any backhands, she would only be thrown far away by him. There was a strong wave of Saint Yuan coming from behind, and he didn't know what method the woman used. Anyway, Yang Kai felt that her speed had increased a lot in an instant, and he was biting behind him tightly. But after the speed increased, her breathing was interrupted for an instant, as if she had held her breath in her chest and never let it out. 100 miles to the west of the huge gang silver ore, there is a huge lava lake. The lake is completely formed by hot lava. The extremely high temperature has baked and distorted the scene of this world. The lava in the lake is dark red and thick, and huge bubbles are constantly churning from the inside, bursting, and there is a puffing sound. Every bursting bubble contains some black mist-like energy. Contains extremely terrifying fire poison and corrosive power. The entire lava lake is full of this doomsday-like scene, which makes people shudder. And in the very center of the lava lake, there is a turtle shell floating on the lava lake. This turtle shell is 3 feet in size, and its original yellow color seems to have become extremely red due to the baking of the lava. With the hot breath, countless tiny cracks like spider webs were cracked on the turtle shell. Through these cracks, the scorching breath from the lava lake penetrated deeply, wantonly harassing a group of young men and women who were struggling on the turtle shell. This group of people is the core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Wei Guchang and Dong Xuaner are among them. Besides them, there are 2 other men and 1 woman, total 5 people. The area of the turtle shell is not too large, just enough for 5 people to stand on it together. But at this moment, the bodies of the 5 people were all on the verge of falling, their faces were extremely pale, and there were almost no fluctuations in their Saint Qi. Wei Guchang is in the best condition among the 5, but he has long since lost his former high spirits. His face is full of bitterness and annoyance. Only when he looks at Dong Xuaner, will there be a trace of tenderness and reluctance. Seeing the woman he loves is helping him in the same boat, some power inexplicably surged out of Wei Guchang's body, making his situation better. If it wasn't for the support in his heart, he would have been unable to support it. Once he fell down, the 5 people in the Shadow Moon Palace will definitely be wiped out. Dong Xuaner is still gentle and quiet. Since she fell into this restriction, she hasn't said anything more. She just occasionally cheers up her classmates and encourages them to persevere for a while, but who knows, this one dressed in white always smiles at others gently and sweetly. It seems that the woman who is satisfied as long as she can be with Wei Guchang has reached the end of her life at this moment. Everything was just a faux pas. She has the same thought as Wei Guchang, that is not to let the other 3 classmates see a little weakness and discouragement. Once either of them was discouraged, it would only get worse. The situation of the 3 other than Wei Guchang and Dong Xuaner is extremely bad. The faces of the 2 male disciples are covered with ashes, their eyes are dim, like clouds covering them, they can't see the slightest light, they keep muttering something, under the threat of death, has already lost his mind, and his position is in chaos. And another tall woman in a red dress was also overwhelmed, the tear stains on her cheeks were clearly visible, she seemed to have dried up her tears, she only knew how to mechanically pour the newly recovered Saint Yuan into the turtle shell, and tried her best to maintain the defense of the turtle shell. But whether it was Wei Guchang, Dong Xuaner, or the other 3 Shadow Moon Palace disciples, they all knew that if no one came to rescue them in a day or 2, they would definitely die. They have been trapped here for too long, and everyone's holy energy has been completely consumed. In this kind of ghost place, they cannot recover their skills, relying only on holy crystals and elixir, they cannot make ends meet. It was better when there were pills, but after all the pills were used up in the past few days, no matter how they absorbed energy from the holy crystal, they still couldn't make up for their own losses. The treasure armor on everyone's body is dim, and they have no extra sage yuan to maintain the operation of the treasure armor. If they were just trapped in the lava lake, it would be difficult for the 5 core disciples of Reflection Moon Hall to find a way to get to the shore. What made them helpless was that no matter how they pushed the turtle shell under their feet, the turtle shell remained motionless, as if there was a magical force in the lava lake, binding the 5 of them tightly in place. To add insult to injury, the lava lake has some kind of restrictions placed on it. From time to time, some lava attacks will emerge and attack them from all directions. This makes the 5 people always in danger. Fortunately, Mr. Wei Guchang, it was because they were able to reveal a little background at the most critical moment that the 5 of them did not suffer any loss. But he himself was scarred, his body was covered with dark red scars after being burned, and the fire poison gathered in those wounds to form a black breath. Wei Guchang didn't have the extra strength to expel them, he could only let them gradually eat away your vitality and strength. Gradually, Wei Guchang's pale complexion also took on a black aura, making him look very bad. Brother. Seeing this scene, Dong Xuaner's heart trembled, and she almost shed tears. I'm sorry. Wei Guchang grinned, and said angrily, what is there between you and me? I'm sorry, don't say such outrageous things in the future. But if I hadn't come here to explore, we wouldn't have fallen into this restriction. Dong Xuaner's beautiful eyes were sad. It is precisely because she found this place a bit weird that she wanted to explore it, but she didn't know that the moment she stepped here, the ground was cracked inch by inch, and the ground with countless cracks suddenly sank, and large areas of hot lava emerged, trapping 5 people in the very center at once. Unable to fly, the 5 of them could only rely on the tortoise shell they had just found to barely survive, but they had absolutely no choice but to leave this place. I don't know if this tortoise shell is left behind by the 10th order monster. It is extremely strong, even after being baked in the lava lake for more than a month, it still hasn't broken, but there are many small cracks. But now the tortoise shell doesn't look too good, it seems to be broken at any moment. Don't say that, where there is interest, there is danger. The 5 of us agreed to come here to explore, and it has nothing to do with you. Wei Gucheng said calmly, if it weren't for that, we wouldn't have found that good thing. After we leave here, we will divide the thing equally, and everyone's strength will increase a lot. Can we still leave here? The tall woman in a red skirt looked at Wei Gucheng with her beautiful eyes, and a few tears suddenly leaked from her big eyes, and said sadly, Brother Ji and junior sister Lu are here. When we just entered they died on the 3rd floor. Could it be that their resentful souls are taking revenge on us for not saving them? Hearing what the woman said, the faces of the other 2 male disciples changed drastically. It seemed that they recalled the situation more than a month ago, and their already pale faces lost all blood in an instant. Wei Gucheng glanced at her coldly, and said in a deep voice, Junior brother Ji and junior sister Lu were killed by fire spirit beasts. We are not helpless, but we are helpless. There is no way to avoid disasters. Our experience is similar to theirs. It's okay, don't think too much about it. The death of those 2 juniors and juniors caused a great psychological shadow to other people, because before entering the flowing flame sand field, each of them was full of confidence. They all felt that the flowing flame sand field was not that great, and felt that with their own abilities, they would definitely be able to gain enough benefits in the flowing flame sand field, and then they would soar into the sky and become a blockbuster. When wandering through the 1st and 2nd floors, it was extremely easy and did not encounter any danger, but after entering the 3rd floor, 2 people were lost. In the past, I lived and practiced together with myself, and even a fellow disciple who was talking and laughing a moment ago died tragically under my nose. No one would feel good. Although Wei Gucheng disliked such negative thoughts, he could understand the feelings of his fellow disciples, so he didn't reprimand them too much. If he hadn't been wandering outside all the time, but had practiced in the sect behind closed doors all day like these fellow sects, his psychological endurance would not be so strong. Sure enough, only flowers and plants that have experienced wind and rain can grow strong. These so-called core elite disciples, when they were in the sect, their performance was remarkable. Everyone was a child of heaven, and they worshipped countless juniors and younger sisters. They were also very fierce in their usual discussions, but when they came out, all kinds of problems were immediately exposed. If there is a chance to go back, it is time to talk to the Master and Elder Qian. If the disciples of the Shadow Moon Palace go on like this, they will definitely be destroyed by the next generation. Wei Gucheng secretly made up his mind. Chapter 12:16. 0 June First Shot. Brother, you sent a message to junior brother Yang, did he hear back? Dong Xuaner suddenly looked at Wei Gucheng and asked. No, Wei Gucheng smiled wryly. Could it be junior brother Yang? Dong Xuaner hesitated to speak, a look of worry appeared on her face. Do you think he will fall here? Wei Gucheng chuckled, then shook his head and said. Probably not, with his methods and abilities, as long as he is not as unlucky as us, he will definitely not encounter such a weird ban fall. Then why hasn't he heard back? Dong Xuaner's beautiful eyes were gloomy, and she subconsciously felt that something must have happened to Yang Kai, so she didn't reply to them. Wei Gucheng didn't know how to answer for a while. He pondered for a while, and sighed. Maybe brother Yang didn't check the summoning compass. I felt it before he came in. He wants to act alone, although I gave him the summoning compass, but if he doesn't, if we went to investigate, how could he know that we were stuck in this place and could not leave? But now, the only person I can ask for help is him, and with his ability, he will definitely be able to enter the 3rd floor. I hope we are lucky. Quote. Senior brother Wei, the lava restriction broke out again. One of the 2 male disciples suddenly shouted nervously. The remaining 4 people all changed their colors, and turned their heads to look, and found that the lava lake, which was still calm just now, seemed to be boiled at this moment, and more bubbles came out from below, and several of them were close at hand. The power of corrosion quickly spread towards the 5 people. Wei Gucheng snorted coldly, brushed it away with his big hand, and a crimson thunder fire flickered, blocking all the poisonous fire and corrosive power outside. But after such a move, Wei Gucheng's body shook slightly. Normally, he would not be afraid of these fire poison and corrosive power, but now that he is at the end of his strength, using any means will be a huge burden on him. Here we come. The male disciple trembled, and saw the dark red lava surging in the lava lake, transforming into pillars of fire, rushing towards the center in all directions. This situation has happened countless times in a month, and every time the 5 people work together to stop the outbreak of the ban, but this time seems to be a little different. Why are there so many? The tall woman's complexion changed when she saw the number of restraints erupting, and she was almost dumbfounded. This time, the number of attacks erupted by the band seems to be much more than before. Before, they were very reluctant to deal with it. Wei Gucheng was injured in many places. Now that everyone is no longer at the peak, how can they stop this wave of killings? It's over. The tall and slender female disciple and the other two male disciples stared blankly at the lava column that was rushing towards them. Don't panic, Wei Gucheng shouted, and Dong Xuan'er and the two of them burst out all their remaining power and poured it into the turtle shell, arousing the protection of the turtle shell. On the baked crimson turtle shell, a layer of bluish light curtain suddenly lit up, and the light curtain contained an extremely strong water attribute aura, enveloping the 5 people in it. Chi chi chi, a column of lava shot out, all impacting on the light curtain. The blue light curtain shook for a while, and it only suffered the first wave of attack before it was crumbling. After the second wave of forbidden attacks arrived, it completely shattered. Wei Gucheng's heart turned cold. He knew that this time he was really doomed. If his 3 juniors and juniors hadn't waited for death, they could have held on a little longer, but they didn't move, only relying on themselves and Xuan'er, the tortoise shell. The defense can't support it at all. That's all. To be able to die under such a strange restriction would not disgrace one's wisdom, it's just. Wei Gucheng turned his head to look at Dong Xuan'er, just in time to meet the other party's gaze. Eyes met, both of them smiled slightly, everything was kept silent. Swish swish swish. A few strange sounds came out, as if some energy shot from a very far away position, and immediately around the tortoise shell, many shields like black fire condensed appeared, one side after another, densely packed, directly covering the space around the 5 people. The lava pillars continued to attack, but they were all blocked by those shields. One shield was shattered, but more shields formed, protecting the space around the turtle shell airtight. Immediately in the distance, jet black sword glows shot over, sweeping down many lava pillars that had hit them halfway. Surviving a near death, the 5 people on the turtle shell all burst into expressions of surprise, and turned their heads to look at the location where the sword light came from. Brother Yang. Wei Gucheng couldn't help laughing when he saw that the person who saved him at the critical moment was Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai was standing on the shore of the lava lake, holding a pitch-black magic sword. It was as if an ancient demon god had descended, constantly slashing out that kind of black lingering sword light. Next, Yang Kai took out his purple shield from the ring while reducing the pressure for Wei Gucheng and others, and threw it there with all his strength. The shield is his secret treasure, only he can display its full power, but it is extremely strong. It is refined from the hard shell of a 9th-level monster. It has a certain defensive ability. It is also possible for Wei Gucheng to use it temporarily. The purple shield turned into a ray of purple light and fell into Wei Gucheng's hands smoothly. After catching the shield, Wei Gucheng immediately took it to block the dense lava column attacks, and at the same time shouted at Yang Kai, "Brother Yang, thank you for your kindness. I will talk to you after this catastrophe." Say. Well, there is this, you take it. Yang Kai nodded, and threw another jade bottle over. This time it was Dong Xuan'er who caught it, opened the bottle cap and said in surprise, "It's ice snow pill." The 3 juniors and juniors of Shadow Moon Hall were overjoyed when they heard the words, and hurriedly said, "Senior Sister Dong, give me a pill quickly." The pills of the 5 people have already been exhausted, and the arrival of the Bingshe pill can be said to be a timely help. Taking one pill can greatly relieve their stress. Dong Xuan'er nodded, poured out the ice and snow pills one by one, distributed one pill to each of the 3, then stuffed a pill into Wei Gucheng's mouth, and finally swallowed it by herself. The ice and snow pill entered the abdomen, and a burst of icy cold air suddenly gushed out from the bodies of the 5 people, dispelling the unbearable heat and fire poison. Wishing to hang their hands and wait for death, they used their own methods to block the lava pillars that smashed the Haoshan shield and hit the front. On the shore of the lava lake, Yang Kai used Xuantian's sword to help Wei Gucheng and the others disperse the pressure, and used Saint Yuan from time to time to condense Haoshan's shield for them to protect them from a long distance. And the ugly woman who came with him took a deep breath until the shore. I don't know what secret technique she used. When she rushed all the way, she didn't even breathe, but she followed closely behind Yang Kai, and didn't start to recover until she came here. Seeing that the situation was critical, he threw out a brocade-like secret treasure without making a sound, and it turned into a pink cloud, constantly flying around Wei Gucheng and the others. All the lava pillars covered by the pink cloud disappeared. Up. Lick eye handkerchief. Dong Xuan'er recognized the secret treasure at a glance, and glanced at the shore thoughtfully, and after seeing the figure of the ugly woman, she was pleasantly surprised. How come Sister Daiyuan and Senior Brother Yang together? As far as she knows, because of her appearance, Daiyuan has always been alone. Even if she is from the same family, she will not go with her. And Yongkai seems to like to act alone. These two people, it's weird enough that they will come together. Maybe we met by chance on the road. Wei Gucheng smiled and said vigorously, but no matter what, this calamity should be over, and Brother Yang will find a way to get us up later. Well, Sister Daiyuan's snow silk is fine, and she shouldn't be afraid of the lava here. Dong Xuaner was also in good spirits, and the remaining 3 Shadow Moon Palace disciples all smiled when they heard what they said, and they never saw the lava again. What a look of dejection and despair. The lethality of the prohibition outbreak on the lava lake is not too great, it is the fact that Wei Gucheng and others are helpless. With the help of Yongkai and the woman named Daiyuan, Wei Gucheng and the 5 blocked this time without injury. Outbreak prohibited. After everything calmed down, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of escaping death is not something that can be experienced often. Wei Gucheng and the others sat on the turtle shell and resumed their breath adjustment. After a while, he stood up and said to Yongkai, "Brother Yang, don't go deep into this lava lake rashly, even my void-grade secret treasure can't stop the scorching water of this lake. Burn it, and it will be destroyed in one fell swoop." How to get you up here? Yongkai had already checked the lava lake when they were recovering. The lava was so unusual that even with his strength, he didn't dare to go deep into it easily. He was helpless. At that time, Wei Gucheng spoke. "Just ask Sister Daiyuan to help." Wei Gucheng looked at the woman beside Yongkai with a smile. It turned out to be Daiyuan. Yongkai didn't know the woman's name until now. Daiyuan heard the words, bit her red lips lightly, and said to Wei Gucheng, "I don't know if the snow silk can resist this lava. If it is destroyed, I have to think of another way. Wei knows that if the snow silk is destroyed, I will definitely compensate Sister Daiyuan." Wei Gucheng nodded slightly. "Who cares about your compensation? I just want to save Sister Xuaner." Daiyuan snorted, as if she didn't want to see Wei Gucheng, making the other party smile awkwardly. Even though she said that, she quickly took out the white silk thread that Yongkai had seen before. When Yongkai saw her fighting with that Zontianmeng disciple, he used this thing before. At that time, he didn't expect it to be refined, but now he understands, it is actually snow silk. To be continued, this article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at CAC Copyright. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 12-17 Snow Silk. Snow silkworms are rare, and they can only survive in extremely cold places, and snow silkworm larvae do not spin silk. They only spin silk after they are matured for 200 to 300 years. They spin silk every 10 years. One time is a little bit. If you want to refine such a secret treasure, it will take at least hundreds of years of accumulation. This woman named Daiyuan actually possesses a secret treasure refined from snow silk, which made Yongkai look at her with admiration. She is familiar with Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner, and has such a treasure. It seems that her status is not low. Just when Yongkai guessed her origin, Daiyuan had already walked to the edge of the lava lake, and Daiyuan was staring at the lava in the lake with a frown, and her spiritual sense kept exploring it, and after a long while, she took out her own snow silk secret treasure. She flicked her fingers, and a tiny snow-white silk thread that was almost invisible to the naked eye popped out from her fingertips, flying for a distance of more than 10 feet. But this distance is far from enough. The tortoise shells where Wei Gucheng and others are located are at least 30 feet away from the shore. The snow silk only flew halfway and then fell down. The stored icy power collided fiercely with the scorching heat in the lava, and puffy white water vapor rose up, making it almost invisible in a large area. Daiyuan's face became more and more dignified, holding the end of the snow silk with one hand. Shengyuan poured it in frantically, resisting the power of the lava, and at the same time controlled her snow silk to extend towards Wei Gucheng and others. Everyone was watching her movements nervously, and the 5 people on the turtle shell were especially worried. Although the snow silk is a secret treasure of the cold attribute, it is still unknown whether it can resist the scorching heat in the lava. After all, the secret treasures of Wei Gucheng and others are not damaged here. Almost everyone has 1 or 2. Secret treasures were burned by the lava, and there were many virtual-level existences among them. If even heavy treasures like snow silk couldn't pass through the blockade of lava, then they really could only wait to die. While the water vapor was churning, Daiyuan bit her red lips tightly, and she did not know what kind of magic formula had changed in her hand. The cold air inside the snow silk over there suddenly surged a lot, suppressing the scorching heat of the lava all at once. Click, there was a crisp sound. Visible to the naked eye, a frozen path suddenly spread out on the lava lake. The path was only 1 finger wide, but it was spreading towards Wei Gucheng and others at an extremely fast speed. Everyone was overjoyed. They could see clearly that this frozen path was created by freezing the lava with the cold energy in the snow silk, and the slender silk was hidden in the frozen path. In the blink of an eye, the ice-bound trail extended about 10 feet forward, but at this moment the speed of its extension suddenly slowed down. And Yang Kai, who has been paying attention to Dai Yuan's movement, also found that there was an abnormal blush on the woman's face, obviously a little weak. Sure enough, the speed of the icy path spreading forward became slower and slower. Seeing that there was only the last short 10 feet away from where the turtle shell was, he could no longer make an inch of progress. On the contrary, the icy path was still to be signs of rapid dissolution. This scene darkened the faces of the 5 people who had been standing on the turtle shell waiting for rescue. Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuaner were better, and their expressions quickly returned to normal, but the other 3 Shadow Moon Hall disciples became desperate again. They thought they could be rescued easily, so they had great confidence in Dai Yuan, but now they saw that Dai Yuan didn't seem to be doing well, and they immediately felt very upset. With a distance of more than 30 feet, Dai Yuan and Dong Xuaner looked at each other from a distance. Dong Xuaner's eyes were full of worry. She was not worried about her own safety, but worried that Dai Yuan would do something that would greatly damage her vitality. Sure enough, Dai Yuan gritted her silver teeth. A resolute look flashed across her face. She bit the tip of her tongue. A puff of blood sprayed out and scattered on her snow silk. The pure white snow silk immediately turned extremely bright red. The icy breath soared and spread all the way to the end. The ice-covered path that had shown signs of melting was frozen again, and the snow silk that had stopped moving finally rushed forward, once again slamming the lava ice that passed along the road. Seal up. Yang Kai frowned tightly, always paying attention to Dai Yuan's movement, and after she spurted out a mouthful of blood, Yang Kai also moved. He could see that even if Dai Yuan used her own blood to drive the snow silk, she might not be able to send the silk to Wei Gucheng and others, and even if she sent it, with the current state of Wei Gucheng and others, they couldn't hold its snow silk saves herself. This kind of silk is extremely sharp and icy cold. It is not something that Wei Gucheng can resist now. So he had to go there, and Yang Kai was sure to run over smoothly through the path that was frozen by the snow silk. The frozen path was rapidly spreading towards the turtle shell, and Yang Kai was already stepping on the frozen path like a thunderbolt, rushing towards that side rapidly. Seeing this scene, Wei Gucheng couldn't help showing a touch of emotion in his eyes. With his shrewdness, how could he not see what Yang Kai wanted to do? He didn't talk nonsense, but just reminded, "Brother Yang, don't underestimate the secret treasure of snow silk. Even if junior sister Dai Yuan doesn't target you, that kind of coldness and sharpness can't be easily resisted." "I know," Yang Kai responded lightly, and the person had already rushed to the end of the frozen path. At this moment, the frozen path was only about 5 feet away from the turtle shell. Although it was still spreading forward, the speed was once again down. Yang Kai didn't wait for Dai Yuan to drive the secret treasure, but condensed a layer of dark magic flame body protection in his hand, and grabbed it towards the end of the frozen path. With a click, Yang Kai pulled out a hole in the frozen path, and when Yang Kai withdrew his big hand, he had already grasped a red snow silk. Everyone was stunned. Even Dai Yuan was stunned by Yang Kai's crazy behavior. Her beautiful eyes were full of astonishment and disbelief. Ordinary warriors, let alone hold the snow silk, even if they get close, their bodies will be stiffened by the icy cold, but Yang Kai is really holding this thing in his hand at this moment. Not only is it not frozen, even his palm was not cut off, only a drop of golden blood slipped from the gap between his 5 fingers. But Dai Yuan is also very different from ordinary people. She reacted immediately after being stunned for a moment, and fully cooperated with Yang Kai to let her snow silk continue to extend. Just now in the lava, it was very difficult for her to extend the snow silk. That was because of the obstruction of the scorching power of the lava, but now that the snow silk has been held by Yang Kai, she can naturally easily display her various magical powers. The snow silk immediately stretched endlessly. Yang Kai held one end of the snow silk with one hand, and tapped it on the lava with the other, forming a Hoshin shield. He rushed out of the frozen path, stepped on his Hoshin shield, and immediately it is a step forward. When the footsteps fell, the second Hoshin shield supported him, and when he left, the Hoshin shield shattered. The situation looked extremely tense and exciting, and the 5 Shadow Moon Palace disciples all gave Yang Kai a hand sweat, lest he step on the ground and fall into the lava lake. It was only 5 jong away from the turtle shell, and Yang Kai only took a dozen steps before reaching the top of the turtle shell. Wei Gucheng and the others had already moved away to let Yang Kai settle down. After rushing to the turtle shell, Yongkai just nodded at Wei Gucheng, then tied up the turtle shell with the snow silk in his hand, and after confirming that it was firm enough, he looked at Wei Gucheng and said, "I should be able to bring 2 people go back, who will go back with me?" Without even thinking about it, Wei Gucheng pointed at the tall woman and another male disciple who looked younger and said, "Take them back." Dong Xuaner also nodded aside, agreeing with Wei Gucheng's opinion. Yongkai nodded, grabbed one with one hand, and signaled to Dai Yuan who was standing on the turtle shell towards the shore. Dai Yuan's expression became serious, and under the urging of Sheng Yuan, the snow silk immediately jumped straight, and Yongkai stepped on the snow silk directly, all the way back. Condensing the Haoshan shield as a foothold is only an expedient measure. The temperature of the lava is too high, even the Haoshan shield can only appear for a moment, and if one is not careful, it will fall into the lake. Yongkai rushed over just now. Huge risk. Now that he returns, he would rather be cut and bruised by snow silk than try that again. The male disciple who was held under the arm by Yongkai turned pale, his eyes widened, staring straight at the lava lake below, motionless. It was the tall female disciple who didn't know what to think. She hugged Yongkai tightly, her delicate body was almost clinging to Yongkai's body. There was an amazing elasticity from that plump breast, her beautiful eyes closed tightly. It seems that he would rather die in a daze than face the terrifying lava. Men and women react very differently when confronted with danger. In an instant, Yongkai returned to the shore and put down the 2 Shadow Moon Palace disciples, both gasping for breath, and the female disciple even patted her towering chest, with a look of rejoicing after the catastrophe. After Yongkai returned, Dai Yuan tried to drag the turtle's shell, but found that it was like growing in a lava lake. It didn't move. No matter how she urged Sheng Yuan, she couldn't drag it back. In desperation, she could only look at Yongkai, looking at Yongkai's bloody feet, begging. Among the people present today, she needs to drive the snow silk, straighten it, and form a simple passage, and Wei Gucheng and others are at the end of their strength. It is impossible for them to go ashore by themselves, and only Yongkai can save them. But Yongkai obviously suffered some injuries this time, and Dai Yuan didn't know if Yongkai was allowed to run again. Would his feet be cut off? This woman obviously underestimated Yongkai's ability, although the sharpness of the snow silk surprised Yongkai, because even her own body would be injured, but it was impossible to seriously injure herself. Whether it was the injuries on the palms or the soles of the feet, they had all recovered at this moment. The recovery ability of golden blood has always been so strong, even the coldness contained in the snow silk had already been expelled by Yongkai, and it didn't affect him at all. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at AA Squared. Just want to listen to you. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. If you want to dedicate the fastest and best updates to friends like us, please click to search Baidu Breaking Dawn and join us. Chapter 12:18 Bad Luck. What made Dai Yuan feel at ease was that Yongkai had already returned before she asked for help, which made her secretly exhale, thinking that it seemed that this person had a good relationship with Wei Gucheng, otherwise why would he take such a risk to rescue him? People. After a lot of tossing, they finally got the remaining 3 people to the shore. It is also strange to say that when the lava lake was empty, the lava lake that was originally tumbling with huge bubbles, like being boiled, sank quickly, and it only took a short time of 10 breaths to trap Wei Gucheng and others for a month. The lava lake disappeared from everyone's sight in such a strange way. Only one side remained in place with many cracks, the roasted red turtle shell, and the dark red earth everywhere, as if everything and all kinds of hardships experienced before were nothing but an illusion. This kind of restriction, even Yongkai was stunned, thinking that no wonder Wei Gucheng and others would be trapped there and couldn't get out. If it was him, he would definitely fall into it. But I will definitely not be trapped for so long. In terms of the degree of condensedness of Sheng Yuan, Wei Gucheng and the others are not as good as myself. I can take the risk of using the Haoshan shield as a support point to break out of the blockade of the lava lake. However, the Saint Yuan in Wei Gucheng and others' bodies could not do this. After the lava lake disappeared, the force that originally restrained the turtle shell also disappeared, so Dai Yuan easily dragged the turtle shell back from a distance. This tortoise shell aroused Yongkai's great interest. How lethal the lava is, he has a deep understanding. This seemingly ordinary tortoise shell can actually float on it, supporting it for so long. It must not be an ordinary thing. When Wei Gucheng and others were recovering from breath adjustment, Yongkai was studying this turtle shell. The tortoise's shell is full of criss-cross ravines. It can be seen that it is some old things. Moreover, this tortoise must also be a long-lived monster. It should have lived for at least tens of thousands of years. The tortoise shell is full of traces left by the years of wind and frost. This is the turtle shell of the 10th order monster blackwater turtle. When Yang Kai was studying this thing, a pleasant voice suddenly came from his ears, and he knew it was Dai Yuan who was talking without turning around. You know, Yang Kai glanced at her in amazement. Well, I've seen it in some classics. Dai Yuan squatted down, stretched out a jade hand, and stroked the patterns and grooves on the turtle shell, with a hint of sadness on her face. I just don't know why it was killed by someone, and this turtle shell was simply sacrificed and refined by others, otherwise, Sister Shuiner and the others would not be able to use the power of water contained in it to protect it. It is really unexpected that there are still people in such a place. There are 10th order monsters, it seems that we must be careful in our actions in the future. A 10th order monster is equivalent to a Void King realm powerhouse. Not to mention the 10th level, even the 9th level, it is also a rare existence on Gloomstar. If there is a 10th level monster that appears outside, it will definitely be an invincible existence, and it will bring huge catastrophe to the entire Gloomstar. Maybe there are no 10th order monsters here, or they existed a long time ago, but they don't exist now. Yang Kai was thoughtful. Why are you so sure? Dai Yuan looked at him strangely. Talk about it casually. Yang Kai chuckled and didn't explain. He had obtained soul-cleansing water in the flowing flame sand field, and he knew that some Void King realm powerhouses died here before. Since some Void King realm powerhouses died here, it is normal for a 10th order monster to die. It's just that after going through so much, Yang Kai faintly felt that this flowing flame sand land was not simple, it was not an ordinary forbidden land. There must be some secrets hidden inside it. This time, the threat of the third layer has been greatly weakened, allowing many elites to enter, and it is not known what kind of changes have caused it. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't want to say more, Dai Yuan didn't continue to ask, but just smiled and said to Yang Kai generously, "Get to know each other again, my name is Dai Yuan, Lulaman's disciple." Lu Liman. Yang Kai was taken aback. Who is Yin Sudi to you? Hearing Yang Kai mention Yin Sudi's 3 words, Dai Yuan's eyebrows faintly flashed a hint of disgust, but she quickly returned to normal, and said lightly, "It's my junior sister." For some reason, her tone became a lot colder for no apparent reason. It seemed that it was only because Yang Kai's first reaction after hearing Lulaman was Yin Sudi's woman. This is not to blame Yang Kai, Yin Sudi is the only one who knows about Lulaman. He has not been in Gloomstar for a long time, and he is not a native warrior, so how can he know other things about Lulaman? That woman is actually your junior sister. Yang Kai looked her up and down as if he wanted to re-examine Dai Yuan, with a strange expression on his face. For Yin Sudi, this woman, Yang Kai can't say that he likes it, but he doesn't have any bad feelings. He just thinks that this woman is a bit slick and charming. She seems to be as famous as Fang Tianzhong, Ku Changfeng, Wei Gucheng and others. Yang Kai didn't know how much real material she had, but her beauty definitely added a lot to her reputation. Seeing that Dai Yuan said that Yin Sudi was actually her junior sister, Yang Kai was very surprised. Dai Yuan is a nice person, her behavior is very low-key, she is not the focus of attention of the crowd like Yin Sudi is at all, and the appearance of the two is also very different, so it is strange that these two women are teachers and sisters. Surprised only for a moment, Yang Kai quickly realized his gaffe, quickly smiled and said, "No wonder you are so powerful, it turns out that you are from the Lulaman. You're not bad either." Dai Yuan stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to see into the depths of his soul. The performance of this young man at the first level of the Saint King always surprised her. Why, Brother Yang didn't know that Sister Dai Yuan was from the Lulaman. Wei Gucheng walked over with Dong Shuiner from the side, looking at their appearance, it seems that they have recovered a lot. After all, Yang Kai just gave them some elixirs. Those elixirs for recovery are all good things that Yang Kai personally refined, and the recovery effect is far from being comparable to those bought in the world. I didn't know, the two of us just met halfway, and we happened to receive your message, so we rushed over together. Yang Kai stood up and smiled at Wei Gucheng. Wei, on behalf of all the younger brothers and younger sisters, thank you for your great kindness. Wei Gucheng walked up to him, and immediately gave a big gift to Dong Shuiner, with sincere words. Yang Kai quickly helped them up. Before he could speak, Wei Gucheng said seriously, "Brother Yang, if you and Sister Dai Yuan hadn't arrived in time this time, Shuiner and I would have gone to Wangquan together even for a quarter of an hour at night now. Let us not talk about anything else, if it's useful for Wei in the future, just open your mouth, and Wei will never frown. Eh?" It seems that until this moment, Wei Gucheng really wanted to make friends with Yang Kai. Before he got along well with Yang Kai, a large part of the reason was because of Qian Tong's order, and also because he himself appreciated Yang Kai. But after experiencing the grace of saving his life this time, Wei Gucheng kept his attitude very low. If it was only related to his life, it would not be enough to make him bow his head, but Yang Kai also saved Dong Xuaner, who he regarded as a woman who is more important than life. This kindness is great. Glancing at him, Yang Kai nodded slightly. Wei Gucheng looked at Dai Yuan again and said, "As for Sister Dai Yuan, I will visit you Xuaner at Lulaman to express my gratitude, and I hope that Sister Dai Yuan will not drive you away." Dai Yuan snorted softly. She had no intention of answering him at all, she just took Dong Xuaner's hand and walked aside to whisper. Wei Gucheng smiled wryly and shook his head, glanced at several younger brothers and sisters who were still recovering, and chatted with Yang Kai without worrying. Through his narration, Yang Kai knew all the hardships their Shadow Moon Palace disciples had gone through. To describe it in one sentence, it is bad luck. A total of more than 70 people came to the Shadow Moon Hall this time, and nearly 50 of them stayed in the hot area on the first floor, and the remaining 20 people entered the Genius Treasure area on the second floor, and dispersed into several teams. They searched for spiritual herbs and elixir separately, and contacted through the communication compass, but they lived in peace and gained a lot. When the news of the weakening of the power of the third floor came, Wei Gucheng immediately gathered some of the most elite personnel, gathered 7 people, and rushed to the third floor, but just entered the hot area of the third floor, and was killed surrounded by a group of fire spirit beasts. They fought for a long time, and the two fell, and Wei Gucheng was behind the palace, which saved the lives of others. Before they could recover from the grief of losing their companions, they stepped into this ancient restriction. He was trapped for more than a month, and was not rescued until today. When Wei Gucheng talked about these things, his face was full of annoyance. Although there was an element of bad luck in it, it was also due to insufficient strength. Forget about this ancient prohibition. It is estimated that even a void returning realm expert will not be able to see it here. Get out of the false and real in it, and fall into it. But the group of fire spirit beasts they encountered was really not strong enough, which caused the fellow sect to lose. Compared with their encounters, Yang Kai found that he was simply lucky. Huge flint stones, fiery crystal essences, fragments of fragmented images, soul-washing water, 9 curved crystal jade trees, suspected dragon bones and dragon balls, holy crystal veins, various spiritual grasses, spiritual fruits and spiritual medicines, and that weird dignified space, Yang Kai has come all the way, and the harvest is unimaginable. I don't know how Wei Gucheng will feel if he knows these things. I'm afraid he will vomit blood depressed. In short, since entering the third floor, Wei Gucheng and the others had nothing to gain except a few flint stones, and they had wasted more than a month here. Fortunately, there was no loss in the end. If 5 people were buried here, it would be really bad news. If Shadow Moon Palace lost so many elite disciples at once, there would be a huge gap in the personnel below. There is no problem, but once the Saint King realm of other forces grows, the decline of Shadow Moon Palace will be exposed. This result is unbearable to anyone. To be continued. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at CAC Copyright. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first A cent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 12-19 Sunrise in the East. Brother Yang is interested in this tortoise shell. Wei Gucheng complained for a while, then suddenly asked a nonsensical question. If you are interested, just take it. I think this thing is unusual, but it has also cracked a lot the gap. I don't know if it has any effect yet. He knew that there was a formidable artifact refiner behind Yang Kai, and the body material of this 10th order monster was the favorite of those highly skilled artifact refiners. He pays himself that even if he takes the turtle shell back, he will not be able to find a suitable person to make it into a secret treasure. Master Green is getting old and hasn't made a secret treasure for many years. Elder Qian has been thinking about it all these years. There are ways to prolong the life of the master, but the effect is very small. The situation of the master is getting worse and worse, which makes people worry. What's more, with the level of Master Green's crafting master, it may not be possible to use this tortoise shell. It is better to give it to Yang Kai now. Maybe this tasteless material can play the biggest role in Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai pondered for a while, but didn't refuse, nodded and put away the turtle shell of the 10th order monster in front of him. While the two were talking here, Dong Xuaner and Dai Yuan were also whispering in the distance. But at this moment, Dai Yuan is holding a jade bottle in her hand, and there is also a pill in the palm of her hand. The pill is full and round, the whole body is light blue in color, exuding bursts of fragrance. Smelling it in the nose makes the whole body feel comfortable, refreshing. When Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes were looking at this elixir, there was even a hint of imperceptible excitement and anticipation flashing across her eyes, and then she showed admiration again, and her various expressions changed back and forth. Dong Xuan'er didn't make a sound to disturb her. She knew in her heart why this close friend of hers showed such an expression. She just quietly stood aside. This elixir is not a rare item, it's just an extremely common recovery elixir for restoring strength, but it's not low grade, Saint King level high grade. It is one of the ones that Yang Kai gave to Dong Xuan'er just now. Grain. Dong Xuan'er didn't run out, but was asked by Dai Yuan to check carefully. After a long while, Dai Yuan put the Fuyuan pill in her hand into the jade bottle, handed the jade bottle back to Dong Xuan'er, and took a light breath. How? Dong Xuan'er asked. It's a very powerful alchemy technique. I can't do it. The properties of this pill have been refined to the extreme. I am afraid that as long as you are lucky, you will be able to generate pill patterns. The surface of the pill already has some faint pill patterns. It's a pity that I don't know why it fell short in the end. Dai Yuan showed a regretful look, and she was slightly shocked. Not only this one is like this, but all the others are like this. This alchemist has made his own alchemy skills miraculous. It's at its limit. So powerful. Dong Xuan'er was taken aback. Her apricot mouth opened slightly. It can make so many Holy King level pills almost produce pill patterns. Doesn't it mean that the person who refined them may be a virtual level alchemist? Well, it should be a void grade alchemist without a doubt. When Dai Yuan said this, she glanced at Yang Kai intentionally or unintentionally, and there seemed to be some anticipation in her beautiful eyes. Seeing her expression, Dong Xuan'er didn't know what she was thinking in her heart, and quickly said, "Sister Dai Yuan, don't worry, the matter will always be resolved." Dai Yuan stretched out her hand to stroke the broken hair next to her ear, and said lightly, "I know, I'm not in a hurry, it's been so many years. By the way, Sister Xuan'er, what is the origin of that Yang Kai?" She seemed to be interested in Yang Kai all of a sudden, and began to inquire about Yang Kai's information. Dong Xuan'er didn't hide anything. When she told all the things she knew, when she heard that Yang Kai came to Gloom Star from the outside world, Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes brightened up, and her delicate body couldn't bear it anymore. She trembled a little, and the anticipation in her eyes became more and more obvious. Since others can come to Gloom Star from the outside world, why can't I leave Gloom Star and go to the outside world? Like Wu Yi, she both wanted to leave Gloom Star, but the two had different starting points. Wu Yi wanted to experience the splendor outside, while Dai Yuan had other reasons. Although she really wanted to ask Yang Kai which alchemy master made that bottle of rejuvenation pill, Dai Yuan still endured it. She is not familiar with Yang Kai, just met by chance, and now she hastily asks these questions. If it involves other people's privacy, it will only be annoying. How can she do such a stupid thing? However, she was already thinking about whether she should improve the relationship with Yang Kai, and then ask naturally when the time is right. Time passed by little. Dai Yuan and Dong Xuan'er hadn't seen each other for a long time, so naturally they had a lot to say, and Yang Kai and Wei Gucheng also talked about sex, constantly chatting about such and such things. From Wei Gucheng's mouth, Yang Kai actually knew a lot of anecdotes and secrets about Gloomy Star. Yang Kai didn't intend to stay and act with them, but now that others have just escaped from danger, it's not natural for him to let go, so he has been waiting for these people to recover. At that time, he will bid farewell and continue to go deeper to the third floor to find a suitable place to refine Xuanian sunflower water. A day later, the remaining 3 people in Shadow Moon Palace finally recovered and came to Yang Kai and Dai Yuan to express their sincere thanks. This time, these 3 people no longer meant to underestimate Yang Kai. When the flowing flame sand field was opened before, these 3 people lined up behind Wei Gucheng. At that time, Wei Gucheng suggested that Yang Kai should act with them, but the 3 of them were still very reluctant. They secretly felt that bringing Yang Kai would be a burden. To hold them back, if you find any benefits, you have to share some of them for nothing. They never thought that this young man who they considered a burden would actually save their lives in the hot zone on the 3rd floor. Recalling the thoughts that flashed through their minds at that time, the 3 of them were extremely ashamed and wished they could find a hole in the ground and go down. You 3, return to the 2nd floor by the same route now. Fortunately, we haven't gone too far. If you return by the same route, with your strength and means, it is more than enough to protect yourself, so don't take risks in the 3rd floor. Here it's not that you should be able to come in. Wei Gucheng waited for the 3 of them to thank them, and said directly. The 3 of them were taken aback, and immediately understood why Wei Gucheng made this decision. On the lava lake before, the performance of the 3 of them was really inconsistent with the identity of elite disciples. Now that Wei Gucheng asked them to return to the 2nd floor, they did not dare to disobey them. They all nodded in shame and said yes. Brother and Sister Dong must be careful. Wei Gucheng nodded lightly. Although he was a little disappointed with the performance of his 3 juniors and juniors, they were from the same school after all, and he still remembered a friendship. Before they left, he and Dong Xuan'er used up the pill all the medicines were given to them. The 3 said goodbye with tears in their eyes, but before they set off, the sky and the entire flowing flame sand field suddenly became much brighter. This kind of abnormality naturally made everyone aware of it. Everyone looked around suspiciously, but found nothing wrong. Just when they were puzzled, the tall female disciple pointed to a certain place in amazement. Full of shock, the sun. Looking in the direction of her finger, everyone was stunned after seeing the vision over there. On the edge of the day, a round of red sun was rising, and the bright red light almost dyed the entire sky in bright colors. It was precisely because of the rising of this round of red sun that everyone felt that their vision was so bright just now. Much brighter. But no one thought it was really the sun. It has been several months since I entered the flowing flame sand field. In this strange space, there is no sun, moon, stars, or even the sky. Looking up, there is only a red space, which is printed with the cracks of the earth. Chengwei, giving people a sense of the end of the world. How could there be a sun in such a forbidden place? Yang Kai's first reaction was that someone was fighting, and what powerful secret treasure was used. But after thinking about it carefully, I found it impossible. That round of red sun was clearly at an extremely distant location, at least a few hundred miles away from this place. At such a long distance, the red sun could still affect this side except for the Void King level secret treasure. Other grades of secret treasure can't reach this level at all. Which force will bring the Void King level secret treasure to the disciples under the sect into the flowing flame sand field? There are many crises here, no one can guarantee that he can survive. Even Wei Gucheng almost fell here. Unless the elders of that sect are all stupid, they will let the disciples of the Zhuang level secret treasure come in. Each of those secret treasures is the treasure of their respective sects and should not be used easily. What's more, even if this is the case, with the strength of the Saint King realm fighters here, they can't activate the Void King level secret treasure, and using it forcibly will only make the power of the secret treasure counterattack. What is it? Yang Kai's brows were tightly locked, his expression was full of surprise. He saw all kinds of inconceivable things in the flowing flame sand field, and he couldn't understand the scene in front of him. But faintly, he always felt that the scene in front of him was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before, but he couldn't think of a clue after thinking about it carefully, which made him frown secretly. How can there be a sun here? Could it be that the restriction of the flowing flame sand field has been broken? A male disciple from Shadow Moon Hall exclaimed in surprise. What he said really made some sense. When the restriction of the flowing flame sand field was broken, one could see the outside scene naturally. If the sun happened to rise in the east at this time, such a scene could indeed be seen. Wei Gucheng shook his head. It's not the sun. His thoughts are the same as Yang Kai. What is that, senior brother, have you ever seen such a scene? Dong Xuan'er leaned her delicate body slightly towards Wei Gucheng, and there was a faint unease and tension spreading deep in her heart. I haven't seen it. After Wei Gucheng finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at Yang Kai, wanting to hear his opinion, who knew that Yang Kai had a thoughtful expression at the moment. Obviously he had no time to pay attention to him. As a last resort, he turned his attention to Dai Yuan again. Although he didn't think that Dai Yuan's knowledge was wider than his own, maybe she knew something. What surprised Wei Gucheng was that Dai Yuan showed exactly the same expression as Yang Kai. What are these two doing? Wei Gucheng muttered secretly in his heart. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at AA Squared. Just want to listen to you. If you like this work, welcome to support the author. If you want to dedicate the fastest and best updates to friends like us, please click to search Baidu Breaking Dawn and join us. Chapter 1220 Red Candle Fruit. A round of red sun rising again shocked all the warriors who were adventuring on the third layer of the flowing flame sand field. On a hill, 5 or 6 Saint King realm fighters in golden gowns stood behind Ku Changfeng. Their eyes were shocked, and they looked towards the place where the red sun rose. After the shock, these Saint King realm they began to discuss in a low voice, discussing what it was, but Ku Changfeng's face was extremely sinister. He did see a lot of good things during his trip to the flowing flame sand field, but it seemed that he didn't get the real thing. The benefits, especially the soul-cleansing water, became a pain in his heart. Today, such a vision appeared in the world, which immediately attracted his attention. After pondering for a while, he waved his hand and shouted, "Go and have a look." Immediately, he took several of his fellow disciples and rushed towards the direction where the red sun was rising. On the other plane, there are also 4 pure and mighty warriors with sage essence. Each of these warriors has lightning arcs visible to the naked eye, and the secret treasures they use also shoot out lightning bolts. When the red sun rose, they just finished encircling and suppressing a group of fire spirit beasts that came to harass them. One of them collected the scattered fire spar, and the other companions slowly gathered around a young man with a stable appearance and simple clothes. Around. "Senior Brother Fang, what is that?" someone asked. The poorly dressed young man shook his head slowly, and said lightly, "Just go and have a look. If there is such a scene in the flowing flame sand field, it is very likely that some kind of treasure was born." Saying this, he walked straight towards the direction of the rising red sun with his hands behind his back. His steps seemed to be unhurried, but the lightning flashed under his feet, and his figure floated forward like an MVP charm. The blink of an eye is a distance of several tens of feet. On an abrupt rock, a man with an indifferent expression was meditating and adjusting his breath. At this time, he also looked at the red sun, pondered for a moment, and immediately got up. And in the deepest part of the third layer of heat-burning area, a man in his 30s is struggling to resist the heat wave and fire poison. He seems to want to go deep inside, but when the red sun rises, glancing back, he immediately showed shock and ecstasy, and murmured, "It turned out that this kind of thing has matured. Ha ha ha." After finishing speaking, he immediately turned around and rushed towards the direction of the red sun impatiently, as if he was afraid that someone would take away the benefits of going late. Many similarities and minor differences happened in various places on the third floor. The elite disciples of the major forces who broke into the third floor are all rushing towards the red sun at this moment. Everyone is guessing, what is the reason? With such a vision, is it a treasure born? But before they arrived at the place where the red sun was, a gust of fiery red wind suddenly hit them, and there was an extremely hot breath in that wind, which made all the warriors' complexions change drastically, and they all used their Saint Yuan to resist. To everyone's surprise, after this seemingly powerful gust of wind hit, it did not cause any damage to anyone. Instead, a strange fragrance wafted throughout the third floor of the flowing flame sand field. It is a kind of fruity aroma that makes people feel energetic after just one sip, and even contains some very strange power, which is unclear and makes people have the urge to immerse themselves in it and feel it carefully. But no one stopped to realize it. Just smelling the fragrance has this effect. If you snatch that unknown treasure, what kind of shocking wealth will it be? When the aroma of this fruit diffused, everyone's expressions became more excited and their speed increased. By the lava lake that dried up and disappeared, Yongkai and the others were also hit by the fiery red wind. After smelling the magical fruit fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose, Yongkai was shocked and shouted, "The spiritual fruit is ripe." Until now, he was finally able to confirm that the scene of the rising sun was not caused by some secret treasure, nor was it the birth of some great treasure, but a kind of spiritual fruit that had matured. The ubiquitous fruity aroma in the air is the best proof. Immediately, the name of a spirit fruit that had almost disappeared popped out of her mind, almost at the same time as Yongkai, and on the other side, Dai Yuan also screamed, "Red candle fruit." Yongkai glanced at Dai Yuan in surprise. He didn't expect this disciple who was born in Lulaman to know such a heaven-defying thing as red candle fruit. As far as he knew, this kind of spiritual fruit had almost disappeared. Even if he was outside, it is the same as Wenshan Lian and Juku Jingyushu. It is only passed on in rumors, and no one has witnessed it with their own eyes. But this Dai Yuan actually screamed out, which really surprised Yongkai. Red candle fruit. Dong Xuaner and Dai Yuan had the best relationship, so she asked bluntly at this time, "What is that?" "Zhuang level high-grade spiritual fruit." Dai Yuan gritted her teeth and said every word. Except for Yongkai, who guessed the truth, everyone was shocked. It's not that there are no Void King level spirit grasses and elixir on Gloom Star, but the number of such things is extremely rare, and only one or two plants will occasionally appear in 10 or even decades. Even if they appear, 99% of them are Void Kings. Low-grade ones, even middle-grade ones are rare. But now, in the third floor of the flowing flame sand field, there unexpectedly appeared a kind of Void King level spiritual fruit. What's the use of a house? Although Dong Xuaner tried to calm down, her voice was still trembling slightly. The words Zhuang level top rank hit her heart like a heavy sledgehammer. There are many uses. During the period of its maturity, all warriors can use the fruity fragrance it emits to comprehend some magical laws, integrate and improve their own cultivation. Of course, this is not the most important. It is said that swallowing conquering it can give warriors a chance to advance to the Void King realm. What? Wei Gucheng couldn't calm down now. There has never been a Void King realm powerhouse on Gloomy Star. If some force obtains this spiritual fruit called red candle fruit at this time, and allows a Void King realm to be born in one's own sect, wouldn't that be able to dominate the entire star? As the most core disciple, Wei Gucheng, how can he not know the powerful relationship? Ida's fine if Ida's something else. He suffered a heavy loss in Shadow Moon Hall this time, and Wei Gucheng didn't want to stir up any more muddy waters. He originally planned to let the 3 juniors return to the 2nd floor, and he and Dong Xuan'er will be on the 3rd floor casually walk around and look around to see if there is any chance, but if the red candle really has such a miraculous effect, then you must go to grab it even if you are desperate. And be sure to grab it. Once this thing falls into the hands of others, especially the enemy, it will definitely be a disaster for Shadow Moon Palace. Wei Gucheng can't sit back and watch this kind of thing happen. Shichen, Dong Xuan'er bit her red lips lightly, looking at Wei Gucheng worriedly in her beautiful eyes. The latter's expression was uncertain, and he quickly made a decision. Looking at the 3 juniors and juniors, he said, "You should return to the 2nd floor. Don't interfere with the red candle fruit. This time it will definitely be chaotic." "What about you, senior brother Wei?" the tall woman asked. "Xuan'er and I will take a trip." Wei Gucheng glanced at Dai Yuan after he finished speaking, and Dai Yuan chuckled lightly. "Of course I want to take a look at such a rare event, not to mention that it is far from mature now. There are still some days left, just to use its fruity fragrance to integrate your own cultivation in the past." Wei Gucheng seemed to have known that she would say that, nodded when he heard the words, then turned his gaze to Yang Kai, and asked, "Brother Yang, what do you mean?" "I'll take a look too," Yang Kai said lightly. "Okay, then let's go." Wei Gucheng no longer hesitated. After this day's recovery, he also recovered in a hurry, and he will definitely recover to the peak by then. Even if he fights with others, he is not afraid. Together, the 4 of them galloped towards the red candle fruit. On the way, Yang Kai glanced at Dai Yuan thoughtfully, and said with a smile, "Miss Dai Yuan seems to be very proficient in medicine. If it hadn't been soaked in medicinal herbs all year round, it would be impossible to recognize the red candle fruit so quickly, and looking at Dai Yuan's appearance, she must have read a lot of books, and she has a lot of research on all kinds of rare spiritual grasses and spiritual fruits." Hearing Yang Kai's question, Wei Gucheng laughed loudly. "Brother Yang probably doesn't know, Sister Dai Yuan is not only amazing in strength but also a Saint King alchemist." Oh, now Yang Kai was surprised. He really didn't expect that this Dai Yuan was with him and was a member of the alchemy master, but he was a virtual alchemist, and the other party was just a Saint King alchemist. "It's just a teacher, there is a big difference," Dai Yuan said softly. "It's just a low-grade alchemist of the Holy King level, it's nothing. My aptitude in alchemy is not very good, but junior brother Yang, there must be many void-level alchemists and void-level alchemists out there." "Master." Yang Kai chuckled, knowing that she should have asked Dong Xuan'er to inquire about her details, so she didn't care, just slowly shook her head and said, "There are indeed many void-level alchemists, but void-level alchemists are rare. I haven't seen them been. It turns out that King Shu-level alchemists are rare outside." Dai Yuan showed a surprised expression. "It's natural, there are not many Void King-level powerhouses outside." Hearing this, Dai Yuan opened her mouth, as if she wanted to ask something, but she hesitated to speak, but in the end she couldn't ask, which made Yang Kai frown, but since the other party didn't ask, he didn't ask. It is necessary to take the initiative to inquire, and it will not be worth the candle to cause some cumbersome things. For the 4 of them, the distance of hundreds of miles could be reached in a short time, but in the flowing flame sand field, this distance also takes a lot of time. But the farther one goes, the more intense the fruity fragrance pervading between heaven and earth becomes, and the red sun rising over there gradually rises a lot, reaching a height of several tens of feet in the sky. We need to speed up. When the red candle fruit is ripe, there will be a wonderful scene of Sanyang Kaitai. It will not really mature until the Sanyang Kaitai appears. Any time before that is extremely precious. If we arrive earlier, we will be able to realize the benefits earlier. Dai Yuan urged softly. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at Offending People as Child Paper. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to the first release to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 12:21. Hearing what Dai Yuan said, the other 3 couldn't help speeding up their pace. And Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuan'er asked about the wonderful scene of Sanyang Kaitai, and Yang Kai also pretended to be very interested and listened from the side. After Dai Yuan's narration, Wei Gucheng and Dong Xuan'er knew what Sanyang Kaitai was, but Yang Kai's expression became strange. He found that although this Dai Yuan recognized the red candle fruit and knew about the wonders of Sanyang Kaitai, she didn't seem to understand everything. I just don't know if I'd ask the same for other people, but Yang Kai can be sure that he and Dai Yuan are not the only ones who recognize the red candle fruit. The most elite people on Gloom Star are all gathered on the 3rd floor, and there must be other people among them who'll recognize it. After 2 full hours, a group of 4 arrived in a valley. The valley was not big, and it took up about 100 feet of land. Under the valley, there was a dark red earth everywhere, with cracks and gullies everywhere. But surprisingly, there are some dry trees growing in this valley. The trees are also red in color and seem to be lifeless. If you look closely, you can find that these trees are clearly not dead. The power of them allows them to linger in this cruel environment. The valley is surrounded by hills of all sizes, at least there are more than 20 hills. When Yang Kai and the others rushed to this place, about half of these hills had already been established. These people took their respective sects as units and controlled each of these small hills as a place to stay. The eyes of most warriors wandered among the dead trees in the valley, with longing and hot expressions in their eyes, but it was strange that no one went deep into the valley, and they didn't know what everyone was taboo about. When Yang Kai and the others arrived, countless eyes swept towards this side, and many people showed vigilance and disgust. After all, this heaven-defying spirit fruit is about to mature, so the fewer people who come, the better. But everyone knows that this kind of thinking is unrealistic. Before the red candle fruit matures, the wonderful scene of the rising red sun has already made the entire 3rd floor boil, and everyone is afraid that they are going this way. They rushed over, so even though they were vigilant and disgusted, they had nothing to do. They just glanced at Yang Kai and the others, then withdrew their gazes. Yang Kai's eyes swept away, and his heart was secretly awe-inspiring. The scene this time was indeed grand enough, not to mention the large number of people who came. All of them were elites from those big sects. Here he saw people from Zontian League, Lei Taizong, Luluman, and other young handsome men whom he didn't know. The 4 of them came relatively late, and there must be more people on their way. It must be that the place will be even more chaotic by then. Yang Kai also saw the indifferent warrior who had previously occupied the center of the soul-cleansing water. This guy monopolized a small mountain with a big thorn, as if there was no one else around. With his hands behind his back, his expression was as indifferent as ever, his figure was as straight as a sword, and he stood proudly. There, no one dared to go up to trouble him. People who came here could more or less guess the identity of this guy, and they would not touch him, so even if they didn't like his behavior, no one dared to say anything. On the other side of Luluman, after seeing Dai Yuan, Yin Sudi had a weird expression on her face, as if she didn't expect her senior sister to go with someone, but after recognizing Dong Xuaner, she looked relieved again. Immediately, he didn't ask any questions, and had no intention of greeting Dai Yuan. Wei Gucheng swept his eyes, pointed to one of the hills that no one paid attention to and said, "Let's go there." After a while, the 4 of them went up to the hill. Like the others, they turned their eyes to the valley below and observed intently. Where is the red candle fruit? Wei Gucheng scanned around, but he didn't find any trace of the spiritual fruit. All he could see was countless dead trees, and he couldn't help being extremely stunned. You can't see the red candle fruit before it's ripe. Dai Yuan shook her head slowly, but it must be in this valley. When it matures, it will naturally surface. So it is. Wei Gucheng nodded slightly. Hey, senior brother Li Yunan from the medicine pill sect is here. I don't know what to do. Dong Xuaner let out a light snort, and cast her gaze not far away. Over there, a martial artist dressed as a middle-aged Confucian scholar, dressed in green clothes and jade belt, was approaching. This side came galloping, but before the person arrived, he smiled and raised his hand at this side. Yang Kai has also heard of the medicine pill sect. In any place, there are sects or forces that specialize in refining elixir for a living. There is Yaowang Valley in Zhongdu, there is an alchemy association in Tongshuan continent, and the most famous one on Gloom Star is Elixir. The door is closed. Most people would not easily offend such an existence, because they might ask for it at some point. In the Yaodan sect, there are as many as 5 virtual-level low-grade alchemists alone, ranking first in the entire Gloom Star. Each of these 5 people is a master-level existence that is well-known in the Gloom Star, and is admired by everyone. He will be regarded as a guest of honor everywhere. And since this guy named Li Yunan can go deep into the 3rd layer of flowing flame sand field, he must be an elite in the medicine pill sect. It seems that he also knows Wei Gucheng, Dong Xuaner and others, but they don't know how they are friends. After a while, the middle-aged Confucian scholar named Li Yunan came to the mountain where the 4 of them were. He smiled and cupped his hands at Wei Gucheng, and said warmly, "Brother Wei, you really came too." Wei Gucheng returned a salute and said with a big laugh, "This kind of thing is naturally to join in the fun." On the side, Dong Xuaner and Dai Yuan greeted Li Yunan one after another. Li Yunan responded with a smile, looking very gentle, and asked about Yang Kai's origin and name, but was taken away by Wei Gucheng. Although Li Yunan was a little surprised what Yang Kai, a Saint King first-level realm, was doing here, but since he was brought by Wei Gucheng, he didn't want to ask too much. Brother Li, I don't know what you're talking about when you came to find Wei. Wei Gucheng squinted his eyes and asked straight to the point. Li Yunan smiled slightly, pretending to be mysterious. Brother Wei, since you came here after seeing a vision, do you know that something is about to be born here? I heard it is a red candle fruit. Wei Gucheng replied. Li Yunan frowned, looking a little surprised, but after looking at Dai Yuan, he suddenly realized, patted his forehead and said, Li asked a stupid question, since Miss Dai Yuan is here, Brother Wei must be I understand, there are probably no strange plants and fruits in this world that Miss Dai Yuan doesn't know about. Senior Brother Li is ridiculous, Dai Yuan just did some research. Dai Yuan replied flatly. Hee, Miss Dai Yuan, don't need to be self-effacing. There are not many people who can recognize the red candle fruit. Brother Ku from Zontian League, Brother Fang from Lei Taizong, and Miss Yin from Lulaman don't even know it. I went down to tell them. Otherwise, if you think why they have been standing still, with their temper, I am afraid they would have gone down and scraped the valley 3 feet away. Wei Gucheng suddenly realized, and only then did he understand why everyone was standing on the surrounding hills and there was no movement. It turned out that Li Yunan would go to notify every force that came here. What he did was obviously not out of good intentions. No one would want to keep it for himself, and so did Li Yunan. He would notify others, obviously because he didn't want people to act rashly and interfere with the ripening of the red candle fruit. If it was really because someone who didn't know interfered with the red candle fruit and made it disappear, that would be the biggest loss. So even though he was somewhat reluctant, Li Yunan still worked hard to run around in various hills, telling the warriors who came here one by one. Brother Li really cares about the world, and he is admired by the common people. Wei Gucheng bowed his hands with a sincere look. This hat is a bit too big, Li Yunan said he didn't dare, and then changed the subject before revealing his true intention. I don't know if Brother Wei is interested in joining forces with my medicine pill sect. Joining hands. Wei Gucheng narrowed his eyes even more, and said with a hey smile, Brother Li, although Wei is not very proficient in pharmacology, I also know that there should be only one red candle fruit. How should we join forces? If you really get the red candle fruit, how should you distribute it? Brother Wei, let me finish what I have said. Li Yunan seemed to know what he said, and he was not in a hurry, with a calm expression on his face. Brother Li, please tell me, I'll just listen carefully. Even though Wei Gucheng knew what the other party was planning, he couldn't refuse him. What I mean is, I took the red candle fruit first. Although there is only one piece of this kind of spiritual fruit, if you use it as medicine to make alchemy, you should be able to make more than one pill. Li Yunan said while observing his words, seeing that Wei Gucheng didn't respond, continued to speak. As far as I know, there is only one low-grade alchemy master in Shadow Moon Palace, right? And that alchemist has only been promoted for a few years, and the success rate of refining virtual level pills is not high. If Brother Wei gets the red candle fruit, if you take it back, you can only let the elders in the family swallow it alive, and the medicinal properties will be greatly reduced. After a pause, a look of arrogance appeared on Li Yunan's face. This situation is not only in your Shadow Moon Palace but also in other major sects. But my medicine pill sect is different. Although the grade of the red candle fruit is very high for the 5 virtual level low-rank alchemists, if we let the elders of the medicine pill sect join forces, they may not be able to refine more than a dozen pills. Hearing this, Wei Gucheng finally knew what the other party wanted to say, squinted at Li Yunan and said, Brother Li means that you will take the red candle fruit from the medicine pill sect, refine it into a pill, and give it to me in the Shadow Moon Palace. Share. That's right, that's exactly what Li thinks. Li Yunan nodded again and again. I said that not only to Brother Wei, but also to Brother Ku from Zontian League, Brother Fang from Lei Taizong, and Yin from Lulaman. Miss, Brother Ku from Twin Hearts Valley, and Brother Tang from Piaomiao Palace, all said so. Then what do they mean? Wei Gucheng raised his eyebrows. Hee, although you haven't expressed your opinion yet, Li thinks that he should be able to convince them. Li Yunan put on a confident look. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please go to M to read. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 12 22 Hostility. Everyone knows that Li Yunan is talking nonsense. If he really has the confidence to persuade all the forces not to take the idea of Aa Hongjuguo, and hand over such a heaven-defying existence to the medicine pill sect, that would be a strange thing. Only what you hold in your hands is truly your own. Li Dongnan's words are completely insincere and not credible. What's more, how can they, juniors, be in charge of such a big matter? When Li Yunan brought the red candle fruit back, the elders of the Yaodan sect would not recognize the decision of the juniors, so what other sects could do, even if they joined forces to destroy the Yaodan sect, the red candle fruit would be lost. Wei Gucheng knows the tricks better than anyone else, and knows that once he let go of his promise, he will definitely become the target of public criticism. May rashly agree to such an unreasonable proposal. However, he would not be so stupid as to offend the Yaodan sect face to face. He pretended to think seriously for a while, then nodded slightly and said, "If Brother Ku and Brother Fang agree, then it's nothing to count me as a part of Shadow Moon Palace, but Brother Li. Hee, have you gone to say hello to that guy?" Saying so, he quietly gestured towards a hilltop. Li Yunan's face twitched slightly. Of course he knew who the guy he was talking about was. He forced a smile and said, "Li wants to communicate with you first, and then discuss it with him." Wei Gucheng curled his lips and shook his head, sighing constantly. This matter is not easy to handle. If there are really only a few of us, it's okay to join forces, but now there is such an extra variable. Wei feels that Brother Li should finalize that first. The tone of the guy, "Come and talk to me in detail." Li Yunan was startled, but his expression remained the same. He cupped his hands and said, "Brother Wei also makes sense." Then Li will go back and think about it, and discuss this matter in the long run. After finishing speaking, he floated down the mountain bag and returned to his side. After he left, Wei Gucheng snorted coldly without any trace. "Do you really treat someone Wei as an idiot?" Dai Yuan smiled lightly from the side. "It's not that senior brother Wei doesn't know the virtues of the people from the medicine pill sect. He's bothering with them so much, so it's right not to agree this time. If you really agree to them, it will be troublesome." "Of course I know that." Wei Gucheng looked serious. "Let's not mention it in advance. This time there is such a mature spiritual fruit, I don't know if it is a chance or a disaster." He looked at the elites on the hills, secretly wondering how many of these people would die because of fighting when the red candle really matured. "Let's not talk about that. I feel that practicing here seems to be of great benefit. Anyway, there is still some time before the wonderful scene of Sanyang Kaitai that Sister Dai Yuan mentioned. Let's feel it here," Dong Xuaner suggested. The other three nodded their heads one after another, and immediately found their own seats on the hill and sat down cross-legged, savoring all the mysteries contained in the aroma of the fruit. Yang Kai quickly noticed the heaven-defying nature of this red candle fruit. It was indeed as recorded in the classics. During the few days before it matured, it would always exude such a fruity fragrance. Among the flesh and blood, limbs and bones, it can promote the martial artist's mastery of his own power and the integration of realm cultivation. Only the sight of a rising red sun has such a miraculous effect. If the three suns gather together, the effect will definitely be multiplied several times. Because it was together with Wei Gucheng and others, Yang Kai was not worried about being attacked here, so he only allocated a small part of his mind to monitor the surroundings and soon immersed himself in the wonderful feeling. He is an alchemist himself. When alchemy, he needs to have extremely high control skills over Sheng Yuan, so in this point he is better than most warriors, and being stimulated by the aroma of the red candle fruit, he has great control over Sheng Yuan. All kinds of exquisite control made him linger more and more, and Yang Kai soon enjoyed it, as if he had entered a new world. In this world, he could communicate perfectly with the power in his body, and control it at the peak. Yang Kai fell into the comprehension of Sheng Yuan's control, and Wei Gucheng, Dong Xuaner and Dai Yuan also fell into the deep comprehension of different fields and different forces. After the initial wait-and-see experience, those fighters at various hills sat down cross-legged in a sensible manner, inhaling the aroma of the red candle fruit, and did not waste any more time. Almost half a day after Yang Kai came here, there was a strange peaceful situation here, and everyone was carefully appreciating the benefits of the red candle fruit fragrance. There are more and more people coming to this hillock. Although most of them are confused, seeing that the people who came first are all meditating, they are also looking for a suitable place to learn and show. In an instant, their faces show the look of surprise soon became so intoxicating that I couldn't extricate myself. At a certain moment, a young warrior in Xingyi rushed here alone. This man was the man who tried to go deeper into the third floor, but he came a bit late, and the mountain bag near the valley had been destroyed. Everyone was occupied, and he glanced around coldly, secretly considering whether he should grab a place, but soon, he dismissed the idea. He had just seized the house and saw the sun again, so he didn't want to attract too much attention for the time being. But when his eyes swept over Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged, his eyes suddenly narrowed, revealing a look of surprise. He didn't seem to expect to see Yang Kai in this kind of place. But soon, he frowned. His face was so gloomy that he was about to drip water. He can be sure that it was this holy king first-level warrior who took away his extremely precious thing, but now he still can't feel any breath from the other party. Did the other party really fuse it? This is impossible. He knows better than anyone what kind of power is contained in that thing, let alone a martial artist at the first level of the holy king. Even if it is a virtual king who wants to merge, it is not a day or two things, and there is a great possibility that it will be backlashed. But this is where the strange thing happened. The young man at the first level of the holy king got his own thing and left the stalactite cave. In less than an hour, the breath of the thing disappeared without a trace. No matter how he urged the secret method to track him, and couldn't find any clues. Besides, if he really fused, he couldn't be alive, and he must be dead now. Such a weird thing made him very annoyed. He could never have imagined that it was not Yang Kai himself who fused with that thing, but a heaven and earth treasure, a warming god lotus that had grown to the 6-color level. Just as he was wondering and puzzled, the young man at the first level of the holy king suddenly opened his eyes at the opposite mountain, and fixed his eyes on himself precisely from a long distance away. His heart shuddered, hurriedly looked away as if nothing had happened, and searched for a not-so-good position, imitating the appearance of others, and meditating. On that hillock, Yang Kai frowned tightly, with a look of displeasure. He was immersed in a deep understanding, but suddenly found that someone was spying on him, and there was a hint of hostility and murderous intent. At first, he thought it was Ku Changfeng, but after he saw the person's face clearly, he couldn't help being stunned. That person wasn't Ku Changfeng, but Yang Kai had seen it before. He was the one who went into the pool with him to soak the soul-cleansing water in the stalactite cave. Being interrupted from his comprehension, Yang Kai was naturally a little unhappy. That person's strength is not bad. The realm of Saint King 3rd layer, Yang Kai vaguely remembers that the force he belongs to is an existence called Luyun Valley. However, there was an old man and another man with him at that time, and now he is the only one left. It is not known what happened, let alone whether the old man and the other man in Luyun Valley are dead or alive. Why is this person hostile and murderous towards him? Yang Kai paid himself that he had never provoked the other party, nor had he revealed too many secrets in front of him, so Yang Kai was secretly annoyed by him thinking about it for no reason. Did junior brother Yang discover anything? Dai Yuan seemed to notice a change in Yang Kai's aura. She opened her eyes to see his pensive expression, and asked softly. No. Yang Kai shook his head, looked at a certain place and asked, do you recognize that man? Dai Yuan followed his gaze, and unexpectedly revealed the identity of the other party. That man is Lu Yi, the core disciple of Luyun Valley. Why, what's wrong with brother Yang? Lu Yi. Yang Kai secretly remembered the name, shook his head and said, no, I only met him once, but I don't know why this Lu Yi is somewhat hostile to me, it's really strange. Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes flashed, and she said strangely, this Lu Yi is not the type who likes to provoke people. Although I don't have any deep friendship with him, I have talked to him a few times, and his reputation in Luyun Valley is also very good. Not bad. Why are you hostile? I want to know too. Yang Kai grinned. Dai Yuan probably misunderstood something. Thinking that Yang Kai and Lu Yi really had some grievances, she frowned and reminded softly, Lu Yi is the son of Lu Shangdong, the owner of Luyun Valley. Although Luyun Valley is not a top-notch influence is not bad. If it's not a big deal, I can help you talk to Lu Yi to mediate. With his temper, he should be fine. No need. Yang Kai shook his head. Don't say that he has no grudges with this Lu Yi. Even if there is, he doesn't need others to resolve it. If the other party doesn't come to trouble him, it's fine. If he comes to trouble him, Yang Kai won't. Don't mind waiting. Seeing that Yang Kai rejected her proposal, Dai Yuan naturally stopped talking, and when she was about to continue to meditate, Yang Kai suddenly gestured to the side and asked, where is that person? Dai Yuan looked from his own light and saw the indifferent man occupying a small hill by himself. Her face couldn't help changing slightly. She immediately looked away, and said with a little warning, Junior brother Yang, don't go find someone else to inquire about this person. I only know that he should be from the Star Emperor sect, but I don't know the name. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Offending People as Children as paper. If you like this work, you are welcome to starting to vote for recommendations, monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1223 The Second Round of Red Sun. Sure enough, it was the Han Emperor sect. Ever since he saw Ku Changfeng treat this person so carefully in the stalactite cave, Yang Kai had some vague guesses. Only people from the Star Emperor sect would let the arrogant and domineering Ku Changfeng, and he was so restrained in front of him. Even if he suffered a loss, he could only pinch his nose and admit it, not daring to retaliate in person. Dai Yuan was afraid that Yang Kai would not know how powerful the Star Emperor sect was, and said with a serious face, "In the entire Gloom Star, the most powerful three-party forces are the Star Emperor sect, Zhan Tianmeng and Lei Taizong. But in fact, every faction knows that the difference between Thunder Typhoon sect and Xingdi sect is not even a little bit. I heard that there are hundreds of powerful warriors at the peak of the void returning third layer on Xingdi Mountain. The terrifying numbers are not comparable to the Thunder Typhoon sect of the Battle Sky Alliance, and I also heard that they have mastered several powerful Void King level secret treasures." So powerful, Yang Kai was startled. There are hundreds of Void Return 3-layer peak powerhouses in a sect, which is really amazing. Well, it's just that their total number is relatively small, and they never recruit disciples from outsiders, so their reputation is not obvious. Then how does their inheritance last? Yang Kai frowned. I'm not sure, but in the past countless years, there have been rumors that some people with great fortune and good fortune met a strong man who came down from Xingdi Mountain and was taken back to practice. However, the number of such people is not too many. There are only 4 or 5. Dai Yuan smiled slightly. People on Xingdi Mountain seldom come out and walk around, so although there are a lot of strong people, as long as other forces don't provoke them, they will not be bullying. Someone provoked them. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and found that Dai Yuan's delicate body was shaking slightly just now. He felt terrified, thinking to himself that someone really had the audacity to provoke such a terrifying existence, and the end must be miserable. Dai Yuan lowered her voice a lot. Shinko slightly opened and said, "Generally speaking, every 10 or 20 or 30 years in Xingdi Mountain, there will be one or a few younger generation disciples going out to practice on the mountain, and the disciples also don't show the mountain or the water, and they are very low-key. I am afraid that until they return to Xingdi Mountain, no one will know their origins. I saw something in a book of Luluman that records secrets. It is said that 2,000 years ago, there was a sect on Gloom Star that was as famous as Zhantianmeng and Leitazong. It seemed to be called Guiyangzong. At that time, there was a young warrior who came down from Xingdi Mountain and got a heavy treasure was learned by some people in Jiyu Yangzong, who planned to ambush him, killed him on the spot, and returned with the treasure. A month later, Jiyu Yangzong was uprooted overnight, suffered the catastrophe of extermination." Quote. Yang Kai suddenly changed color. "Don't need to think about it, I also know that it must be the Star Emperor sect who destroyed the ancient Yang sect. One can imagine how powerful this Star Emperor sect has mastered in one night, the power of." But Dai Yuan smiled, stroked the broken hair beside her ears and said, "But this happened more than 2,000 years ago, no one knows if it's true or not, and the elders in the school are also very taboo about this matter, never mentioning it. However, there is a place called Zhangshang Valley on the Dark Star. The land with a radius of thousands of miles is barren and desolate. It is said that it used to be the sect of the ancient Yangzong. There are also many warriors who went to Nazangshang Valley in groups to look for opportunities. They said that there was a hidden cave in the ancient Yangzong, which contained many rare treasures and a lot of wealth, but unfortunately no one found it. A lot of people died. Have you been there?" Yang Kai looked at Dai Yuan with a smile, although she used the word, heard, several times, but Yang Kai could tell from her tone that she was sure. These rumors are all true, and the other party of Tibetan Shanggu might have been there before. Of course I've been there. Dai Yuan nodded lightly, but I didn't gain much, but I was haunted by a ray of cold air, and it took me a long time to get rid of it when I returned to Luluman. If junior brother Yang is interested, he can go. Take a look, but be careful. Well, let's talk about it when we have a chance. Yang Kai nodded casually, but he didn't think so in his heart. Even if the ancient Yangzong really had some hidden secret cave, 2,000 years have passed now, I'm afraid it has been discovered long ago. He doesn't think that such things will remain until now. When the time comes to run to fetch water from the bamboo basket, it will be a waste of time and energy, and he is not willing to do such a thing. Hee. Dai Yuan also saw Yang Kai's perfunctory intentions, so she didn't continue to talk about this topic, but said, "In the past, people who walked out of Xingdi Mountain would not be discovered by others, but this time it is different. Happened to meet the opening of the flowing flame sand field, so before coming in, Master once told me to be careful of those fighters who are alone, with strange faces, but with shocking methods, because maybe he is a disciple of the Star Emperor sect. To be honest, when I first met junior brother Yang, I thought you were from the Star Emperor secta. Yang Kai was stunned. He didn't expect to have such a misunderstanding, but it's no wonder that he is indeed a strange face to the people of Gloom Star, and he can break into the third floor with the first level cultivation of the Saint King. The method must be good, and it is inevitable for Dai Yuan to have such a misunderstanding. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's head twitched, wondering why Meng Hongliang of Ke Hezong and Huang Shiren of Jidao sect seemed to have misunderstood something after they showed some tricks. It turned out that they thought they were from Xingdi Mountain, so that's why Meng Hongliang was so cautious. Dai Yuan also had a misunderstanding in this way, but after learning that Yang Kai had a relationship with Wei Guchang, she immediately denied the conjecture in her heart, because people from Star Emperor sect generally don't make friends with other people. And after coming here, seeing that indifferent man, she immediately understood that he was the real Star Emperor sect disciple. The two talked for a while, and then they didn't say anything more. They closed their eyes and continued to meditate. The sun is slowly rising higher and higher until reaching the mid-heaven. The fruity aroma wafting in the air is becoming more and more intense, and the various perceptions that can be obtained from the fruity aroma are naturally becoming more and more profound, which makes every warrior excited and joyful. Suddenly, the ground seemed to shake for a moment, and immediately a burst of earth-shattering energy leisurely erupted. Such a change caused all the warriors present to change their expressions. They woke up from the deep feeling in an instant, and looked at the valley in front of them in horror. There seems to be a layer of red mist in the valley, and the red mist contains extremely terrifying power. The appearance of the red mist was extremely strange. There was no sign of it before, but when the warriors looked over, it had already permeated the valley, and it was extremely fast, covering the entire valley in just the blink of an eye. Immediately, the astonishing heat spread in all directions, forming a hot wind, blowing to every corner of the third layer of the flowing flame sand field. Everyone has experienced this kind of thing once. Seeing you now, the horrifying mood immediately slowed down a lot. I know that although such a hot wind looks terrifying, it will not harm people in the slightest. Sure enough, when the hot wind swept over everyone's bodies and spread farther away, no one was surprised. In the very center of the valley, another round of red sun was born, and it was slowly rising from the bottom of the valley. The red sun is not the sky, about the size of a bamboo hat, the consciousness cannot be swept in, and the naked eye cannot see clearly. If you stare at it for a long time, you will immediately feel dizzy. A more intense fruity fragrance rippling out, and a sound of intense heartbeat came out from the chests of the warriors. The second round of red sun appeared. This also means that the red candle fruit is one step closer to the true maturity. The major sects who have learned the truth about this place from the medicine alchemy sect Li Yunan seem to be unable to restrain their hearts, and the tense and hostile atmosphere soon spread in the valley. Spreading all around, everyone looked at each other, as if everyone was a sworn enemy, wishing they could rush over and kill everyone right now. And those Zongman fighters who don't know the truth and don't know the wonders that will happen when the red candle fruit matures are also greatly affected by this atmosphere. While sending people to the familiar sect to inquire about information. Soon, various anecdotes about the red candle fruit spread, allowing every martial artist who came here to understand the reason, which made the commotion atmosphere much calmer. Since there will be a wonderful scene of Sanyang Kaikan, there is only 2 rounds of red sun rising now, so there is no rush to do it. What's more, the red candle fruit is completely gone before it is really ripe. Even if someone wants to snatch it, it will be difficult. With nowhere to start, he could only give up resentfully. After the appearance of the second round of red sun, there was only a moment of turmoil in the valley, and everyone fell silent again, continuing to absorb the fruity fragrance, comprehending all kinds of wonders, and integrating their own cultivation. Yang Kai was also immersed in it. He felt that through such a feeling, his understanding of the control of Shengyuan seemed to be on a higher level, and there was a vague idea in his heart. Although he grasped some traces, he couldn't integrate it. This situation is like dozens of cats scratching the itch, making Yang Kai fidgety, and plunged into his own thoughts, wanting to use this opportunity before the red candle fruit matures to clear up the vague thoughts. Once it can really be realized, then one's combat power will increase a lot. Time passed by little, and when everyone was trying to gain something, a roar suddenly came from a hillside. "Bastard, how dare you secretly set up in formation?" This roar woke up many martial artists who were meditating and comprehending. Looking along the position where the man's voice came from, he saw a man from the Zontian League waving a huge fan with an angry expression on his face. The rhyme is flowing, the energy is not low, and it is a good secret treasure at first glance. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at Offending People as Child Paper. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to the first release to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1224 Chasing People. The Zhenwu warrior waved the fan in his hand, grinning his teeth. The imposing wind dragon immediately rushed out of the fan, and accompanied by a high-pitched dragon chant, it instantly ran for a distance of several tens of feet, and stood at a certain place in the valley. In one place, another warrior with a flushed face attacked. The martial artist didn't know which faction he came from, and he seemed to be doing something sneaky before. He thought that everyone was immersed in the feeling, and it was a good opportunity to attack secretly, and he was a bit dabbled in the battle. Then he wondered if he could set up a formation near this valley, so that when the red candle fruit matured, there would be a layer of guarantee for fighting over it. Who knew that there were still people here who didn't understand, but were always on the lookout for their surroundings. He had just made a move here, and was immediately seen through by a warrior from the Zhenwu League. The roar awakened most of the warriors. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the warrior who wanted to do something secretly blushed. Before he had time to defend himself, the huge wind dragon attacked in front of him. Composed of wind blades, it opened its mouth wide, murderous, trying to swallow it. That warrior is not mediocre. If he doesn't have enough means, it is impossible to break into the third floor. He raised his hand and shot out a red light, pouring it into Fenglong's big mouth, and at the same time, he floated back with a horrified face. Go! With a bang, the crimson light didn't know what attack it was, but it exploded directly in Fenglong's belly, bursting out with unimaginable power. After a blurry change, it collapsed directly. How dare you fight back? On the side of Zhenwu, Ku Chengfeng stood up, smirked, and opened his big hand to grab that person from a long distance. An invisible force bound the warrior tightly, making him unable to retreat any further. The warrior of the Zhenwu League who drove the secret treasure of the wind dragon saw the opportunity. He smiled, and waved the big fan again, and another wind dragon came out ferociously, and it rushed to the person who set up the formation in a blink of an eye, and swallowed it with his mouth open. The screams came out, although the person who set up the formation also had the strength of the third-level Holy King, but under the joint efforts of Ku Chengfeng and one of his fellow sects, he had no power to resist. After struggling for a while, he with the countless wind blades in Fenglong's body were cut into pieces. The smell of blood rose to the sky, and severed limbs were all over the ground. After Ku Chengfeng and his fellow disciples killed one person, they immediately turned their gazes to a certain hillock. Their gazes were cold and unfriendly. At the hillside, there were 3 warriors at the Holy King realm standing there with ugly faces, and one of them, who seemed to be the leader, took a step forward and shouted, Ku Chengfeng, what are you doing? If something is wrong, it is not your turn to kill it. Do you want to provoke a dispute between the Zhenwu League and the Guardian Fire League? Hey, stir up disputes. Ku Chengfeng sneered again and again, don't give me any big hats, you are not worthy. You should ask, you, a junior, secretly set up an army here, and the others agree or not. The person who spoke turned his head and looked around, and suddenly found that all the warriors in the mountain bag were glaring at him, looking like they didn't want to see him. His heart sank, and he knew that his fellow sect's actions had offended everyone. The red candle fruit is about to ripen, and someone dares to secretly arrange some formations in order to get the upper hand. How can this be tolerated? So even if Ku Chengfeng has a bad reputation and a bad character, everyone is on his side at this moment, or in other words, everyone is protecting their own interests. After Ku Chengfeng gave a low shout, many warriors stood up in the hills, and they seemed to want to continue to attack them. The 3 of Wei Huomeng's faces changed drastically, and they didn't dare to say anything more, knowing that there was no place for them here. They hated Ku Chengfeng's ruthless attack in their hearts, and were also very annoyed. Just now that fellow sect went out to set up formations. It was discussed and agreed by everyone. They all felt that this was a good opportunity to set up formations, but they didn't want to be seen through immediately, resulting in a passive position now. If you don't leave, I'm afraid you will be driven to death. After thinking up to this point, the disciple of the Huawei League nodded and said, Okay, Ku Chengfeng, I will remember you. If you kill my fellow sect, you will definitely repay it in the future, and you who are working for tigers, at this moment I'm afraid the treatment will be what you will encounter later. Hee, I hope you will take care of yourself. Let's go. Saying this, he took his other 2 classmates and left quickly without looking back. Seeing the other party's decisiveness, Ku Chengfeng was also a little surprised, but he was not stupid enough to chase others. It was not a good opportunity to leave at this time. Just now, he and his junior brother were able to kill each other's people in an instant. It was nothing more than a surprise. There were still 3 of them left, and it was unrealistic to kill them all. They are all at the 3rd level of the Holy King. Even if there is a gap in strength between them, they are not soft persimmons that can be squeezed casually. With a sullen expression on his face, Ku Chengfeng glanced around, and proudly said, "Whoever dares to do something secretly, don't blame someone for being rude. Chongbao is about to be born, and everyone can abide by the rules. Then each will fight according to his strength, otherwise if you don't blame Ku for his aggressive actions." As soon as he finished speaking, someone yelled loudly, "Young Master Ku, I just saw that guy secretly let something out, it seems that he is worried and well-intentioned." "Who?" Ku Chengfeng turned cold and looked at the speaker. "People from 10,000 Beast Mountain." The person who spoke was not afraid at all, and pointed at 5 powerful warriors on a mountain. The faces of the 5 people changed drastically, and they all looked at the person who spoke with incomparable resentment, but that person clearly intended to please Ku Chengfeng, so he didn't care about their threats. Instead he said loudly, "Although I didn't see that but it should be a kind of monster that is good at hiding, people in Wanshou Mountain are good at driving monsters, everyone knows this." "So that's it." Ku Chengfeng nodded with a face of course, looked at the 5 disciples of Wanshou Mountain, and said coldly, "What else do you have to say?" The leading brawny man frowned, pondered for a while, and suddenly smiled. "Young Master Ku, what you say is not proven, you can't really believe it just based on this guy's words, right?" He obviously had full confidence in his methods and felt that it was impossible for others to see through, so he was not afraid of anything at all. As long as there was no evidence, could Ku Chengfeng drive people away by force? However, when the matter developed to this point, everyone could see that Zhan Tianmeng was about to start an advance. You can't drive people to kill for no reason. Naturally, you have to find some excuses. The disciple of the Guardian Fire League was killed before. Several other disciples of the Fire Alliance were also implicated by him and were driven away. Now these Wanshushan disciples don't know whether they really did something wrong or they were framed and wronged, but no one came to speak for them. In the current situation, the fewer people staying here, the better. Most people have the attitude of having nothing to do with themselves, and let Ku Chengfeng show his power, wishing that he would drive some more people out. Once there are fewer people staying here, it will be less difficult to fight for the red candle fruit. Hearing what the strong man said, Ku Chengfeng frowned. Although he wanted to drive away the people from Wanshou Mountain desperately, it would not be good to do so rashly without proof. Could it be that Mr. Ku thinks that the Zontian League is so powerful that he can ignore other forces? If that's the case, then someone from high won't agree, and Wanshou Mountain, can't be bullied by just anyone. The strong man saying this, with a fierce look on his face, giant bees the size of a fist and pitch black all over suddenly appeared in his body. The giant bees spread their wings and buzzed endlessly. There were more than 30 in number. A ray of cold light shone from the tail of the tail, and the several inches long and short tail spines were clearly visible. The tail spines were pitch black, and it looked like a highly poisonous thing, which made people's hair stand on end. Not only that, several warriors beside the strong man with the surname Hai also released the monsters they drove. Those monsters are all rare species, each one is an 8th order monster, born with some magical killing moves, or hovering or crawling, gathered around the 5 disciples of Wanshou Mountain, with scarlet eyes, staring at the surroundings with malicious intent, only waiting for the master to give an order before launching an attack. Bitter King Bee. After seeing the more than 30 giant bees, Ku Chengfeng's expression changed drastically, revealing a look of incomparable fear, and he said through gritted teeth, "Okay, no wonder you are so confident. Beast Mountain's guardian giant bee brought a lot, it seems that one Beast Mountain has lost its blood this time, eh?" The strong man surnamed Hai grinned when he heard the words, "Let Ku Xiao see you laughing. The disciples of Wanshou Mountain only know how to drive monsters. How can we go into this flaming sandy land without some life-saving things?" Hai doesn't want to be with him either. Ku Xiao is upset. If Ku Xiao has no conclusive evidence, then please don't embarrass Hai Mo anymore. Hai Mo is grateful. Although the bitter King Bee gave the strong man surnamed Hai some confidence, he didn't want to tear up his face with Ku Chengfeng here. At this time, he said something soft and gave both parties a step down. It is best to make big things small and small things small, but Ku Chengfeng frowned, and it seemed that he didn't want to make fun of himself anymore. There were more than 30 bitter queen bees. If he really took action by force, he would definitely suffer losses. But before he could speak, a chuckle suddenly came out. "It's easy to get evidence, just let me see it." Everyone followed the sound and saw the hillside occupied by Lulaman. Yin Sudi stood up, Her charming face was filled with a shocking smile, Shiliu's waist was as soft as bones, and Qianqianyu's hands were still dragging a dusty round bead the size of a pigeon egg. The round bead looked ordinary, not precious at all. But when Ku Changfeng saw this bead, his eyes were bright and he couldn't help laughing. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at We Sent. If you like this work, you are welcome to go to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1225 Sneak Attack. But the big traitor from Wanshou Mountain exclaimed. Zhao Xingzu, Yin Sudi, you crazy woman, you actually brought this in. Could it be that it's specifically to target me at Wanshou Mountain? Yin Sudi chuckled lightly again. Waji tremblingly said. What did you say, brother Hai? Yuan Shushan and my Lulaman are close neighbors, get along with each other in harmony, like brothers and sisters, how could I target you? It's just that there are all kinds of restrictions in this flowing flame sand land, I brought this bead in just in case, what? Brother Hai is so nervous, is there really something invisible? Her voice was sweet and glutinous, crisp and sweet, but it can be passed into the ears of a big man, but it makes his whole body cold. But Yin Sudi didn't wait for the strong man surnamed Hai to say anything, sprayed a breath of fragrance on the bead, and the dusty bead immediately burst into a dazzling light. People can't help but feel that they can't hide their body and breath, and they can't help feeling panic. And under the valley full of dead trees, a centipede-like figure with a length of several feet suddenly appeared, and it was quietly lurking a dozen feet underground at this moment, making one's scalp tingle with constant movement. The light shone under the valley, and even though this fiery monster was perfectly lurking, it couldn't help showing some flaws at this moment. Seeing this, Ku Changfeng yelled, Red Line Iron Centipede. What else do you have to say now? The strong man surnamed Hai knew that something was wrong after recognizing the gray beads in Yin Sudi's hand, and with a sudden movement of his mind, he happened to take back the iron centipede with a few feet of red thread lurking underground. His face flushed red, he didn't bother to answer Ku Changfeng, and looked at Yin Sudi with a look full of resentment. The scene was tense in an instant, as if a big fight might happen at any time. Cha-cha-cha. There was a sound of flickering electric arcs, which was so ear-piercing in this tense atmosphere. Looking in the direction of the source of the sound, the big man surnamed Hai felt a chill in his heart. Originally, he was thinking of relying on these powerful monsters brought by his senior brothers and others, forced to stay here, but now I have to give up this idea. Because the one who made the arcing sound was actually Fang Tianzhong of Lei Taizong. He slowly got up and looked towards Wanshou Mountain indifferently. Although he didn't speak, everyone understood what he meant. Fang Tianzhong was obviously quite dissatisfied with the opponent's tricks of MVP. This time he teamed up with Ku Changfeng. And Yin Sudi has already expressed his attitude. If the strong man surnamed Hai insists on staying, he will become the enemy of these three powerful sect elites. The monsters he brought are definitely not enough to deal with it. Such a scene. His face was extremely gloomy, and the strong man surnamed Hai didn't say a word. He took a deep breath, took back more than 30 bitter queen bees flying around him, and then led his fellow disciples back down the hill, and left quickly. After the members of the Fire Guardian League were driven away, the 5 people from Wanshou Mountain also met the same fate. They really did what the warrior from the Fire Guardian League said before leaving. These two forces are not considered weak, but they did not dare to stay after doing such an outrageous thing. The red candle fruit is indeed precious and rare, but their own life is naturally more important. Yin Sudi's mood is the most beautiful among those who forced back the 10,000 Beast Mountain. That charming smile, like a blooming peony, exudes soul-absorbing power, and many male warriors who caught a glimpse of her smile cheered. His heart was so excited, he wished he could rush forward to hold her in his arms and taste her wonderful taste. Wanshou Mountain and Lulaman are close neighbors, so fighting between them is inevitable. This time, Yin Sudi brought Zhaoxing orbs, because they are afraid that the people from Wanshou Mountain will drive those monsters that can hide their bodies. I don't want to have never used it before, but it came in handy here. This matter, after going back to report, should also be praised by the master, right? Thinking this way in Yin Sudi's mind, she glanced at Dai Yuan intentionally or unintentionally, but saw that the other party had never opened her eyes. Immersed in her own feelings, she suddenly felt very boring. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly let out a muffled snort and his face turned pale, as if he had suffered some kind of trauma. Around the valley, when everything was quiet, many warriors were looking left and right, and some people felt sorry for them. No one dared to speak loudly, even the sound of breathing was suppressed to the extreme, but Yang Kai's muffled snort seemed abrupt extremely. It immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. And Wei Guchang asked with concern, Brother Yang, what's wrong? Yang Kai's pale face gradually returned to rosy, and he smiled slightly after hearing the words. It's nothing, it's just that there was a small mistake in the perception and I was almost injured. Oh, although Wei Gucheng still felt a little strange when he heard the words, he didn't ask any more questions. Even if there is a mistake during the comprehension, it will not be injured. Not only Wei Gucheng was surprised, but even Dong Xuaner and Dai Yuan were equally puzzled. Dai Yuan, who hadn't opened her eyes, even looked at Yang Kai. Brother Wei, is there nothing wrong with you? Ku Chengfeng asked coldly. It was just when he was showing his glory, but he didn't want the limelight to be interrupted by Yang Kai's muffled snort. Whether the martial artist in the realm was intentional or unintentional, Ku Chengfeng was very upset, and his tone was naturally not very good. What's more, he didn't like Yang Kai in the first place. He didn't know why. Every time he saw this guy, he felt angry, but this guy could often meet with him, and he didn't know what kind of ability he had, so he actually such a humble realm broke into the third floor. It's nothing, Brother Ku will continue. Wei Gucheng grinned, saying something profound. Ku Chengfeng's face darkened, and he took a deep look at Wei Gucheng, but instead of looking for trouble with him, he stood on his mountain bag with his hands behind his back, and said loudly, Guardian Huomeng, 10,000 beasts the people in the mountain are to blame. As Ku said just now, I hope everyone abides by the rules, and don't do anything before the red candle fruit is fully ripe. After the red candle fruit is ripe, everyone will use their own means to fight for it. Those two families are not the only ones who are doing tricks. Hey, there are friends who do this, please leave now, otherwise, when Ku finds out, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Hearing this, many people's complexions changed, only then did they realize that they had underestimated Ku Chengfeng's appetite. Before he drove away the people from the Fireguard League in Wanshou Mountain, there was some reason for him, and his position was also everyone's position, which was for everyone's benefit, but now he said something wrong. This guy clearly wanted to make a big deal boom people. With this in mind, many forces that have no confidence to stay here turned their attention to Lei Taizong, wanting to see Fang Tianzhong's reaction. Everyone knows that Fang Tianzhong and Ku Chengfeng are not right. Every time the two meet, they are incompatible. Fang Tianzhong and Ku Chengfeng joined forces just now, but it doesn't mean that he will always do this. Maybe Fang Tianzhong will sing opposite Ku Chengfeng this time. In that case, they can fish in troubled waters. But at a glance, everyone's hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. Fang Tianzhong sat there with his eyes closed, ignoring Ku Chengfeng's arrogance. What does that mean? This clearly meant that Fang Tianzhong had secretly reached an agreement with Ku Chengfeng a long time ago, so he ignored the situation in front of him. After thinking about it, many people shook their heads and smiled wryly. Sure enough, there are no eternal enemies in the world, only eternal interests. For the red candle fruit, even Fang Tianzhong and Ku Chengfeng joined forces temporarily, so how could there be room for them to survive? For a while, several parties with only 2 or 3 Wu forces retreated down the mountain and left this place with a sad face. They believed that even if they insisted on staying, Ku Chengfeng would find an excuse to drive them away. At that time, it will be absolutely useless to use your hands. It is better to leave now and get out of the body. Sure enough, there are some forces who are not used to Ku Chengfeng's approach, and they think that they have not done anything secretly and insisted on staying, but they are all framed and slandered. Under the circumstances, several forces were expelled again. When he dealt with Wan Shushan and others before, he had to look for evidence because he was afraid of those bitter queen bees, but he was not so afraid of other people. If his fist is big, then he has a reason. When Ku Chengfeng was showing his power, only warriors from more than a dozen factions were safe and sound, not worried at all, just watching the scene in front of them coldly, with no intention of intervening or stopping it. Because everyone knows that if Ku Chengfeng does this, he will benefit more or less, but Zhan Tianmeng will bear the bad reputation. Anyway, Zhan Tianmeng has no worries about debts and lice, so why not do it? It can be said that Ku Chengfeng cut through the mess with a sharp knife. After driving away, the area around the originally bustling valley immediately became much cleaner. At least 70% of the forces that came here were driven away by him. And the rest of the dozens of powers all occupy a hilltop. It's not that Ku Chengfeng doesn't want to drive them away, it's just that the power of the dozen or so families is not weak, and he dare not casually frame them. After some uproar, the scene became quiet again, and the second round of red sun gradually approached the mid-heaven. Yang Kai stared at the back of a figure walking towards the distance, with a gloomy expression. This warrior who is drifting away is exactly what Dai Yuan said just now, that Lu Yi from Flowing Cloud Valley. Yang Kai had already sensed murderous intent and malice from the other party, but he never thought that the other party would dare to attack him in full view, and the method was so clever that he almost didn't even notice it. When Yin Sudi used the power of the shape bead before, Yang Kai opened his eyes out of curiosity, wanting to see what is special about the shape bead, which made the big man of Wanshou Mountain so afraid. But unexpectedly, when the light from the zodiac bead radiated out, he could vaguely see a trace of abnormal energy not far in front of him, which was spreading towards him. And the source of this trace of energy was actually that Lu Yi. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at Offending People as Child Paper. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to the first release to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1226. That is, the energy of the soul, hidden and perfect, stronger than Yang Kai's consciousness. When the other party approached him, he couldn't detect it. If it wasn't a coincidence, he found it with the help of the power of the shape pearl. I'm afraid that he will be successfully attacked by the opponent. When he noticed this spirit energy, Yang Kai immediately fought back. What surprised him was that the other party was no less than himself in terms of spiritual consciousness cultivation. After the invisible collision of the two people's spiritual sense, Yang Kai suffered a bit, and the other party was not much better. But after this incident, Lu Yi immediately withdrew his divine sense, pretending to be nonchalant, but it was Yang Kai's muffled hum that attracted everyone's attention. After Ku Changfeng chased people away, Lu Yi's expression remained cloudy. When warriors from many forces were chased away, he had no choice but to leave on his own initiative. After all, he was the only warrior who came here in Luyun Valley. Changfeng will not put Luyungu in his eyes, he will only make fun of himself if he does not leave. This Lu Yi has a problem. Yang Kai pays himself. If he hadn't obtained the Wenshan Lian by chance a few years ago, he would not have such a powerful spiritual energy no matter what. But how many of the world's most treasured Wenshan lotus can there be? I'm afraid that even if there are other Wenshan Lians, it is impossible for a warrior like Lu Yi to grasp them. It is strange that Lu Yi is no less than himself in terms of cultivation of spiritual consciousness. The power of Luyun Valley is not too strong, it can only be regarded as medium on the gloomy star. There is no way in the sect to have the kind of cultivation method that defies the sky. How does this Lu Yi use his spiritual consciousness? Strength cultivated to this level. In the stalactite cave before, Yang Kai didn't find anything special about this Lu Yi. He was just a very ordinary third-layer warrior of the Holy King, and later when he was soaking in the soul-washing water, the other party also went in, but the point he got the benefits are not enough for this change to occur. Out of nowhere against such a powerful enemy, Yang Kai was extremely depressed. He didn't even know where he had provoked the other party. We must find an opportunity to kill him, no matter whether the other party misunderstands himself or not. Being missed by such a person will make no one feel at ease. All kinds of thoughts were intertwined in his mind. Yang Kai quickly made a decision, took a breath, stopped thinking about Lu Yi, and continued to close his eyes to comprehend. The second round of red sun rose, so that the fruity scent that came out became stronger and stronger, and the magic contained in the fruity scent was much stronger. All the remaining warriors refused to waste this rare opportunity, and naturally meditated and adjusted their breath willingly. Yang Kai is still immersed in his own comprehension of the control of the Saint Yuan. He knows that the time to comprehend it is very short with the help of the scent of the heaven and earth treasure when it is ripe, so he has no intention of comprehending such a profound power as the space law. It only needs to be able to comprehend the control of Shengyuan in just 2 or 3 days, and the trip is absolutely worthwhile. He didn't know what choices other people would make, but he thought his choice was right. When the second round of red sun rose to the mid-heaven and stopped moving, there was a layer of dark red energy in the valley. Many strong men who had experienced this situation twice naturally didn't care about it. But they still couldn't hide the excitement in their hearts and the excitement on their expressions. The appearance of dark red energy means that the third round of red sun is about to rise, which will form the scene of Sanyang Kaitai, and it also means that the red candle fruit will truly ripen. Many impatient and unstable warriors were disturbed by this, and they could no longer meditate calmly, adjust their breath, and comprehend something. Instead, they opened their eyes and watched all the movements in the valley with wide-eyed eyes, unwilling to miss a single bit. The dark red energy suddenly appeared, and the ground trembled slightly. Soon, the energy exploded and spread in all directions, and the fruity aroma in the air was once again full-bodied. Under the eyes of everyone, the third round of red sun slowly rises, living up to everyone's expectations. There was a slight uproar, and a trace of holy energy secretly surged, and some people seemed impatient to rush down. Seeing this, Li Yunan from the medicine pill sect kept wiping the big man on his forehead, and shouted loudly, "Everyone, please don't be impulsive. It has not surfaced, so don't fight at this moment. Once you interfere with the ripening of the red candle fruit, I will not be able to apologize even if I die." He thought that he knew more about the secrets of the red candle fruit and the signs before it matured than anyone present, so he naturally reminded him of his duty. At the same time, he was cursing in his heart. If it wasn't for the fear that these people would be unable to restrain themselves and start fighting, thus interfering with the ripening of the red candle fruit, he wouldn't be bothered to tell others about it. These people have nothing to do with him. It's better if all of them are dead, then his medicine pill sect will be able to monopolize this heaven-defying spiritual fruit. After listening to Li Yunan's words, many people gave him a cold look, indifferent. Those who should be vigilant should still be vigilant, and those who should gather Saint Yuan are still gathering Saint Yuan. On the side of the Shadow Knife Hall, Wei Gucheng narrowed his eyes and looked at it, secretly feeling that there was still some time, and then he closed his eyes again, and continued to feel, without being too radical. As time went by, the atmosphere around this small valley became more and more tense. When the third round of Red Sun was halfway up, many warriors who were still meditating and comprehending finally couldn't hold back, and stood up one after another. Paying close attention to the movement of the Red Sun, not only ordinary warriors, but also those famous rising stars, Wei Gucheng, Ku Chengfeng, Feng Tianzhong, Yin Sudi, Tang Yongyi, Ku Minghai. No one can continue to maintain the indifference before. While paying attention to the rising height of the Red Sun, these people whispered something to the people around them, with serious expressions. Junior brother Yang is still realizing it. Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes flashed a look of astonishment. She looked at Yang Kai who was sitting at the side, motionless, but the Saint Yuan in his body was violently rolling. With Yang Kai like this, he clearly realized the most critical juncture, and he didn't even bother to pay attention to the maturity of the red candle fruit. It seems that brother Yang has gained a lot this time. Wei Gucheng smiled wryly, and he was a little envious of Yang Kai. He also felt it for a day or two, but because he had to check the situation of the red candle fruit from time to time, he couldn't comprehend the practical things. The perception is also hazy, although there are some benefits, but it is far from Yang Kai. There is another person who is also feeling it. Dong Xuaner cast her beautiful eyes on another mountain, and on that mountain, the indifferent man from the Star Emperor sect was in exactly the same situation as Yang Kai. Rolling fiercely. "I'm afraid this is the gap between us and them." Wei Gucheng murmured to himself. He is a genius, he became famous early, he was hailed as the most dazzling new star in the Shadow Moon Palace, and he was as famous as Feng Tianzhong, Ku Chengfeng and others, so he never feeling inferior to others. But ever since he saw Yang Kai's various methods, he has faintly noticed his own shortcomings. Now besides Yang Kai, there is another disciple of the Star Emperor sect, and Wei Gucheng inexplicably has a sense of crisis. He knew that if he didn't work hard, then the future gloomy star might not have a place for him. In the entire valley, dozens of warriors stood on the hillside, paying close attention to the third round of Red Sun. As a result, the behavior of Yang Kai and the disciple of the Star Emperor sect was very eye-catching. Yang Kai is still fine, and no one knows his origin, but a martial artist of the first level of the Saint King has not been taken seriously by their elites. On the contrary, the indifferent man from the Star Emperor sect has been comprehending and meditating, causing everyone to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. They can't even help but hope that the other party will continue to comprehend like this, and it is best to continue until the ownership of the red candle fruit is determined. It is good. Everyone really realized what it means to live like a year. Since the appearance of the third round of Red Sun, it has been crawling slowly like a turtle, slowly rising towards the sky, and everyone can't wait to rush forward and push the Red Sun to the top. This kind of situation lasted for a full day. When the third round of Red Sun rose to the mid-heaven and gathered together with the first two rounds of Red Sun to form a wonderful scene of Sanyang Kaitai, the three rounds of Red Sun seemed to be separated from each other. There was some resonance between them, and suddenly, the red light shone brightly, illuminating the entire third layer of the flowing flame sand field, causing all warriors who remained on the third layer to lose the light in front of them at this moment, and involuntarily close their eyes. Stormy waves of energy waves came from the sky, and when everyone opened their eyes to look at it, their expressions were shocked. Because the three rounds of red suns have actually merged together and completely turned into a bigger round of red suns. The red sun is spinning like a top, and every time it spins, it brings out an unparalleled attraction. The aura between heaven and earth suddenly became abnormal. Unexpectedly, They all gathered towards this side, and the rich spiritual energy condensed into substance, forming a gust of wind, pouring into the red sun frantically, and the red sun was like a bottomless pit, devouring all the spiritual energy. On the other side of the medicine pill gate, Li Yunan's body trembled, his eyes widened and he stared at the scene in front of him. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. It is exactly the same as what is recorded in the classics, there is no slight difference, it really is that the red candle fruit is ripe. It took only a stick of incense before and after, but the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the third layer of Luyan sand field was completely empty, and within a few hundred miles, it suddenly became a place of death. But that round of red sun became more and more solid, hanging in the sky like a real little sun. Suddenly, it stopped spinning, and it only changed in an instant from extreme movement to extreme stillness. Not good. Seeing this, Li Yunan broke into a cold sweat immediately, and hastily sacrificed a shield-like secret treasure. The shield turned into a stream of light, and directly formed a layer of water on the hill where everyone in his Yeoden sect was. Wang Wang's defensive cover enveloped the members of the Yeoden sect, making it airtight. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Offending People as Child Paper. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Closing parenthesis.